At the Awakening Plaza of Magic City's second high school, hundreds of senior high school students gathered here, about to face a crucial moment in their lives, the awakening ceremony. Among the crowd, Qin Nian stood lazily at the back of the line, his fingers toying with his sleeve while his gaze fixated firmly on the awakening platform. A surge of inexplicable anticipation welled up in his heart. No one knew that he was actually a struggling transmigrator. 1 year ago, he was just a failure holed up at home, writing novels on Earth. When his new book flopped and despair took over, the next moment, he inexplicably transmigrated to this world. After being here for over a year, he had gained a general understanding of this place. This was a magical world. At the age of 18, everyone would participate in an awakening ceremony organized by their school, giving them a chance to awaken their profession and spirit artifact. This was known as the First Awakening. Successfully awakening was akin to taking flight. One would immediately transcend the ordinary class, leaping to become an awakened. If one could awaken a top-tier spirit artifact, it was as if they hit the jackpot, their luck through the roof, equivalent to winning the lottery. From that point on, wealth and beauty would come their way, soaring to the peak of life. On the other hand, if the awakening failed, or their profession or spirit artifact turned out to be extremely weak, they would remain as mere nobodies, hiding in the shadows. Because the world of the awakened was even crueler and bloodier than that of ordinary people. This was a world where strength reigned supreme, and Qin Nian yearned to turn his life around, to have his moment of glory and revenge. For instance, saying something like, "Watch closely, this slash will shake the heavens." Or, "I'm waiting here for you to run." What are you waiting for? On the podium, Principal Mei Wenhua straightened his chest, rubbing his 3-month-old beer belly, and shouted loudly, "Students, the ceremony is ready. No more words, those whose names are called, step up to awaken." The students below immediately became tense. This was the pivotal moment that determined whether their future would be one of glory or struggle. Teachers from each class quickly lined up the students in an orderly manner. Standing at the very back, Qin Nian's mood also climbed with the tense atmosphere. He had struggled to transmigrate here and could not afford a mediocre awakening. He had to choose an exceptionally powerful profession and spirit artifact, otherwise, it would betray the identity of a transmigrator. Although he was weak and relied on writing to survive when he first transmigrated, over a year of training had given him a set of 8-pack abs. Yet, no matter how strong one was physically, it was impossible to surpass limits without the support of a profession and spirit artifact. Monsters and dungeons were the main themes of this world. Only with a powerful profession and spirit artifact could one stand against them head-on. Suddenly, a girl with a delicate face and incredibly long legs in front of him turned around and patted Qin Nian on the shoulder. "Little Nian Nian, the awakening is about to start. What kind of profession and spirit artifact do you think will awaken?" The girl's name was Su Lingyue, the only friend Qin Nian had made since transmigrating. She was a young lady from a powerful family with connections in Magic City, and no one at school dared to mess with her. The way Qin Nian and she became acquainted was rather dramatic. That day, shortly after Qin Nian transmigrated, he saw Su Lingyue accidentally fall into the lake near the school. After rescuing her like a hero saving a damsel in distress, they became good friends. As long as it's not a lifestyle profession, that's fine. Ideally, it'd be a profession and spirit artifact of legendary quality or higher, Qin Nian replied. In this world, professions and spirit artifacts were classified into 10 quality levels. Profession levels, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Spirit artifact levels, ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, mythical. Half-jokingly, Qin Nian added, "If my awakening is too bad, I'll rely on you to support me. I'll just lie flat and take it easy." Su Lingyue rolled her eyes at him. "You want me to support you? Do you think you're some gigolo?" She scrutinized his handsome face and pretended to nod. "Not impossible, as long as you call me queen." Qin Nian froze for a moment. "Get lost. You want me to call you queen?" At that moment, the awakening ceremony officially began. One by one, students whose names were called stepped onto the stage. Wang Wu, profession F-tier chef, spirit artifact, black iron butcher knife. Li Jun, profession G-tier cleaner, spirit artifact, bronze toilet brush set. Sun Fei, profession F-tier warrior, spirit artifact, black iron watermelon knife. Lu Hua, awakening failed. With each announcement, time passed slowly. Principal Mei Wenhua grew increasingly heavy-hearted. Not a single promising talent had emerged from the second high this year. Could it be that, in the upcoming college entrance exams, second high would end up at the bottom of Magic City? He could only silently pray for heaven to grant him an outstanding student. Gu Hangu. As the name was called, a young man from the neighboring class strode toward the awakening platform. As he passed by Qin Nian, his gratingly annoying voice rang out. Qin Nian, I've warned you before, stay away from Su Lingyue. She's the woman I've set my sights on. A loser like you has no right to talk to her. Once I awaken, I won't let you off. After saying this, he raised his head high and strode toward the front of the line. Su Lingyue was so angry she wanted to curse him, but Qin Nian stopped her. Ignore him. The angrier you get, the more satisfied he'll be. Su Lingyue snorted coldly. What does it matter to him if I talk to you? Alright. Let's just watch the awakening ceremony. We can deal with him later, Qin Nian said. Gu Hangu placed one hand on the awakening monument. Instantly, a golden light burst forth from the monument, and an image of a warrior wielding a massive blade, surrounded by flames, appeared in the air. Immediately after, a flashy long blade materialized beside the warrior. Gu Hangu, profession S-tier flame warrior, spirit artifact, platinum lava blade. The entire school erupted into an uproar. An S-tier combat profession, paired with a platinum spirit artifact. That luck is insane. I awakened as an A-tier mage, but my spirit artifact was just a bronze little wooden staff. And he gets an S-tier with a platinum blade? Damn it, heaven is unfair. I want to stab him with my little wooden staff. Gu Hangu is so cool. He's the most handsome guy in second high. You nobodies, don't block my view of my idol. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Principal Mei Wenhua, seeing an S-tier awakening among the students, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed second high still had hope this year. Walking down from the awakening platform with a proud expression, Gu Hangu deliberately sneered at Qin Nian. Loser, now do you see the gap between yourself and a genius? Once you awaken, I'll make sure to use you for practice. Su Lingyue looked disgusted and comforted Qin Nian. He just got lucky. Don't worry, little Nian Nian. If he dares to bother you, I'll have my family deal with him. Qin Nian smiled wryly. I haven't even awakened yet. How do you know it'll definitely be him causing trouble? Next, Su Lingyue. The host called Su Lingyue's name. Qin Nian nudged her lightly. Go on, it's your turn. I'll just lie flat and rely on you. Su Lingyue made a face at Qin Nian before running toward the awakening platform. A dazzling light flashed, and an image of a six-winged angel, holding a mysterious holy scripture and surrounded by strange runes, appeared in the air. Following this, a seven-colored glowing ancient book materialized beside the six-winged angel. Su Lingyue, profession SS-tier six-winged angel, spirit artifact, legendary book of wisdom. The entire school was in an uproar. SS-tier? Oh my god, am I seeing this right? Principal Mei Wenhua stood up abruptly, utterly shocked. His hands trembled slightly with excitement. It had been over 10 years since second high had seen an SS-tier profession awakening, let alone one with a legendary quality spirit artifact. What shocked him even more was that it was a rare profession, the six-winged angel, capable of offense, defense, and healing. It was extremely rare. For many years, the Dasha Kingdom had not seen a second person awaken as a six-winged angel. Finally, it had happened this time. Second high's ranking was now secure, and it might even surpass the other prestigious schools in Magic City during the college entrance exams. Su Lingyue is practically the reincarnation of a luck god. Awakening an SS-ranked rare class. Though the artifact spirit could be better, if it were of epic quality, that would be perfect. Such a pity. I'd be over the moon if I could awaken an A-ranked combat class. And you, crying over your D-ranked pooper-scooper class, what for? At least my artifact spirit is a golden quality shit-stirring stick. One day, I'll shake the heavens and become someone above all others. I heard that students who awaken SS-ranked rare classes are fiercely courted by universities. Su Lingyue is guaranteed to be number one in this year's college entrance exams. The murmurs grew louder, the atmosphere more fervent. Principal Mei Wenhua smiled and said, Congratulations, Su Lingyue. Though your artifact spirit may fall slightly short, having an SS-ranked six-winged angel is a boundless prospect. You'll definitely bring glory to second high school in the college entrance exams. Thank you, Principal. I'll do my best. Su Lingyue bowed slightly before rushing back to her classroom, eager to show off in front of little Nian Nian. Gu Hong's eyes burned with envy as he watched Su Lingyue awaken an SS-ranked rare class. But soon, a surge of anger rose in his chest. Su Lingyue had always been cold toward him, instead favoring the orphan Qin Nian, which infuriated him to no end. He squeezed his way over to Qin Nian, mockery dripping from his tone. Qin Nian, did you see that? Su Lingyue awakened an SS-ranked rare class. She's a phoenix perched high above, you're not worthy of her. Only I, Gu Hongwu, am a match for her. Know your place and stay away from her, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson about reality. Qin Yan met his gaze coldly. I haven't even awakened yet. What gives you the right to declare I'm unworthy? Besides, Su Lingyue and I have no relationship, it's none of your business. Gu Hongwu laughed in anger. Fine. Let's see what kind of class and artifact spirit you awaken. Next, Qin Yan. Hearing his name, Qin Yan took a deep breath, ignored Gu Hongwu, and walked slowly toward the awakening platform. Su Lingyue had wanted to flaunt her accomplishments but could only pass him by reluctantly, clenching her fists and whispering encouragement, "Little Nian Nian, you can do it. Just wait and see my miracle." Qin Yan vowed silently. Standing before the awakening monument, the teacher overseeing the ceremony smiled. Qin Yan, relax your mind. I wish you an awakening that satisfies your dreams. Thank you, teacher. Qin Yan placed his hands on the monument. For a while, the monument showed no reaction. In the audience, Su Lingyue grew increasingly anxious. Could he fail? Her heart pounded with worry. But she quickly reassured herself, it's fine. I've awakened the SS-ranked six-winged angel. I'll protect him in the future. Gu Hongwu, on the other hand, grinned triumphantly. I knew it. That orphan Qin Yan couldn't awaken anything worthwhile. Now he's outright failed. Justice is served. The crowd below reveled in schadenfreude. After all, Qin Yan's close relationship with the school beauty, Su Lingyue, had sparked no small amount of jealousy. Just as the host prepared to announce his failure, suddenly, boom! The awakening monument trembled violently. A blinding beam of light shot skyward, surrounded by mystical symbols that resonated across the city. What's happening? The students panicked, while Principal Mei Wenhua froze, his eyes locked on the platform. Above the clouds, the radiance coalesced into a mysterious figure. The man stood with hands clasped behind his back, his face obscured. The surrounding space distorted, and gears of time turned slowly, exuding an unfathomable aura. As everyone stared in shock, an inexplicable power seemed to flow in from some ancient past or distant future. Beside the enigmatic figure, a magnificent quiver suddenly appeared, radiating a seven-colored brilliance that dazzled the eye. At that moment, a flood of new information surged into Qin Yan's mind. Arrow Sovereign, SSS ranked, unique hidden class. Temporal quiver, max quality, unique artifact spirit. The scene left everyone far more stunned than when Su Lingyue awakened. The teacher hosting the ceremony stammered, his voice uncertain, Q Qin Yan, your class, it seems to be SSS ranked. And the artifact spirit, it must be at least of epic quality. He could only voice his speculation, too stunned to confirm anything. As his words fell, the entire school erupted in uproar. Students rubbed their eyes, unwilling to believe what they were witnessing. Even the usually composed Principal Mei Wenhua was breathing heavily, stumbling as if he might collapse. SSS ranked class? At least an epic quality artifact spirit? What kind of monster was this? In the past century, no one in the Great Xia Kingdom had ever awakened an SSS ranked class. And what did this mean? It meant that under Mei Wenhua's leadership, second high school of the Magic City would produce the most dazzling genius in 100 years. His chest heaved violently, his breath coming in short gasps as if he might suffocate. Su Lingyue, forgetting all pretense of elegance, jumped up and shouted, Little Nian Nian, you're amazing. The surrounding students erupted into cheers, their excitement reaching fever pitch. I don't believe it. It's a cheat, he must be hacking. He's got to be some VIP son, pulling strings behind the scenes. Man, come here. I want to have your babies. Jealousy, admiration, and flattery surged like a tidal wave, turning the campus into a boiling cauldron. Only Gu Hongwu's face turned ashen. Moments ago, he had mocked Qin Yan. Now, he was the biggest laughingstock. Impossible. How could Qin Yan be stronger than me? It's fake, it has to be fake. He clenched his teeth, stubbornly denying the truth. Meanwhile, standing on the awakening platform, Qin Yan remained as calm as still water. A standard perk for a transmigrator. No need to panic, basic stuff. Just gotta say, this is next level OP. As the radiance dimmed and the mystical sounds faded, the crowd began to settle down. But in every heart, a storm of excitement continued to rage. Qin Yan casually stepped forward, preparing to leave the platform. At that moment, Mei Wenhua hurriedly stepped up. Wait. Qin Yan, please wait a moment. Qin Yan turned, puzzled, to face the principal's beaming face. Principal Mei? Is there something else? Mei Wenhua hesitated awkwardly. Qin Yan, would you mind sharing the details of your class and artifact spirit? The awakening teacher couldn't find any matching records for what you've awakened. Ha? Sure, let me check my stats first. Qin Yan was just as curious. What he had awakened was a unique hidden class, the pinnacle SSS rank. It had to be ridiculously overpowered. And his artifact spirit, with its unheard-of max quality, was bound to make him skyrocket. He quickly summoned the status panel in his mind. Name, Qin Yan. Class, Arrow Sovereign, unique SSS rank. Artifact spirit, Temporal Quiver, unique max rank. Level, LV1, 0%. Base attributes. Strength, 100. Constitution, 80. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 50. Class bonuses, attack speed, 200%, critical rate, 50%, critical damage, 100%. Class skills, arrow manipulation, no bowstring required, arrows fully controlled by will, but artifact spirit skills, perfect accuracy, max every attack is auto-tracked and guaranteed to hit. Infinite arrows, LV1 generates unlimited arrows, wood type, but Arrow of Time, LV1 arrows imbued with temporal power, capable of striking enemies 5 seconds in the past. Arrow of Space, LV1 arrows imbued with spatial power, capable of bypassing 100 meters of space to hit targets directly. Elemental arrows, LV1 locked. Note, passive effect of max rank Temporal Quiver, killing enemies allows you to seize their remaining lifespan. Perfect accuracy? Infinite arrows? Qin Yan's heart surged with excitement as he read the panel, a smile tugging at his lips. This was more powerful than he could have imagined. Even though he tried to take a deep breath, it was nearly impossible to calm down. Bonuses like attack speed, critical rate, and critical damage were incredibly rare on their own, let alone in such high percentages. It was unheard of. With perfect accuracy and temporal spatial arrows, no enemy could escape or hide. He could already picture enemies kneeling in despair, crushed beneath his feet. Qin Yan suppressed his excitement and thought to himself, what does it mean that the elemental arrow is locked? Let's take a look first. Elemental arrow, level 1 grants elemental power to arrows. Golden arrow, unstoppable, ignores defenses. Wooden arrow, restores health upon hitting a target. Ice arrow, freezes enemies, slowing their movements. Fire arrow, explodes upon impact. Earth arrow, surrounds the user, automatically blocking attacks. He hadn't expected much, but upon seeing this, he was stunned. His profession was simply overpowered. It was both offensive and defensive, could heal, and control the battlefield. It lacked nothing. Even though it was locked for now, it filled him with anticipation. From the perspective of his class attributes, he was an extreme archer, far surpassing ordinary awakened individuals. Normal people had single-digit attributes, while awakened ones generally ranged from 20 to 30, and geniuses reached 50 to 70. And his artifact spirit was even more outrageous. Ordinary diamond-grade artifact spirits only had one skill, gaining an additional one only when surpassing diamond grade. Yet his time-space quiver came with 5 skills. It was absurdly powerful. Moreover, it could plunder the remaining lifespan of enemies, though the effect was still unknown. He'd have to test it on some monsters after the awakening ceremony. Unstoppable. But on second thought, he was only at level 1 and didn't need to flaunt it too much. Who knew if revealing too much would attract attention and lead to being targeted prematurely? After thinking it over, Qin Yan decided not to disclose everything. Principal Mei, I've awakened the SSS level hidden class Arrow Sovereign, and my artifact spirit is an epic grade quiver. The crowd erupted into chaos, the atmosphere instantly boiling over. Holy crap, Arrow Sovereign? Just the name sounds badass, and it's a hidden class too. I can't take it anymore. My resolve is shattered, someone help me. I must be dreaming. Quick, pinch me awake. Ha? Why doesn't it hurt? Ah, why are you pinching my thigh? You even ripped my black stockings. A shy girl moaned, then slapped back in embarrassment. The square, which had just calmed down, became lively again. Principal Mei Wenhua, trembling with excitement, tightly grasped Qin Yan's hands. Qin Yan, you are incredible. You're the most outstanding genius in our school's history. I'll make sure your achievements over the next 3 years are shared on the school's official website for everyone to admire and learn from. Feeling elated, Mei Wenhua gave Qin Yan a hearty pat on the shoulder. Qin Yan, go home and rest well, don't overexert yourself. Watch your step, there's a staircase in front. Sweat. Returning to the crowd, Qin Yan was immediately approached by Su Lingyue, who exaggeratedly exclaimed, Little Nian, did you step in dog poop last night? How did you suddenly awaken an SSS level hidden class? Tell me, just how OP is this class? With a faint smile, Qin Yan summoned the time-space quiver, which floated behind him. With a thought, the quiver opened, and a wooden arrow shot out instantly, revolving around him at high speed. Go! With a sharp whoosh, the arrow turned into a streak of light, shooting into the air so fast that dodging it was impossible. Return! The arrow landed steadily above Qin Nian's palm, causing another uproar. Little Nian, you can control arrows without using a bowstring? That's insanely cool! Amid Su Lingyue's admiration, several male classmates cast jealous glances, their expressions dark and terrifying. Jealousy really made people ugly. The arrow returned to the floating time-space quiver as Qin Nian and Su Lingyue began whispering to each other. After Qin Nian's awakening, there were no other particularly dazzling performances at the ceremony. Coupled with the overwhelming brilliance of Qin Nian and Su Lingyue, the awakenings of others felt dull in comparison. The ceremony ended quickly. Once all the students had awakened, Mei Wenhua stepped onto the podium, grabbed the microphone, and began his lengthy speech. 2 hours later, Qin Nian was on the verge of falling asleep when Mei Wenhua finally got to the main point. He muttered to himself, this was pure torture, more exhausting than a day of hard labor. It was a mental ordeal. Students, the awakening ceremony is over. For the next month, don't slack off. Work hard to level up. Only by doing so can you achieve good results in the National College Entrance exam a month from now. Even those of you with life-focused awakenings shouldn't lose hope, you still have a chance to get into a good university. Dismissed. From now on, it's up to you. I wish you all success. After his rambling, the homeroom teachers led their students back to the classrooms. Ding ding ding. The dismissal bell rang. Just as Qin Nian was leaving the school building, his homeroom teacher called him back. Upon entering the office, he noticed Su Lingyue was already there, waiting. The homeroom teacher began, let me share some news. The principal just called and specifically instructed me to inform you. The school plans to form an elite leveling team next month, aimed at boosting our rankings in the college entrance exam. Of course, the school won't let you work for free. Each participant will be given a bronze grade skill book. Qin Nian raised an eyebrow in confusion, prompting the teacher to elaborate. Skill books allow you to learn new skills. While artifact spirits grant 1 or 2 skills, true powerhouses need more skills to arm themselves. Skill books are ranked from lowest to highest as follows: common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, and mythical. Qin Nian couldn't help but mutter, the school's only giving bronze grade? So stingy. I'm an SSS level hidden class, I should at least get something legendary. The teacher smiled wryly. Don't underestimate bronze grade. Common skill books start at 10,000 yuan. Black iron costs 50,000. Bronze? At least 100,000. Above that, the prices start at 500,000. I only have a black iron grade skill myself, and you're dreaming of legendary? Qin Nian silently cursed how ridiculously expensive skill books were. Most people couldn't afford them. Fortunately, his time-space quiver already provided 5 skills. Su Lingyue, without hesitation, said, I don't need the skill book. Give mine to Qin Nian. What about you? Qin Nian quickly declined. My family will buy one for me, probably a silver grade. Wasn't this just a reflection of the harsh reality of wealth disparity? Seeing the helpless expression on their teacher's face, Qin Nian felt the cruelty of reality even more. The teacher sighed. Alright, let's talk about the team setup. For now, it's tentatively Qin Nian, Su Lingyue, and Gu Hangu. If there are no objections, I'll inform the principal. Qin Nian frowned. Gu Hangu? The two of them never got along, teaming up would only lead to endless trouble. Just as he was about to speak up and request a change, Su Lingyue beat him to it. No way. Gu Hangu has to be replaced. He targets Qin Nian all the time, sabotaging him in secret and slowing down his leveling progress. The teacher looked at Qin Nian. I agree, Qin Nian nodded. With both of them resolute, the teacher had no choice but to say, I'll report this to the principal, but the final decision isn't up to me. With that, the teacher picked up the phone and called Mei Wenhua. After hanging up, he turned to Qin Nian and Su Lingyue. You'll need to discuss this with the principal directly. He's waiting for you. The two expressed their gratitude and left the office. Soon after, in the principal's office, Mei Wenhua greeted them with an odd, uncle-like grin, his eyes darting between Qin Nian and Su Lingyue as if he were eyeing a widow from the neighboring village. Qin Nian felt uneasy all over, clenching his thighs tightly as a faint sense of danger loomed in his heart. Su Lingyue's hair stood on end, and she couldn't help but ask, Principal, is it even possible to switch teammates? Qin Nian chimed in, yeah, Principal, just say it outright. You staring at me like this is making me feel awkward. Mei Wenhua snapped back to reality and said flatly, switching teammates is no problem. You can switch with whoever you want. But that's not why I called you here. I mainly wanted to ask if you have any dream universities in mind. Su Lingyue glanced at Qin Yan and answered without hesitation, as long as it's a top 10 university, I'm good. Wherever Qin Yan goes, I'll go. Mei Wenhui turned his gaze toward Qin Yan. Both of them stared at him, making Qin Yan feel embarrassed. Principal Mei, could you introduce me to the top 10 universities? I haven't made up my mind yet. Mei Wenhui nodded and began. The number one, without a doubt, is Longxia Academy. It's the most prestigious university in the Great Xia Kingdom, but it only accepts 100 students nationwide each year. Getting in is almost harder than reaching the heavens. Only those who graduate from there can truly stand out on their own. Ranked second is Qilin Academy in our Magic City. After listening to the introductions of the top 10 universities, Qin Yan had already made up his mind. In his previous life, he had been just an ordinary student at a third-rate university. Now that he had the chance to become a dragon among men, of course, he had to aim for the best. I want to go to Longxia Academy, Qin Yan said confidently. Not bad, you have ambition. With your SSS grade talent, it should be no problem, Mei Wenhui said approvingly. It had been years since a student from Magic City's No. 2 high school had been admitted to Longxia Academy. The last time was a decade ago. Now, with Qin Yan and Su Lingyue, he saw a glimmer of hope again. He was determined to fully support them. After a moment of thought, Mei Wenhui continued, to get into Longxia Academy, you'll need to reach at least level 20 before the college entrance exams. This has been a hard requirement over the years. Level 20? That's impossible. Su Lingyue shouted in shock. Mei Wenhui gave a helpless smile. I know it's tough, but that's the reality. Most candidates can barely reach level 10 in a month, even if they work hard. Geniuses might make it to 15, but only a rare few true prodigies can hit level 20 before the exams. This made Su Lingyue even more anxious. Can we even do it, Principal? Do you have any ideas? I have two plans. You can choose, Mei Wenhui said. Qin Yan asked curiously, what are the two plans? Mei Wenhui raised one finger. First, form a 3-person elite team. The school will fund a bronze-grade skill book for each of you to improve your efficiency in clearing dungeons. Then he raised a second finger. Second, go solo in the dungeons. You'll gain all the experience for yourself and level up faster, but it's much riskier. If Su Lingyue doesn't want a skill book, Qin Yan, you can take two. Looking at the two young talents in front of him, Mei Wenhui advised, I suggest forming a team. Although leveling up will be slower, it's much safer. Every year, there are geniuses who perish because they choose to solo dungeons. Faced with the two options, Qin Yan found himself in a tough dilemma. Thinking of the miserable life he had led before his transmigration, a surge of determination rose in Qin Yan's heart. As the saying goes, a man dies but once. If you don't take risks, you'll never rise. He raised his head, his gaze firm as he stared at Mei Wenhui. I choose the second option, solo the dungeons. His voice was full of resolve and fearlessness. Then I'll go solo too. Su Lingyue supported him without hesitation. Mei Wenhui smiled helplessly and nodded in approval. I respect your decision. Every strong person has their own path to walk. All right. Since that's the case, the school will fully support you. Starting tomorrow, there won't be many classes. Take the time to level up. If you encounter any problems, come to me anytime. Qin Yan, later, head to the Awakener Association to pick out 2 bronze-grade skill books. The school will cover the cost. Qin Yan said excitedly, thank you, Principal. Having transmigrated here, he didn't have any source of income and relied entirely on such allowances. 2 bronze-grade skill books were worth 200,000 yuan, a sum that could cover his living expenses for several years. Mei Wenhui smiled encouragingly. You two are the pride of our No. 2 high school. As long as you work hard to level up, that's the best way to repay the school. Go on, give it your best. Qin Yan and Su Lingyue left the school together. At the school gate, Su Lingyue tugged at Qin Yan's sleeve and pointed to a roadside stall selling candied hawthorn skewers. Little Nian Nian, I'm giving up a skill book for you. You'd better treat me to some candied hawthorn skewers, the kind with strawberries in them. Qin Yan pulled out a few crumpled bills from his pocket, looked at the vendor, and smiled. Lingyue, thanks. Today, I'll make sure you eat to your heart's content. With that, he quickly ran toward the stall. Su Lingyue covered her mouth and laughed, her voice crisp and pleasant. She took the 3 skewers Qin Yan handed her, happily biting into one. With her mouth full, she said, Little Nian Nian, we probably won't see each other much in the coming days. You'd better work hard to level up. When the time comes, let's go to Longxia Academy together. If you don't get in, humph, just wait for me to beat you up. She raised her fist threateningly and stuffed the remaining 2 skewers back into Qin Nian's hands. Qin Nian laughed and replied, "Don't worry, I'm strong. By then, my level might even be higher than yours. Hey, little rich girl, why aren't you eating? I spent 15 yuan on these." Su Lingyue stuck out her tongue. "Are you trying to give me diabetes? I'm leaving now. See you at the college entrance exams. Don't forget to miss me." Before her words fully faded, she turned and ran toward a black car parked by the roadside. Qin Nian shook his head helplessly and turned to walk in the opposite direction. In the car, Su Lingyue lay on the back seat, secretly peeking out the window at Qin Nian's retreating figure. She whispered to the driver, "Take me home." The car slowly drove away, carrying a heart full of longing. After parting ways, Qin Nian headed straight for the Awakener Association. The 200,000 yuan waiting for him there was too tempting to ignore. With the help of the front desk receptionist in her professional attire, Qin Nian quickly registered as a professional awakener. "Excuse me, miss. I'd like to buy 2 bronze-grade skill books. Where can I find them?" The receptionist looked at him with some doubt. "Handsome young man, bronze-grade skill books are very expensive. Are you sure you mean bronze-grade?" Qin Nian nodded firmly. "Yes, they're a reward from my school, and the school is paying." The receptionist was secretly surprised. Such expensive skill books, yet the school was willing to reward a newly awakened student. She took his student ID, typed on her computer for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Silver grade?" Qin Nian asked curiously, "Miss, is there something wrong with my student ID?" The receptionist handed back the ID. "No, there's no issue. It's just that the system shows your school has granted you a silver grade skill book." Qin Nian swallowed hard. "A silver grade skill book?" The receptionist explained, "Yes, the system shows you have only 1 payment slot, and it's capped at silver grade." Qin Nian suddenly understood it was likely because he hadn't joined the elite team, and Su Lingyue had given her skill book slot to him. That meant he now had 3 skill books in total. With a combined value of 300,000 yuan, it seemed Principal Mei Wenhua had even raised the budget for him. What a genuinely good person. Feeling thrilled, Qin Nian eagerly asked, "Miss, where can I choose the skill books?" The receptionist smiled. "Follow me, I'll take you there." She led Qin Nian deeper into the Awakener Association. "Thank you." Qin Nian thanked her repeatedly and quickly followed. Meanwhile, back at Magic City No. 2 High School, in the principal's office, Mei Wenhua was on the phone. On the other end, a furious roar echoed loudly. "Mei Wenhua, do you even want me to live? Why is there suddenly 200,000 yuan missing from the account?" Hearing the furious shouting over the phone, Mei Wenhua trembled all over and hurriedly tried to explain. "Wife, listen to me. Listen? No, it's like this. Wife, let me explain." He pleaded repeatedly, promising over and over, until finally, the call ended. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Mei Wenhua muttered to himself as he gazed out of the window, "Qin Nian, you'd better not let me down, or that tigress at home will skin me alive." Deep within the Awakeners Association, in a spacious room, Qin Nian was flipping through a skill manual filled with densely packed skill names. Dual shot, bronze level, shoot 2 arrows consecutively, dealing damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Double jump, bronze level, perform a second jump in mid-air after the first jump. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Phantom step, silver level, leave a decoy image in place for 10 seconds, while the main body teleports to any point within 100 meters at lightning speed. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Power strike, silver level, the next attack deals triple damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. This one looks good, and this one isn't bad either. Faced with the dazzling array of skills, Qin Nian found himself momentarily indecisive. After pondering for a moment, he recalled that he already had plenty of damage-dealing abilities but lacked survival tools. Resolutely, he chose Phantom Step, silver level. Pointing to the manual, he said to the receptionist who had been waiting patiently, "I'll take this one." "All right, please wait a moment." The receptionist turned and left. 5 minutes later, she returned holding a silver-white skill book. Qin Nian eagerly took the book and activated it immediately. A crisp notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Skill learned, Phantom Step, silver level. Qin Nian quickly checked his attribute panel. A new section appeared on the panel. Skills learned, 1/3. Phantom Step, silver level, leave a decoy image in place for 10 seconds, while the main body teleports to any position within 100 meters at lightning speed. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Examining it closely, Qin Nian noticed the biggest difference between skills learned from books and innate skills granted by weapon spirits. Learned skills could not be upgraded. Even so, it was still an improvement in his survival abilities. Satisfied, Xin Yan stood up and, on his way out, grabbed a large handful of candies meant for guests and stuffed them into his pocket. The receptionist, who had been watching him the entire time, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eye at this action. How could a handsome guy who just awakened and obtained a silver-level skill stoop to sneaking away these cheap candies? She remembered sneaking a taste of them before. The sweetness was so cloying that she still hadn't forgotten the experience. Could it be that the manager had a change of heart and swapped them for high-quality candies? Curious, the receptionist secretly took one and popped it in her mouth. Ugh! She hurriedly covered her mouth, struggling for a long time before forcing herself to swallow it. Still the same awful taste. Meanwhile, Xin Yan was strolling along, humming a cheerful tune, completely oblivious. He leisurely headed back to his rented room, humming, "We common folk, today I'm really happy, we common folk," until he tossed one of the bright green candies into his mouth. Ugh! A pained expression instantly spread across his face. Damn it! Ugh! Bent over and dry heaving for a while, Xin Yan finally caught his breath. He swore never to covet free things again. Being cheap could really cost you. Back at his rented apartment, he opened the door, only to be greeted by a foul stench. Kicking off his shoes, he flopped onto the couch in the tiny living room. Looking around the less than 30 square meter space, he sighed. Good thing my predecessor rented this place for a year and a half, otherwise, I'd be sleeping on the streets by now. Rummaging through the cabinets for a while, he eventually found an unopened pack of Kong Shuifu braised beef instant noodles in a corner. Not caring if it was expired, he boiled a kettle of water to prepare it. While waiting, he couldn't help but grumble about Su Lingyue. If it weren't for that little girl wanting candied hawthorn today, he could have used his remaining 15 yuan to buy a starch sausage and some fizzy soda. But thanks to her, he had gotten his hands on a silver-level skill book, which was some consolation. Time passed, and Xin Yan ate to his heart's content before collapsing onto his bed. What did he drink, you ask? Of course, it was the braised beef noodle soup, diluted with more than half a kettle of water. Suddenly, his phone rang. The vast horizon is my love, beneath the rolling green hills. Xin Yan picked up the call, the screen showing it was from Su Lingyue. Hello? Sorry, the person you've dialed is currently sleeping. Please try again tomorrow morning. Sorry, the person you are calling is sleeping. Please dial again tomorrow morning. His tone was deadpan, as if he were an answering machine. On the other end, Su Lingyue gritted her teeth and said, "Shan Yan, do you have a death wish? How dare you mess with me?" A chill ran down Xin Yan's spine, and he immediately straightened up. "Lingyue, I was just joking. What's up? I'm all ears." Su Lingyue said, "Shan Yan, we're going into the dungeon tomorrow. Are you nervous?" "I'm so nervous I can't sleep, so I called you." Xin Yan replied listlessly, "I'm fine. I'll just go in and kill indiscriminately. The rest is up to fate." On the other end, Su Lingyue silently cursed. What a clueless blockhead. Which girl stays up late at night to chat if not to hear some comforting words from you? Thinking this, she added, "Shan Yan, I scored 2 silver skill books and 1 gold skill book today. Impressive, right? Want your queen to carry you?" At that moment, the clock struck midnight. The second hand ticked to midnight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Awakening. The Rapid Arrowman system is now activated. Newbie gift package issued. Would you like to claim it? Xin Yan jolted awake and sat up straight. The standard cheat for transmigrators had arrived, as expected. Based on his past life experience as a homebody, it would be strange for a transmigrator to not have a cheat. It would also be strange for a new story to not start with a bang. But this system's name felt weird, like it was insulting him. Whatever, let's not dwell on that. Time to see what's in the newbie gift package. He shouted in his mind, "Claim it now." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a career quality upgrade card. Arrow Sovereign, SSS level unique, upgraded to Arrow God, max level unique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical skill, Perfect Lock-On. Xin Yan hurriedly opened his attribute panel to check. Career, Arrow God, max level unique. Base attributes. Strength, 150. Constitution, 150. Agility, 150. Intelligence, 150. Career exclusive bonuses, attack speed plus 500%, critical rate plus 100%, critical damage plus 300%. Career exclusive skills, arrow manipulation, no need for a bowstring, arrows can be controlled at will, all equipped arrows can be controlled simultaneously. Perfect Lock-On, mythical activates God's Eye View within the current area. Holy crap! Ha ha ha! Looking at the dazzling profession and skills, Qin Yan was stunned and couldn't help but laugh foolishly. This power, it felt almost inhuman. On the other end of the call, Su Lingyue heard Qin Yan's laughter and almost thought she was talking to someone who had lost their mind. Shan Yan, are you okay? Don't scare me. Could it be that getting a gold-level skill book had completely broken him? What's wrong? I'm fine, Qin Yan snapped out of his thoughts and responded calmly. Are you sure? Your smile was terrifying, Su Lingyue asked again, her voice full of concern. I'm really fine. I'm doing great. By the way, you said you got a golden tier skill book? Yeah. How about that? Isn't it awesome? Are you envious of your queen? Su Lingyue's tone was smug. Qin Yan froze for a moment. It's alright, I guess. Su Lingyue was speechless. Just alright? Humph, you lousy Nian. Wait and see. When the college entrance exam comes, I'll show you how far ahead your queen can leave you in the dust. With that, she hung up angrily and went to sleep hugging her teddy bear in frustration. Early the next morning, Qin Yan got up, quickly washed, pushed open the old and worn door, and strode outside. Without breakfast, he helplessly felt his pocket and found the same pack of disgusting green candies. Whatever, I'll eat it one last time. Blah. As expected, he donned the mask of pain again, retching while heading toward the outskirts of the Magic City. Not far from Magic City was a beginner dungeon, where the monster levels ranged from 1 to 10. The difficulty was low, making it the preferred leveling ground for newly awakened individuals. Qin Yan stood at the dungeon entrance, where a crowd of newly awakened students from various schools had gathered. They were all desperately preparing for the college entrance exam a month away. Shouts for team formation filled the air. B-rank mighty warrior leading, need 4 more, looking for a healer. Departing soon. Independent team, need 1 DPS. Come quickly. I'm a strong healer. Any brothers want to carry me? I promise 1 heal to your soul. For level 9 awakened offering fast leveling, 5,000 coins per run. Any takers? The clamoring made the place feel like a chaotic marketplace. Scanning the crowd, Qin Yan didn't spot Su Lingyue. She was probably not here yet. At that moment, a burly, broad-shouldered awakened individual approached with 3 others. Hey, buddy, do you have a team? If not, why not join us? As long as you can deal damage, we're good. We're newly awakened students forming an independent team. Interested? Qin Yan shook his head slightly. Thanks, but I'm not planning to team up for now. Before he could turn around, the leader pressed further, unwilling to give up. It's everyone's first time in a dungeon. A 5-man team is safer. We've got 2 mages, 2 warriors, and me, a knight. If you join, we can enter the dungeon immediately. Want to reconsider? Qin Yan replied firmly, thanks, but no. Without hesitation, he turned and walked toward the dungeon entrance. Forget him, Captain Luo. If he doesn't want to join, there are plenty of others. Exactly. Our team setup is perfect. We don't need him. He'll regret it when he can't find a team later. Who's he trying to impress? We're all newly awakened. I bet his class is trash, and that's why he's afraid to team up. The surrounding voices mocked Qin Yan. Only the leader, called Captain Luo, remained silent, staring at Qin Yan from the start. Qin Yan's eyes were determined, brimming with confidence, showing no fear of his first dungeon. To Luo, this could mean one of 2 things. Either Qin Yan was reckless and clueless, or his awakened class was powerful enough that he didn't need to worry. Luo leaned toward the latter and had persistently tried to recruit him. Seeing Qin Yan's resolve, Luo could only continue recruiting others with his team. Qin Yan ignored the noise, walking steadily as he entered the dungeon alone. Please select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, nightmare. Normal difficulty. Since it was his first dungeon, Qin Yan didn't want to overreach and decisively chose normal. What the hell? This guy's crazy. Where did this lunatic come from? Entering the dungeon alone, does he plan to scam the dungeon? I'm betting he won't last 5 minutes. Count me in. I'll bet 500 coins he'll crawl back out within 5 minutes. Qin Yan's decision to solo the dungeon caused an uproar at the entrance. Who dared to solo as a newbie? With only 1 life, death meant the end. This was why most didn't dare to go it alone. Suddenly, a long-legged, stunningly beautiful girl appeared in the distance, Su Lingyue. She was accompanied by 4 stern-faced awakened individuals and a middle-aged butler in a black tailcoat. Su Lingyue had originally planned to tackle the dungeon solo but was strictly forbidden by her father. Not only had he prepared 2 silver tier and 1 golden tier skill books for her, but he had also arranged for 4 top tier players to assist her. These 4 were all level 9 awakened, B rank classes, with 1 even being in A rank. Their overwhelming presence made the crowd instinctively step aside to make way. A young man beside Captain Luo exclaimed, "I know her. She's Su Lingyue from Magic City High School No. 2. I heard she awakened in SS rank rare class yesterday, six-winged angel." The revelation caused an uproar. Oh my god. An SS rank rare class, just like last year's National College Entrance Exam champion. That's insane talent. Damn. Being so talented and absurdly beautiful, is this even fair? Oh whoa. Let me through. I need to see. Wow, those legs are longer than my uncle's second cousin's grandmother's. A whole year of fun. No, those legs could step on me for an entire year. Students from various schools surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of her. Su Lingyue ignored the noise and walked straight to the dungeon entrance. She turned to the middle-aged butler and said, "Uncle Fu, I'm going in." "Understood, Mississippi. Please be careful inside and don't do anything reckless. Otherwise, the master will worry," the butler, Uncle Fu, advised earnestly. "I got it, Uncle Fu. You're even naggier than my dad." Uncle Fu gave a wry smile, watching Su Lingyue and her 4 escorts enter the dungeon. On the other side, Qin Yan found himself in a gloomy forest. Giant trees surrounded him, with thick branches and leaves blocking most sunlight. The air was heavy with a dark, oppressive atmosphere. Ding! You have entered the dungeon, Beast Lair Forest, normal. The scenery before him was so vivid it felt as real as the outside world. It was Qin Yan's first time in a dungeon, and he was filled with curiosity. Testing his abilities, he immediately summoned his spacetime quiver. With a thought, wooden arrows flew out of the quiver and hovered above his head. Not far away, beneath the bushes, a fist-sized giant jawed ant opened its mandibles aggressively, glaring at him. Go! The wooden arrow streaked like a beam of light and pinned down the giant jawed ant. Killed giant jawed ant experience +1. Ha! Another one? Go! Killed giant jawed ant experience +1. Killed giant jawed ant experience +1. Qin Yan pressed forward, leaving behind a trail of arrows and ant corpses. He glanced at his experience bar. It had only increased by 2%, even though he had killed over 20 giant-jawed ants. Gaining experience is so slow. No wonder most people only reach level 10 after a month. I need to pick up the pace. Hands in his pockets, Qin Yan delved deeper into the forest. Arrows shot out in quick succession, marking the beginning of his grinding journey. Killed giant-jawed ant experience +1. Killed horned rabbit. Experience +2. Killed giant-jawed ant experience +1. As countless kill notifications popped up, Qin Yan's experience bar steadily climbed. Suddenly, a horned rabbit dodged one of the arrows. Just as Qin Yan prepared to fire again, he noticed the evaded arrow suddenly turning midair, skillfully bypassing obstacles to lock onto its target. This time, the horned rabbit had no chance. The arrow pierced through its back with precision. Qin Yan finally grasped the true power of 100% accuracy. No matter how the enemy evaded, his arrows would relentlessly track them until they hit. Sigh, I've been grinding for an hour, and the experience isn't even halfway there. Upgrading would take forever at this rate. Qin Yan frowned and began thinking about how to adjust his monster grinding strategy. He rubbed his chin as a wild idea suddenly flashed through his mind. If this method works, the leveling speed will skyrocket. Achieving level 20, or even 30, within a month wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he has a god-level skill, what's it called again? Perfect lock. Right, let's give it a try. A map of Beast Den jungle emerged in his mind, with red markers pulsing like a heartbeat, densely scattered around. So, I've been stuck on the outer edges of the dungeon all along, facing only minor mobs. No wonder the efficiency is so low. Aiming at the nearest marker to himself, Qin Yan locked onto a goblin. You're the one. As soon as the words fell, 3 arrows flew out from the temporal quiver, hovering motionlessly in the air. Go! 3 arrows shot through the air, heading straight to the depths of the dungeon. Killed goblin, experience +5. It worked! It really worked! Qin Yan's heart raced with excitement. This is the powerful combination of perfect targeting, guaranteed accuracy, infinite arrows, and arrow control. Lock onto the target, hit with precision from a distance, and no matter how thick the enemy's health is, just shoot a few more arrows. He named this move Total Map Bombardment. After the first success, Qin Yan no longer hesitated. Arrows surged out of the time-space arrow quiver like a tide, transforming into streams of light that shot straight into the depths of the beast den. Kill goblin, experience +5. Kill bloodfawn wild boar, experience +7. Kill goblin king, experience +15. The experience bar rapidly rose, and within just a few minutes, Qin Yan successfully leveled up to level 2. Name, Qin Yan. Profession, Divine Arrow Guardian, Max Level, Unique. Spirit Weapon, Temporal Arrow Case, Max Level, Unique. Level, LV2, 0%. Basic Attributes. Strength, 175. Constitution, 175. Agility, 175. Wisdom, 175. Class-specific bonus, attack speed, 500%, critical strike, 100%, critical damage, 300%. Class-specific skill, arrow mastery, no bowstring required, arrows can be controlled at will, capable of manipulating all equipped arrows simultaneously. Spirit weapon skills, 100% accuracy, max level attacks automatically track enemies and are guaranteed to hit. Infinite arrows, level 1 wooden arrows. Arrow of Time, level 1 infused with the power of time, allows attacking enemies from 5 seconds earlier. Arrow of Void, level 1 imbued with the power of space, arrows can directly hit targets across a distance of 100 meters. Arrow of Elements, level 1 not unlocked. Note, at max level, the temporal arrow quiver can plunder the remaining lifespan of defeated enemies. Learn skills, 2/3. Ephemeral Flash Step, silver level leaves a phantom in place for 10 seconds while the body rapidly moves to any position within 100 meters, cooldown 20 seconds. Perfect Lock-On, mythical level activates God's perspective for the current area. Leveling up greatly increased Qin Yan's 4-dimensional attributes, raising them by a full 100 points. Ordinary Awakeners gain at most 10 points per level, but he directly surpassed by 10 times. This is too perverse, I simply can't stop. Qin Yan laughed coldly, a crazed look in his eyes. He found a comfortable spot, sat down, and unleashed a barrage of arrows that covered the entire Beast Lair forest. Killed Bloodfawn Wild Boar King, experience plus 18. After defeating the Giant Jaw Ant, EXP plus 10. Defeat. As the red dots on the map gradually disappeared, Qin Yan's level skyrocketed like a rocket. At this rate, clearing all the monsters in the dungeon within 10 minutes would be effortless. While Qin Yan was frantically farming monsters, many students had already exited the dungeon. Though the monsters in the dungeon weren't high level, a few level 1 students simply couldn't make it through. Everyone could only farm low-level mobs on the outskirts to level up, killing one wave before exiting to reset the dungeon and repeating the process. However, each person had a limited number of daily dungeon entries, only 3 times. Because of this, many people could only reach around level 10 within a month. If there weren't entry restrictions, those hardcore grinders would have already spent 24 hours a day in the dungeon. Has anyone ever seen that guy come out after clearing a dungeon alone? Nope. I've been waiting here to cling to a big shot and see if some pro can help me level up. He probably died in the dungeon, right? Very likely. We were ambushed by several giant ants back then and nearly got wiped out. Many students who had seen Qin Yan were discussing fervently. In the copy, Qin Yan still sat leisurely on the ground, a foxtail grass dangling from the corner of his mouth. 10 minutes later, there were no monster markers left on the map, and Qin Yan had already risen to level 5. A ray of light suddenly flashed, and an ancient treasure chest appeared at his feet. Yo! We've hit the jackpot, there's treasure here. Qin Yan quickly wiped his hands, dispelling bad luck, and abruptly opened the treasure chest. A skill book? He picked up a worn-out skill book. Chop, normal level a skill for chopping wood, cooldown 15 seconds. This skill is utterly useless, but it's worth 10,000 yuan, just enough to solve the urgent lack of money. Qin Yan rejoiced inwardly, awakeners sure earn fast. With the next dungeon, I can pocket 10,000 yuan. Finally, I can bid farewell to that broke Kong Shuifu. Tonight, I must feast. He put the skill book into his spatial backpack. Every awakener has a spatial backpack, with capacity varying according to the quality of their profession. A G-level awakened individual spatial backpack is only 50 square centimeters, while an SS-level genius like Su Lingyue has a space as large as a room. However, Qin Yan's spatial backpack is like a football field, capable of holding anything he wants. With no more profit to gain, Qin Yan immediately exited the dungeon. Look! He's out, someone suddenly shouted. Who is he? Who cares? Someone responded indifferently. I turned toward the entrance of the instance, where Qin Yan walked out leisurely, hands in his pockets and a blade of foxtail grass dangling from his mouth. Damn it, did I see that right? That kid actually made it out alive? Look at him, all clean with no signs of battle. He must have hidden himself as soon as he entered the instance, and that's how he made it out. I think so too. Qin Yan simply couldn't be bothered by the idle gossip of these insignificant ants. He was destined to be a man who dominates through eternity, someone grand and magnanimous. By then, throughout the Great Xia territory, dogs would be forbidden to bark, and these clamorous noises would naturally vanish without a trace. Upgrading is the only task at hand. He turned around and re-entered the dungeon. Please select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare difficulty. Qin Yan chose the difficulty, and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight once again. Wow! He went in again. Why do we say again, though? Someone asked curiously. Ding! You have entered the dungeon, Beast Den Jungle, Nightmare. Qin Yan stepped into the dungeon once more, and the familiar scene before him made him quickly call up the dungeon map in his mind. He noticed that there were significantly more monster markers on the map, suggesting that the number of monsters had greatly increased in nightmare difficulty. What is this? A golden cursor suddenly appeared deep within the map, radiating a dazzling glow. Never mind, let's clear the small monsters first, then go check out that cursor. Arrows flew one after another as Qin Yan entered hands-off manager mode. Defeated Giant Jaw Ant, experience +6. Defeated Goblin, experience +10. Killed Claw Black Bear, experience +14. As the dungeon difficulty increases, the experience provided by the monsters also rises accordingly. Outside the dungeon, a few buses slowly came to a stop, and several principals of Shanghai middle schools accompanied a man in military uniform as he stepped off the vehicle. Chief Zhao, look! That's Zhou Baijian from Magic City First High School. He's already reached level 2 in just over an hour. With his S-grade talent, he'll definitely climb above level 15 before this year's college entrance exam. Chief Zhao, take a look at Wu Jiaojiao from Magic City 4th High School. Although she's still at level 1, she's awakened an S-grade rare class, Blazing Fire Mage. Her potential is immense. The principals were all praising their own geniuses, except for Mei Wenhua, who was scanning the crowd. Where are those two troublemakers, Su Lingyue and Qin Yan? It's been almost 2 hours now, the low-level monsters in the dungeon should be almost cleared out. Soloing is slower, let's wait a bit longer. At this moment, the principal of Modu No. 1 High School deliberately raised his voice. Principal Mei, I heard that your No. 2 high school produced 2 geniuses yesterday. One is an SS level 6 Winged Angel, and the other is an SSS level Arrow Emperor. Why haven't you introduced them to us so we can all see how impressive your school is? Officer Zhao also looked curiously at Mei Wenhua. Well, they haven't come out yet, but they should be out soon. The principal of Modu No. 1 High School mocked sarcastically. Oh, could it be that your school is just putting on a performance, Principal Mei? Don't be too vain, or you'll ruin the school's reputation. Humph, whether it's true or not will soon be clear. Mei Wen snorted coldly and ignored him. His gaze fell on the dungeon entrance, filled with worry. Soloing a dungeon as a novice carries too much risk. He feared they'd rush in too recklessly and cause trouble. Minute by minute passed, and the first batch of teams exiting the dungeon began to emerge. Principal Mei, have those 2 students of yours come out yet? Officer Zhao asked. Not yet, Mei shook her head in response. The principal of First High saw this and sneered. I think waiting any longer is pointless. Those 2 people don't exist at all, they must be. Wow! The goddess Su is out. Where is it? Move aside quickly, I need to stand at the front and let the goddess see me. Look! Su Lingyue is already level 4. Her leveling speed is ridiculously fast, and I'm still 30% away from level 2. A burst of commotion interrupted the principal's speech. Mei turned toward the sound, his eyes lighting up as he excitedly pointed at the tall girl at the copy entrance and said, That's Su Lingyue from our school, an SS-ranked rare class awakener. The principals and Officer Zhao turned their heads to look. Level LV4 was clearly displayed before their eyes. They rubbed their eyes, barely able to believe they hadn't seen incorrectly. Just as everyone was in shock, the sarcastic remarks of the principal of First High School rang out again. What's so great about it? She has 4 level 9 awakeners by her side. It's obvious they're boosting her, that's why she leveled up so quickly. At these words, Mei Wenhua became furious and retorted, I really don't know how the principal of First High even got the job. You don't even understand the most basic rules of experience distribution. How can you teach students? I know, I just forgot to mention it earlier. The principal of First High stammered in response. Officer Zhao sneered, aren't you all grown adults? Stop arguing here. Don't let the students overhear and embarrass yourselves. Principal Mei, why not have your genius come over and meet everyone? Of course. Mei Wenhua agreed without hesitation and beckoned Su Lingyue over. The principals immediately gathered around, their eyes filled with anticipation, eager to see this prodigy in person. After a round of praise, Su Lingyue walked up to Mei Wenhua, her voice low but urgent, Principal Mei, has Qin Yan come out yet? Mei Wenhua shook his head, his brows full of worry. Still not out yet. Let's wait a little longer. Still not out yet? Su Lingyue's heart tightened sharply, worrying to herself. Could Xiao Nian have encountered trouble in the dungeon? She paced anxiously, her brows furrowed tightly, her anxiety unmistakable. Xiao Nian, if something happens to you, I swear I'll skin you alive. Time quietly passed, and many students had already finished organizing and re-entered the dungeon. At this moment, inside the instance, Qin Yan had already cleared countless monsters, and his level had skyrocketed to level 8. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Qin Yan. Class, Arrow Guardian Deity, Unique Max Level. Artifact Spirit, Spacetime Arrow Quiver, Unique Max Level. Level, LV8, 3%. Basic Attributes. Strength, 325. Physique, 325. Agility, 325. Wisdom, 325. Profession bonus, attack speed 500%, critical hit 100%, critical damage 300%. Professional skill, arrow mastery, no need for a bowstring, arrows move at will, capable of controlling all equipped arrows at once. Spirit skill, 100% accuracy, max level attacks automatically track the target, guaranteed to hit. Unlimited arrows, level 1 wooden arrows. Arrow of time, level 1 arrow imbued with temporal power, capable of hitting enemies from 5 seconds earlier. Arrow of space, level 1 arrow imbued with spatial power, capable of directly hitting enemies across 100 meters. Elemental arrow, level 1 not unlocked. Note, when the spacetime arrow quiver is at max level, the arrows will plunder the remaining lifespan of the enemies they kill. Acquired skills, 2/3. Void Cicada Instant Step, silver level leave a phantom on the spot, lasting for 10 seconds. The user moves at an extremely fast speed to any position within a 100-meter range. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Perfect Lock-On, mythical level activates God's Eye View in the current area. Looking at the skyrocketing 4-dimensional attributes, Qin Yan almost couldn't contain his grin. These attributes could rival those of an ordinary awakened individual at level 30 or 40. Too powerful, right? What's the suspense left for the college entrance exam? He knows clearly that awakened individuals will undergo a second job change at level 30, greatly increasing their attributes, and the attribute points gained through leveling up will also be enhanced. I'm not hiding anymore, I'm laying my cards on the table. This year's top scorer in the college entrance exam is me. Countless highlights flashed through his mind, and a touch of confident smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. At this moment, only the golden cursor remained on the map, quietly blinking. Qin Yan initially tried to lock the golden cursor on the map, but it didn't display any monster information. Let's go and see what exactly this thing is. Relying on his current strength, Qin Yan quickly reached the location of the cursor and looked around doubtfully. Not far away, a golden sphere was hovering in the air. This thing? He reached out and gently touched it. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and the surrounding scenery turned grayish-white. Qin Yan looked at everything in front of him in horror. Falling leaves hovered in midair, and dragonflies flapped their wings but remained motionless. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Could there be bugs in reality too? Just as he was feeling perplexed, a mysterious voice echoed faintly. Transcender, are you willing to accept the divine selection trial? Transcender? Is that referring to me? Qin Yan responded loudly. 3 seconds later, the voice came again. Transcender, are you willing to accept the divine selection trial? What is the divine selection trial? 3 seconds later. Transcender, are you willing to accept the divine selection trial? The voice sounded rigid like a robot, and Qin Yan couldn't help but inwardly complain. As if hearing his thoughts, the voice finally gained some variation. If there is no response within 10 seconds, the transcender will be automatically expelled, and the level will be reduced to 0. 10, 9, 8. Damn. So petty? Reducing my level just like that, what a jerk. Thinking about how hard he worked to reach level 8, he really didn't want to start all over again. He hurriedly spoke, I accept the trial. 3, 2. Stop. Don't count down. I was wrong, I accept the divine selection trial. The voice continued counting down, and Qin Yan quickly added. The divine selection trial begins, please prepare yourselves. A beam of light descended, and Qin Yan instantly vanished into the instance. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a place shrouded in mist. Before him stood a towering spire that pierced the clouds, with a stone tablet erected at its entrance. Qin Yan walked over, and on the stone tablet was inscribed, the Divine Trial Tower, forged by the gods, specifically designed to select outstanding transcendence. The tower consists of 10 levels. Successfully completing each level grants corresponding rewards. Those who clear all levels will receive the favor of the gods, be bestowed with the divine seal, and become chosen by the gods. Failures will be expelled and can never participate in the divine trials again. After reading, Qin Yan's mind was filled with countless questions. What exactly is a transcendent? And what does the divine seal represent? What does it mean to become a chosen one who clears all levels? Who cares, these things don't sound simple anyway. Let's get them first and talk later. He forcefully pushed open the main door and stepped into the trial tower. The space before him was about the size of a football field, shrouded in thick mist on all sides. Qin Yan exclaimed, I didn't expect it to be so big inside. But what exactly is the challenge on the first floor? Suddenly, a loud and clear voice echoed throughout the trial tower. First level trial, kill all monsters within 10 minutes. When the trialer's level is insufficient, it will automatically be adjusted to level 50 and revert to the original level after the trial ends. The trial will begin in 10 seconds, please prepare. The voice ended, and Qin Yan hurried to check the attribute panel. Name, Qin Yan. Profession, Divine Arrow Guardian, max level unique. Artifact Spirit, Time-Space Arrow Quiver, max level unique. Level, LV 50, 3%. Basic attributes. Strength, 1375. Constitution, 1375. Agility, 1375. Wisdom, 1375. Other information remains unchanged. This, full 4-dimensional stats, seems like there's nothing to fear, it's completely at a crushing level. The countdown ends, and 10 monsters appear. They are 10 meters tall, making this layer of space instantly feel cramped. Stoneskin Giant Boss, LV 50. Description: the Stoneskin Giant possesses extremely strong defense, normal attacks are almost ineffective. The giant slowly opened its scarlet eyes and, locking onto Qin Yan, strode forward. Each step thundered through the heavens, leaving Qin Yan's eardrums aching from the shock. He sneered disdainfully, a bunch of sitting ducks, and you still dare to provoke me? Watch how I crush you. Qin Yan immediately summoned the temporal arrow quiver. With a thought, arrows shot forth like a storm, their speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, striking straight at 10 Stoneskin Giants. Under the blessing of the supermodel's attribute, each arrow blasted a deep pit into the Stoneskin Giants. In less than half a minute, the giants all fell to the ground, without exception. Congratulations on plundering remaining lifetime, 20 years x 10. Qin Yan stared at the system prompt and finally remembered that the temporal arrow quiver could plunder the remaining time of a life. Why hadn't he seen this prompt before when farming monsters in the dungeon? Could the monster levels have been too low? He couldn't figure it out for the moment and decided to focus on completing the current trial before studying it further. Done. Qin Yan snapped his fingers, ending what could have been a brutal battle. Congratulations, trial taker, on clearing the first level of the trial. The reward has been issued. Golden Skill Quality Upgrade Card. One can upgrade a skill below golden quality by 1 tier. Seeing the reward, Qin Yan couldn't help but complain, chosen trial? Just this little reward, what trash. He didn't know that the skill quality enhancement card was extremely rare, only dropping from level 50 plus bosses with an outrageously low drop rate. Killing hundreds of monsters might not even yield one, let alone one of golden quality. In this world, most awakeners are below grade A, and those possessing advanced weapon spirits are extremely rare. Qin Yan was unimaginably powerful to the point of being nearly abnormal. Forget it, at least I can use it. I'll reluctantly accept. Saying that, Qin Yan directly used the Golden Skill Quality Enhancement card to upgrade Echo Cicada Step, Silver Grade. Card 1 activated, Phantom Step, instantly upgraded to the Gold tier. Its attributes have also been completely refreshed. Phantom Step, Gold tier leaves a phantom decoy at the original location for 20 seconds. The user teleports to any position within a 200-unit range at an imperceptible speed. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Not bad. Qin Yan nodded with satisfaction and stepped toward the second level of the trial ground. As he entered the second level of the trial tower, the space suddenly expanded, and the vast open area made Qin Yan appear especially small. Second level trial, kill 100 monsters within 30 minutes. The trial will begin in 10 seconds, please prepare yourself. This time it's not a boss level, but 100 6-blade puppets. 6-blade puppet, level 55. Monster description: ancient relic weapon, goblin intelligence crystal, killing machine, extremely powerful attack. The 6-blade puppet before them stood about 3 meters tall, its red bronze metal body equipped with 6 arms, each wielding a giant blade. The trial tower sure knows how to play, isn't this the legendary 6-sword style? They clearly only mentioned 100 monsters, but with all the weapons combined, there are 600 blades. If this were a melee class, they'd get chopped into mincemeat. Qin Yan felt a faint pressure. Competing on who has more weapons? Then let me show you the power of the infinite stream. The spacetime arrow case instantly fired thousands of arrows, obscuring the space behind, forming a dense black mass. The countdown ended. Red light flickered on the chest of the 6-blade puppets. Amid the piercing sound of mechanical joint friction, they became active one after another. Glug! Qin Yan instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This scene is really quite creepy. The sudden sound was like lighting a powder keg. The red glow in the eyes of 106-blade puppets flashed simultaneously, and their heads turned toward Qin Yan in unison. Alert! Alert! Eliminate the enemy! Mechanical alarm sounds rose and fell as they brandished giant blades, madly charging at Qin Yan. Open fire! With a wave of Qin Yan's arm, a torrential rain of arrows poured down. The scene before him reminded him of the awe-inspiring moment of arrows raining down in the movie Hero. Wherever the arrows reached, the 6-blade puppets were riddled with holes, like porcupines pierced with countless wooden shafts. As the volley of arrows ended, only a few survived, while the rest crackled with sparks and electric arcs. There are still some hanging on? Qin Yan snorted coldly, impatiently shooting hundreds of arrows at the remaining 5 6-blade puppets. Seconds later, the battlefield was incredibly tragic, devoid of humanity. The 5 6-bladed puppets had already become wreckage, their bodies pierced full of arrows, even penetrating and overlapping one another. Humph, Nirants dare to block the path of me, Qin Tiandi. Truly courting death. Qin Yan proudly delivered this domineering line, utterly satisfied. Congratulations on plundering the remaining lifespan, 0 years times 100. Qin Yan wanted to curse angrily, not because puppets don't count as living beings, but because the way the system makes its reminders is truly insulting. This quick-shooter arrow system of yours is really despicable. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the second trial. Rewards have been distributed. Agility Potion, Epic, ×1, increases agility by 2,000 points for 10 minutes. Solving the battle in 1 minute, Qin Yan felt utterly bored. No challenge at all, this divine selection trial is way too easy, anyone can do it. Put away the potion, hands in his pockets, he stepped toward the next floor. With each floor, the monster level increased by 5, but under Qin Yan's rain of arrows, they still turned into porcupines. By the 8th floor, the rain of arrows had turned into a downpour. During this time, he received numerous rewards, such as Golden Skill Quality Upgrade Card ×2, Silver Skill Quality Upgrade Card ×3, and a bottle of mysterious Fog Potion. At the same time, it plundered 820 years of remaining life. The scene of the 9th trial suddenly changed. It was no longer spacious but a large room with a side length of 200 meters. The dim light blurred the vision, with only the torches on the walls emitting a faint glow. Qin Yan cautiously surveyed the surroundings. What is this? Changed to a horror movie? This is definitely not a good thing. He is most afraid of sudden face-to-face encounters. Even if the other party is a beauty, he wouldn't hesitate to resolve it with a punch. Temporal arrow box, set up a defense line for me. Countless arrows surrounded him, their tips aimed in all directions, which reassured him considerably. 9th level trial, evade assassination within 15 minutes. The trial will start in 10 seconds. Trial participants, please prepare. Hearing this, Qin Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that terrifying, right? Now he became bold, shouting around him, bring me a ghost girl, I can take on 10 by myself without a problem. Countdown 3, 2, 1, start. As the sound faded, something unexpected happened. An eerie demonic face suddenly appeared before Qin Yan, with a head full of white hair and a bizarre figure. *T. That's freaking scary. He immediately used the cicada step, leaving behind an identical decoy in his original position, while he himself teleported to the wall on the other side of the room. In his panic, he misjudged the distance and slammed his head heavily against the hard wall. Still shaken, his nose stung, and bloodied liquid trickled down the corner of his mouth. He instinctively licked it. Damn! Whose fridge has pickled sea duck eggs? This rusty taste is exactly the same as when I licked the screen. He casually wiped it off and saw the fresh blood on the back of his hand, only then realizing he had a nosebleed. Damn, I almost thought I was drinking old yogurt. Pa. Qin Yan quickly spat out the nosebleed. Only then did he focus on the information about the monster. Shadow Demon Erldo Boss, Clone LV-90. Monster Introduction, Erldo, a genius assassin of the demon race, unparalleled in stealth, the absolute arbiter in the darkness. Scared me to death, I thought it was the white-haired old woman from The Grudge. He turned his head and saw Shadow Demon Erldo slicing through the decoy with a single strike. Qin Yan's mouth twitched. Luckily, he ran fast enough, or he would have been the one split in half. Now certain it wasn't a ghost, he revealed a wicked smile. Now it's my turn. Genius Assassin? Dark Arbiter? I'll beat you until you're rolling on the ground. Get him. Qin Yan gave the order, and the arrows left behind instantly turned around, shooting straight at Erdwa. At the critical moment, relying on the powerful attributes of a level 90 boss, Erdwa swiftly dodged through the gaps between the arrows. Ah! So fast? Qin Yan was startled by the sudden burst of speed from Erdwa. Chase him. The arrows flying all over the room missed their target entirely. Erdwa turned around again, charging at full speed toward the source of the arrows. But he paid no attention to the arrows behind him, suddenly vanishing without a trace as he sprinted. Trying to hide? Qin Yan's lips curled into a sly smile as he stared intently at the arrow shooting toward the corner of the room. Moments later, Erdwa's figure reappeared in sight. He seemed to realize he couldn't escape, so he turned around and accelerated, charging straight at Qin Yan. Impossible. Qin Yan widened his eyes, watching the arrows left behind by Erdwa. Faster than the arrows? A few seconds later, Erdwa had already closed in on Qin Yan. Qin Yan immediately used the Void Cicada step, instantly flashing to the opposite side of the room. Patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, I managed to control the distance this time. Turned his head and saw Erdwa suddenly stop, make a 90-degree turn, and swiftly charge toward Qin Yan. Seeing Erdwa's lightning-fast speed, Qin Yan's heart tightened, realizing this would be a tough fight. With his speed, Erdwa would definitely catch up before the cooldown of the Void Cicada flash step was complete. Qin Yan immediately transformed into Qin Runner, sprinting swiftly along the wall while a barrage of arrows shot out from the front to delay Erdwa. 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Erdogan was almost about to touch Qin Yan when the cooldown for Cicada step was completed. Whoosh! Qin Yan's figure instantly disappeared and unsurprisingly reappeared on the opposite side. His index finger swayed slightly from side to side, carrying a hint of mockery. You, the so-called genius assassin, are just mediocre. Compared to me, you're nothing but average. Hiss ah! Erder roared furiously and turned to chase again. TCH. I, Qin Run, am a master of temple escape. With just you think you can catch me? Stop dreaming. Next, it's me running and you chasing. I'm your little darling. Qin Yan and Erdwa chased each other around the room, playing joyfully. What was supposed to be a serious assassination challenge was turned into a game of tag by Qin Yan. As time ticked by, the arrows in the room grew increasingly dense. In the end, Erdwa was trapped among the arrows, his body pierced like a porcupine, unable to move. See? I told you you couldn't do it, yet you insisted on chasing me. Qin Yan's words completely ignited Erdwa's fury. His gaze shifted from daze to intense struggle, and he stammered, I will remember you. Just wait, to face Erdwa's wrath. Before the words were finished, his figure instantly vanished into thin air. Congratulations on plundering the remaining lifespan, 812 years. Congratulations to the trial taker for clearing the 9th level trial, exceeding the challenge requirements, and killing Elder Avatar. A special reward is now being issued. Title, Demon Terminator, 1 star, increases damage to demon race by 50%. Qin Yan leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. Really can run. Luckily, I've been chased and beaten by that little girl Su Lingyue all the time, and my long-distance running is well practiced. Otherwise, I would have been done for today. He began to examine the spoils. You're impressive, Erdwa. The remaining lifespan of one person almost equals the sum of the previous 8 levels. Looks like I need to take back what I said earlier about you not being capable. Unfortunately, Erdwa could no longer hear. Titles are special items that can only be equipped after the second job change, which Qin Yan directly ignored. Alright, the final level is coming up soon. I hope the ultimate prize doesn't disappoint me. Outside the dungeon. It was already deserted, with only Su Lingyue and a few principals waiting. Even Officer Zhao left when Qin Yan still didn't come out. Why isn't little Nian Nian coming out yet? Su Lingyue was restless, pacing back and forth at the entrance of the instance. For level 9 awakeners stood like statues, guarding and staring intently at the young girl in the center. The tuxedoed butler, Uncle Fu, saw the young lady was anxious and advised, Miss, your classmate might be. Don't talk nonsense. Little Nian Nian is an SSS level hidden profession, she must be fine. It's just, maybe something delayed her. Su Lingyue's voice gradually lowered. At this moment, a principal familiar with Mei Wenhua asked, Old Mei, why hasn't that SSS level student from your school come out yet? Could it really be like the rumors from number 1 high school? But I trust you, you're a good person and wouldn't fake it. Maywan sighed lightly, a trace of imperceptible regret and disappointment flashing in his eyes. I would never fabricate something as absurd as claiming to have an SSS level genius in my family, but it's just. Halfway through his sentence, Old May suddenly stopped. The surrounding principals urged him anxiously, "What is it? Hurry up and tell us, Old May." Old May looked around the room, sighed, and said, I saw that the child had extraordinary talent, so I gave him 2 suggestions. One was to form an elite team specifically for clearing beginner-level dungeons. Upon hearing this, the principals all nodded. This was exactly their approach. Another suggestion is to clear dungeons solo. This way, leveling up is faster, and in a month, he might be able to get into Longsha Academy. The child chose the latter. As the words fell, the principals were stunned, finally understanding why Qin Yan had not shown up. My goodness, Old May, how could you let such a talent go solo in dungeons? That's so irresponsible. That's right. You need to persuade him more. He's still young and immature. You've been a principal for decades, don't you understand? Old May sighed again. I've tried to persuade him, but he's very resolute. I know he has talent and will achieve great things in the future. Strong individuals have their own paths, I shouldn't interfere anymore. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have risked everything to stop him. As the words fell, the principals fell silent, their hearts filled with endless regret. Such a genius, even if not from their own school, was still heartbreaking to lose. When everyone fell into silence and sadness spread, a bottomless fissure emerged in a corner of the distant continent, the entrance to the abyss of demons. Dark purple mist roamed as if alive, piles of corpses accumulated, and the stench of decay permeated the air. Various ferocious demons wandered slowly among the bodies, their presence sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the abyss. Human brat, I will remember you. When the demon race descends, I will tear you to pieces to quell the hatred in my heart. The roar was accompanied by a powerful wave of air, sweeping out and sending countless low-level demons tumbling, trembling in fear, and prostrating themselves on the ground. At this moment, Qin Yan had already stepped into the 10th level of the Divine Selection Trial Tower. This space was boundless, with white marble covering the ground, and in the distant night sky, thousands of 4-pointed stars shimmered with multicolored light. The radiance flickered, as if breathing with life. Qin Yan moved forward slowly, carefully observing this level of the space. Wandered for over 10 minutes, yet no challenge prompt appeared, causing some anxiety in his heart. He looked up and shouted loudly, "Hey! Is anyone there? When is the challenge going to start? If it doesn't start soon, I'm leaving." The surroundings were completely silent, with only his words echoing. Quit the trial? The thought flashed by. But as soon as he thought of that mysterious divine seal, Qin Yan felt unwilling. Since he was here, wouldn't it be a huge loss not to gain some benefits? He shouted again, "What the heck? What's going on? Can someone come out and say something?" As if annoyed by him, a blood-red 4-pointed star suddenly flickered rapidly. An impatient female voice came from within, "Hey, you're so annoying. Can you stop making noise? I can hardly sleep." Finally, someone responded, and Qin Yan's eyes lit up. "Sis, I can tell just by hearing your voice that you're beautiful and kind-hearted. I just want to ask, why hasn't the final stage of the Divine Selection Trial started yet? Sis, you'll definitely tell your little brother, right?" He blinked his big eyes, pretending to look pitifully at the blood-red star in the night sky. "You call me sister?" The blood-red 4-pointed star immediately stopped flickering, seemingly stunned by Qin Yan's words. After a moment of silence, a cold voice said, "Human boy, you are truly bold. Do you know that I am the goddess of slaughter, having lived for millions of years, enough to be your great-great-great-great-grandmother?" Though the words were scolding, Qin Yan understood that women love to hear compliments the most. He immediately chimed in, "Sister, how can you say that? A woman is always a flower, let alone you, a goddess with eternal beauty. Am I right, sister? All right, stop being cheeky." The goddess of slaughter burst into laughter. "This final trial is called Transcendence. It must be completed in front of all the gods. As long as you pass, you will have completed all the divine selection trials." Qin Yan wanted to ask, "Then this Transcendence stage is?" "Don't ask, sister's time is precious. I'll go wake up the other gods first." The blood-red 4-pointed star was shrouded in a blood mist, and the aura of slaughter instantly spread. Even though Qin Yan stood far away, this piercing killing intent still made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body stiffened, unable to move even a finger. The killing intent vanished in a flash, and he collapsed to the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. That's terrifying. This goddess of slaughter can end someone's life and destroy their path with just a thought. It's best not to provoke her. His heart trembled sharply, regretting his bold words just now. As the aura of slaughter spread, more four-pointed stars gradually awakened. Hot-tempered woman, why did you wake us up? I just slept for hundreds of thousands of years, and I was just entering a dream when you woke me up. If there's something, say it quickly, I want to go back to sleep. A deep voice of a middle-aged man emanated from within a purple four-pointed star. Dark God, you're courting death. The blood-colored four-pointed star trembled violently. Just as the goddess of slaughter was about to erupt, an aged voice echoed from the depths of the starry sky. All right, for my sake, let's all take a step back and stop arguing. Instantly, the two gods restrained their anger and fell silent, speaking no more. Xin Nian looked up and cautiously spoke. I have a question. A transcender actually appeared? The aged voice carried a tone of surprise. One gaze after another swept toward him. Ding, a large number of powerful beings have been detected probing the host. Hide the attribute panel? Xin Nian's heart tightened, and he cautiously commanded. Hide. The gods could only find out his name and true level, all other information was completely blocked. No wonder we can't find any details about him. Only level 8, yet he's already cleared the 10th floor. This kid is extraordinary, even stronger than the previous transcender. He must have a secret. I need to keep a close eye on him. Various discussions emanated from the four-pointed star. The aged voice sounded again. Transcender, what questions do you have? Seeing someone finally respond, Xin Nian hurriedly voiced all his doubts. Why do you keep calling me Transcender? After clearing the level, what exactly is that divine seal? The young girl beside him suddenly interjected. I know. Transcender is the collective term for awakeners who possess either an SSS level profession or a divine-grade artifact spirit. Only transcenders can break through limits and have a chance to become demigods. Xin Nian nodded in understanding as she continued. The divine seal is a strand of will bestowed by a deity. Not only can it enhance your strength, but it also signifies your allegiance to a particular deity. Xin Nian's heart lit up. Isn't this just recruiting underlings? But this recruitment is really strict. You have to pass a combat written test and now an interview. He secretly complained. You gods really know how to play. Recruiting only the top tier and setting up all kinds of checkpoints to screen people. I bet you don't realize how rare SSS level professions and god tier artifact spirits are. The last SSS level awakener in Great Xia was a century ago. An aged voice slowly came. Any other questions? Xin Nian lightly shook his head, indicating he had none. Alright, since that's the case, the final trial officially begins. Everyone, take a look at this transcender and see if they're worthy of being brought under our banner. As the words fell, a sudden gale arose on the 10th floor of the trial tower, making it impossible for Xin Nian to keep his eyes open. When the wind stopped, he found himself standing in an arena several kilometers in diameter, with glowing figures appearing on the surrounding stands. At the center of the arena opposite him, a mass of mist gradually condensed into a humanoid figure wielding a longsword. 10th trial, Transcendence. Defeat your opponent. Divine Avatar, Swift Sword God LV-100. Monster description: the Divine Avatar is an energy entity formed by divine power. It possesses an SSS-class profession and divine-grade weapon. Spirit that counter the challenger, while also recording the battle data from the previous 9 trials. It is the nightmare of all challengers. As the Divine Avatar took shape, a countdown echoed through the arena. Countdown 3, 2, 1, start. The Divine Power Avatar raised its longsword high, instantly enveloped by a fear scale, a howling sound reverberating throughout the arena. Something's wrong. Definitely wrong. The oppressive force was too overwhelming, so Xin Nian could only send out 100 arrows to probe the enemy's situation. Whoosh! 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 Arrows swiftly shot toward the divine incarnation, but he cut them down one by one. The fallen arrows were all split into 2. Xin Nian was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent capable of breaking his arrows. However, he hasn't used his full strength. Come out. With Xin Nian's command, a rain of arrows filled the sky. Let's see how you block this. I don't believe you can block forever. Fingers lightly tapped, a storm of arrows fiercely targeted the same objective. So many arrows, that's interesting. Useless, he can't even touch the hem of the divine incarnation's garment. Looks pretty cool. Let him unleash a rain of arrows for no reason, just for the show. In the stands, the gods sneered and mocked, believing Xin Nian's moves to be flashy but powerless. Sure enough, the divine power transformed into dense sword strikes, leaving no arrow unscathed, all shattered. Still not dead. Qin Yan frowned deeply, retreating while continuing to summon arrows. The embodiment of divine power stopped defending, transformed into a wind cone, and instantly appeared in front of Qin Yan, the long sword piercing straight toward his throat like a stream of light. It's over, he's too fast, I can't block it. Qin Yan decisively used the void cicada step, instantly escaping from his original position. 200 meters away, he felt anxious. Using level 50 attributes to fight against a level 100 embodiment of divine power was a clear disadvantage. The divine power incarnation is an SSS-class profession, the Gale Sword God, with astonishing speed, a nemesis for ranged attackers. Watching the divine power incarnation charge again, Qin Yan grew anxious, pondering a way to counter it. I must deal with his speed. Ah, I understand now. Qin Yan took out an epic level agility potion and swallowed it in one gulp. Quickly checked the attributes. Strength, 1375. Constitution, 1375. Agility, 3375. Wisdom, 1375. He stared at the divine incarnation and sneered, let's see how you can still chase me. Qin Yan kept increasing the distance while frantically shooting arrows, always maintaining a range of 100 meters. Agility increased, the speed of the arrows surged, gradually wearing down the divine incarnation, causing its form to become ethereal. Suddenly, the divine incarnation halted, bent forward holding the sword to its chest, and its aura intensified. Something's wrong. Qin Yan felt the breath of death approaching, a crisis was brewing. The embodiment of divine power suddenly struck, transforming into a streak of light imperceptible to the naked eye, heading straight for Qin Yan. He widened his eyes, shocked by the opponent's speed. This kid is done for. A worthless human. If it were a prodigy of the demon race, they would never lose so easily. Not interesting, I thought there was potential. What a waste of my sleep time. The gods had long determined the outcome, shaking their heads and sighing. But at this moment, Qin Yan was unusually calm, his mind racing. As the blade of divine power was about to pierce his skin, Qin Yan suddenly grinned. It's over. Arrow of time, arrow of space. As the words fell, countless arrows shimmered with mysterious power, the surrounding space distorted, and time runes emerged. In an instant, the arrows vanished, and the divine manifestation dissipated along with them. When he reappeared, he had returned to 5 seconds earlier, 10 meters away, his body covered in arrows. Crunch, crunch. Amid the sound of shattering, the divine power avatar turned into fragments of light and dissipated into the air. Whoa! Am I seeing things? How did this kid pull that off? Damn it, is my memory messed up? I clearly saw the divine power avatar right in front of him. How did it suddenly appear 10 meters away? This transcendent is awesome. Actually managed to counterkill the divine power avatar, worthy of joining my ranks. Still thinking of joining your ranks? Have some shame, will you? No one has been able to defeat the divine power avatar before, and we always decide based on performance whether to recruit someone. This promising talent, I'll take him first. What are you, the goddess of enchantment, meddling for? He is destined to belong under my war god's command. Nonsense. The stand suddenly erupted in quarrels, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Ahem. Quiet. A steady voice echoed once more from the depths of the starry sky, finally suppressing the commotion among the gods. Transcender, congratulations on passing the divine selection trial. Now, gods interested in recruiting you, please stay, the rest, disperse. Accompanied by an ancient voice, those gods whose presence felt mismatched with Qin Yan gradually faded away. The remaining 6 gods still lingered in the arena, and the ancient voice explained to Qin Yan. They are the goddess of slaughter, the demon god, the god of war, the god of archery, the goddess of enchantment, the god of gale, and the goddess of fortune. You may choose one of them to join their ranks. Make your decision, Transcender. Qin Yan stared at the 6 gods, his heart filled with indecision. The bow god seems the most suitable, but the shock brought by the goddess of slaughter is still vivid in memory. Just as Qin Yan hesitated, the demon god spoke first. Kid, I'll give you a chance. As long as you join the demon race and help me annihilate the other races, I will grant you the divine seal. Qin Yan frowned tightly. Does that include the human race? Of course. The weak human race is utterly unworthy of existence. The demon god looked at Qin Yan coldly, his tone full of disdain. Qin Yan's gaze was resolute. Sorry, I refuse. Boom. Boundless demonic energy instantly surged forth, carrying immense pressure as it swept toward Qin Yan. The demon god hadn't expected to be refused, and his fury erupted instantly. You are the first person to dare reject me. Do you think defeating a divine incarnation gives you the right to act arrogantly before me? Just as he was about to strike and kill Qin Yan, the goddess of slaughter suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Goddess of slaughter, are you also going to stand against me? The demon god stared at her coldly. Ridiculous. Do you think I would fear you? Put away your useless arrogance. The goddess of slaughter exuded a murderous aura, seemingly ready to start a battle at any moment. Just as the situation was about to erupt, an aged voice interrupted, "Enough, demon god. It's not anyone else's fault that you weren't chosen, so why persist? Better to rest early." The demon god stared into the depths of the starry sky, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He turned away in anger and dissolved into a shadow. The god of war, the god of archery, the goddess of enchantment, the god of swift wind, and the goddess of fortune each extended an invitation to Chen Xia. The blonde war god, with solid muscles, spoke calmly, "Join my ranks, and I will forge you into an invincible warrior on the battlefield." The dashing bow god, with his long hair tied back, gazed sharply, "Kid, you seem to know archery. You're the perfect match for me, don't you think?" The alluring and seductive goddess of charm softly said, "Little brother, come to me, and I'll take good care of you." The stern god of swift wind, "I can make your arrows fly faster." The goddess of fortune blinked her big eyes and waved, "I'm not competing, I just want to see who little brother Qin Yan will choose." Qin Yan turned to look at the silent goddess of slaughter. Feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze, the goddess of slaughter spoke indifferently, "Follow me, and it will be endless slaughter. Either you kill others, or others kill you. If you're afraid of death, don't choose me." The words of the goddess of slaughter made Qin Yan mutter to himself, "This goddess is really Tsundere." Before she woke up, she was floating, with joy from the compliments, smiling like a spring breeze. Now she acts indifferent, as if she doesn't care whether she's chosen or not. Putting aside distracting thoughts, Qin Yan began to seriously consider whom to choose. The goddess of enchantment and the goddess of luck were ruled out first. One offered limited improvement in strength, while the other didn't even want him. That left the god of war, the god of archery, the god of swift wind, and the goddess of slaughter. No matter who he chose, his strength would increase significantly. Qin Yan hesitated for a long time and ultimately eliminated the god of war, the god of archery, and the god of gale. The god of war is clearly suited for close combat, which doesn't fit him. The god of archery is also unnecessary. The god of gale and the goddess of slaughter, however, are quite suitable. As a ranged profession, speed is certainly advantageous, but when facing high-level enemies, insufficient attack power is a critical weakness. A real man cannot rely solely on speed, he must strike with a killing blow, making the enemy wail in agony to truly showcase his strength. "I've decided, I choose the goddess of slaughter." Qin Yan stared resolutely at the goddess of slaughter. The other deities, though regretful, could not compromise their divine dignity to persuade him, and thus dispersed one after another. "Since you've chosen, this transcender is yours." The aged voice faded, followed by silence. Only Qin Yan and the goddess of slaughter remained in the scene, their gazes locked, the atmosphere heavy. Sister, give me the divine seal." Qin Yan broke the silence, and only then did the goddess of slaughter come back to her senses, clearly not expecting Qin Yan to choose her. "Qin Yan, since you've chosen me, from now on, you're mine. Follow me, and explain in detail." She slowly descended from the stands, the blood-colored radiance fading away. Barefoot, her blood-red dress fluttering, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, the cold and stunning figure of the woman gradually became clear. Qin Yan secretly praised in his heart, "Hit the jackpot. Turns out my superior is an exceptional beauty." The goddess of slaughter moved slowly, yet instantly appeared in front of Qin Yan. She sized him up and down, then said coldly, "Follow me." Before long, the two arrived at a grand, blood-red hall. "This is my territory, the Temple of Slaughter. Find a place to sit yourself." Qin Yan casually found a spot and looked around. The goddess of slaughter walked to the main seat, turned around and sat down, her gaze fixed on Qin Yan, her aura suddenly turning cold. A chilling aura of slaughter instantly enveloped the hall. "Qin Yan, I will grant you the slaughter god seal. From now on, you are my chosen one. If you dare to betray me, I will imprison you in the forbidden blood sea to endure eternal torment." This aura of majesty made Qin Yan put away his smile and respond solemnly, "Goddess, rest assured, I will never betray you. I will strive to improve and serve you wholeheartedly." The goddess of slaughter nodded slightly, her finger lightly tapping as a crimson beam of light shot into the back of Qin Yan's hand. In an instant, Qin Yan's vision blurred, and countless images surged into his mind. A peerless goddess dressed in blood-red garments, her eyes sharp as blades, swept through countless monsters and enemies. Her slaughter was like a raging storm, and no one could stop her for even half a step. As enemies fell one after another, their blood converged into a vast sea of crimson. In the end, the blood-clad goddess slaughtered all her enemies, stepping over the corpses as she majestically ascended the radiant divine throne. The scene abruptly froze, and Qin Nian suddenly woke up. He secretly marveled, the goddess of slaughter truly lives up to her name. That ocean-like horde of enemies was completely annihilated by her, truly terrifying. The goddess of slaughter restrained her aura and warned, "Enough. The seal of slaughter has been bestowed upon you. Now hurry up and level up. You're far too weak right now, I fear even an ant could crush you." Qin Nian lowered his head to look at his right hand, where a complex blood-colored mark had appeared. Is this the mark of slaughter? He immediately examined it closely. Mark of slaughter allows communication with the goddess of slaughter, 50% bonus experience for killing monsters, eternal slaughter, killing enemies. Restores health and resources, Seed of Slaughter LV1, 0/10,000 attack power increased by 10%, continuously grows with the number of enemies killed. Qin Nian's expression changed, fully acknowledging the power of the Slaughter God seal. "I'm about to fall asleep, you can go on your own." The goddess of slaughter waved her hand, her voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. "Thank you, goddess. I'll take my leave now. Sister, feel free to message me anytime if there's anything, I will definitely get it done." Qin Nian respectfully bid farewell and was then transported back to the instance by a beam of light. This trip was truly rewarding. He sighed at the favor of fate as he walked toward the instance's exit. More than half a day had passed, and he had only cleared 2 instances. He still had to tackle another one today, there was no room for waste. Just as Qin Nian was about to step out of the dungeon, he suddenly remembered, why hasn't the treasure chest reward been given out yet? This won't do. A passing goose must leave a feather behind, how can I suffer a loss? He quickly searched around the dungeon, muttering anxiously, treasure chest, come out quickly and bring me my reward. Sure enough, no treasure chest was found. Obviously, after the divine selection trial appeared, all the treasure chests were swallowed by the dungeon. Qin Nian looked frustrated, rubbing his head, his whole demeanor like a deflated balloon. Forget it, before leaving the dungeon, let's take a look at my panel first. Name, Qin Nian, Chosen 1. Lifespan, 1835 years. Profession, Divine Arrow Guardian, Max Level Unique. Artifact Spirit, Spacetime Arrow Quiver, Max Level Unique. Level, LV8, 3%. Basic Attributes. Strength, 325. Constitution, 325. Agility, 325. Wisdom, 325. Class Exclusive Bonus, Attack Speed 500%, Critical Hit 100%, Critical Damage 300%. Class Skill, Arrow Mastery, no bowstring required, arrows can be controlled at will, capable of simultaneously controlling all equipped arrows. Artifact Spirit Skills. Guaranteed hit, max level attacks automatically track enemies and never miss. Infinite Arrows, Level 1 Unlimited Wooden Arrows. Arrow of Time, Level 1 imbues arrows with the power of time, allowing attacks on enemies from 5 seconds ago. Arrow of Space, Level 1 imbues arrows with spatial power, allowing them to traverse 100 meters of space to directly hit the target. Elemental Arrow, Level 1 not unlocked. Note, at max level, arrows from the Temporal Arrow Quiver can kill enemies and plunder their remaining lifespan. Learn Skills, 2/3. Ephemeral Flash Step, Gold level leave behind a phantom lasting 20 seconds, quickly move to any position within a 200-meter range, cooldown 15 seconds. Perfect Lock, Mythical level activate God's perspective in the current area. Held items, Ordinary Skill Book X1, Gold Skill Quality Upgrade Card X2, Silver Skill Quality Upgrade Card X3, Mist Potion X1. Seal of Slaughter. Can communicate with the Goddess of Slaughter, monster kill experience increased by 50%, Eternal Slaughter, killing restores health and consumption, Seed of Slaughter LV1, 0/10,000 attack power increased by 10%, grows with the number of kills. Title, not activated. Demon Terminator, 1-star damage to demon race increased by 50%. The level dropped back to 8, which made Qin Nian very frustrated. I had just experienced the thrill of being level 50 for less than a day, only for it to be taken away in an instant, like a 1-minute free trial in an app. Utterly frustrating. There's an extra lifespan, 1835 years? Qin Nian stared at the panel and did some calculations. He had gained a total of 1832 years of lifespan in the trial tower. This means that without this harvest, he would have only 3 years left to live. This predecessor had such a short lifespan, even if I hadn't transmigrated here, it wouldn't have lasted 3 years. Qin Nian's heart tightened. Outside the instance, Su Lingyue and Mei Wenhua had long given up hope that Qin Yan could come out alive. Even some weaker student teams had gradually left the instance. Fu Bo cautiously asked, "Miss, are we continuing with the instance today?" Su Lingyue looked despondent. "I'm tired, let's go home." She turned around and left with the 5 people. Sigh. Mei Wenhua watched the scene and sighed helplessly. Wait. He rubbed his eyes and suddenly saw Qin Yan walking out from the glow of the dungeon entrance. He immediately stood up, rushed over quickly, grabbed Qin Yan's shoulder, and exclaimed, "Qin Yan, you're actually alive? Ha? Am I not supposed to be alive? Should I be dead?" Qin Yan looked at him in confusion. "This is just a beginner's dungeon. There are many monsters, but it's not to the point of dying. Damn it, this kid actually made it out alive. Brother, hold me, I'm scared. Is this person a zombie? Damn. I bet $3,000 that this kid is definitely doomed." Voices rose behind her, and Su Lingyue instinctively turned around. As soon as she saw Qin Yan, she burst into tears of joy and ran toward him with all her might. Miss, where are you going?" Uncle Fu and the 4 awakened followed in confusion. Just as Mei Wenhua was about to speak, a soft figure suddenly rushed past him and tightly embraced Qin Yan. "Little Nian Nian, I'm so glad you're okay. Are you hurt anywhere? I was so scared, I thought you had died in the dungeon." Sob. Qin Yan looked at Su Lingyue in his arms, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to explain, Su Lingyue handed over a bottle of healing potion. "Little Nian Nian, drink up, this is a high-grade potion." Qin Yan stared at the high-grade healing potion in his hand, his mouth twitching slightly. He had just run 2 dungeon raids and earned less than 10,000 yuan, yet this potion was worth 200,000, a casual gift from a little rich lady. He quickly waved his hand. "I'm fine, I'm not even injured. Why drink a healing potion? Just put it away. The queen is giving it to you, so take it," she responded firmly. At this moment, several principals and curious onlookers rushed forward. One of the onlookers stared at Qin Yan and said in disbelief, "What the heck, level 8? Impossible, it must be fake." Before he could finish speaking, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The people around, upon hearing this, crowded over and began scrutinizing Qin Yan intensely. Hiss! The sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This guy had reached level 8 in less than half a day. They all had only one thought in their minds: is this really okay? You're making all of us look useless. How did you even do it? Mei Wen's voice trembled as she stared intently at Qin Yan. Qin Yan shrugged. "Is it difficult? I just killed all the monsters in the dungeon. This is only my second run, just one more to finish today." "What do you mean difficult? Killed all the monsters? You even ran it twice?" Everyone was momentarily speechless, completely unable to understand what he was talking about. Only Su Lingyue's eyes lit up with excitement. "Little Nian Nian, you're so amazing?" Qin Yan shrugged. "Just average, I'm not that awesome, just particularly amazing." Su Lingyue rolled her eyes at him but made up her mind. "No way, I can't fall behind in level, I have to catch up to little Nian Nian." She immediately called over the 4 level 9 awakeners, put her hands on her hips, and pointed at Qin Yan. "Little Nian Nian, just wait, I'll catch up to you soon." Confirming that Qin Yan was fine, she then felt assured to lead the 4 people back into the dungeon. At the same time, Mei Wenhua grabbed Qin Yan, pulled him out of the crowd, and headed toward the principal's lounge. Qin Yan pleaded desperately, "Principal Mei, let me go. I still have a dungeon to clear today." But Mei Wenhua was resolute. No matter what he said, she wouldn't let him take any more risks. "Don't even think about it. Stay here and don't try to leave. Principal Mei, please let me go to the dungeon again next time." "No way. Mei, ouch. I was wrong, Principal, I was wrong." In the end, Qin Yan stood obediently behind Mei Wenhua with a big bump on his head, not daring to say another word. The afternoon flew by quickly, and despite Qin Yan's best efforts, he couldn't get Mei Wenhua to relent even a little. Helpless, he could only accept his fate as a spectator. He sat on a small stool, cracking sunflower seeds, his eyes fixed on the stream of students coming and going. Mei Wenhua suddenly looked at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, what do you think of Su Lingyue?" Qin Yan was puzzled and shrugged. "This little girl is okay. As a friend of a little rich lady, I approve of her." Bang! Another bump appeared on his head. Mei Wenhua glared at Qin Yan with eyes full of anger. "Is that what I asked you? I asked if you have feelings for Su Lingyue. She's not only beautiful but also has an SS level talent. Are you not moved at all?" Qin Yan's expression turned odd. "Principal Mei, why have you suddenly turned into a matchmaker? This doesn't suit your status." Besides, Su Lingyue is my buddy. How could I possibly have such thoughts? Mei Wenhua felt a headache coming on, thinking to himself, this kid is truly hopeless. He shook his head and said, don't underestimate Su Lingyue, her family's background is extremely terrifying. I'm surprised she came to our school. You have no idea how many people want to connect with the Su family but can't find a way. Now that you have a good relationship with the Su family's little princess, you should seize the opportunity. The path of an awakened one is too difficult. Without the support of a powerful force, it's impossible to climb to the top of the pyramid. Xin Yan remained calm, but inwardly he muttered, I'm someone under the goddess of slaughter. With this thigh firmly hugged, who cares about the Su family? He said, Old Mei, no matter how impressive the Su family is, they wouldn't take a liking to a poor kid like me. Besides, I'm determined to become a peerless powerhouse. Women would only hold me back. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh right, my next goal is to become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Ha, tremble, for I, Qin the Heavenly Emperor, will crush those prodigies. Mei Wen was shocked and furious, starting to pound Qin Yan. Do you think the college entrance exam is run by your family? Those prodigies from major families aren't made of mud. They awaken with the strongest skills, level up with powerful guardians, and have access to an abundance of high-level equipment. You may start off strong, but once they level up, the advantages of their families will immediately become apparent. I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. After a bout of commotion, time flew by. At this moment, Su Lingyue, accompanied by 4 awakened individuals, stepped out of the dungeon for the 3rd time and excitedly ran up to Qin Yan. Little Nian Nian, look quickly, I've already reached level 6. Tomorrow, I'll catch up to you. She puffed out her small chest and proudly showed off. Qin Yan was surprised. Most of the students he observed were only at level 3, with very few geniuses just reaching level 4. He gave a thumbs up, impressive. Reaching level 6 in one day, you'll definitely hit level 20 for the college entrance exam in a month. But compared to me, you're still a bit lacking. Su Lingyue ignored the latter part of the sentence, her ears filled with praise. She suddenly suggested, Little Nian Nian, let's team up tomorrow. Principal Mei won't stop you from running dungeons anymore. Qin Yan quickly waved his hand, forget it, bro is steady solo, sharing experience in a team isn't worth it. You! Su Lingyue's face turned red with anger, raising her delicate fist as if to hit his head. Just as her fist was about to land, she held back, puffing her cheeks and huffing angrily, humph. Little Nian Nian, I'm not going to bother with you anymore. After saying that, she turned around and walked toward Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu greeted her with a smile and gently asked, Miss, is Qin Yan going to team up with you tomorrow? Humph. Don't mention him, he's not worthy. Tomorrow, let him see us level up. Su Lingyue snorted coldly and pulled Fubo away. Fubo glanced at the young lady, then looked toward Qin Yan in the distance, shaking his head with a smile. All right, Mississippi. The two got into a black sedan, slowly driving into the Magic City. Inside the car, Su Lingyue hugged her knees, cursing inwardly, go to hell, stinky Nian Nian. Truly a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a good heart. Tomorrow, when I surpass you, let's see if you dare to beg me to team up again. Uncle Fu saw the scene through the rearview mirror and smiled as he comforted, Miss, you should be happy. Qin Yan not only can solo dungeons, but also doesn't flatter you like other family disciples. This shows he's strong and has no ulterior motives. Isn't that a good thing? Su Lingyue retorted in a huff, being friends with me is his good fortune. Humph. Yet he doesn't know how to cherish it. Tomorrow, I'll definitely put him in his place and show him who's boss. Ha ha ha, my young lady was the best back in the day. Tomorrow, your level will surely surpass his. Uncle Fu looked at Su Lingyue's sulking expression and couldn't help but laugh as he comforted her, knowing in his heart that her frustration was simply because she cared about Qin Yan. Actually, he was very satisfied with Qin Yan. Over the past year, he had secretly observed this child. Although an orphan, his character was excellent. Now, with his talent awakened, he had instantly become a top-tier genius. It's a pity his background was a bit lacking, otherwise, he would definitely be a perfect match for their young lady. On the other side, Qin Yan was pulled onto the principal's special car by Mei Wenhua, heading toward the city. Principal Mei, where are you taking me? I still need to go to the Awakeners Association to sell things. If I'm late, everyone will be off work. Qin Yan said, helplessly. He had originally planned to sneak off to tackle a dungeon, but Mei Wenhua stuck to him like glue, not even letting him return to the city alone. What's the rush? Just give me the stuff, and I'll sell it for you. Mei Wenhua refused to budge. The two of them ended up heading straight back to Magic City No. 2 High School. Qin Nian plopped down on the sofa in the principal's office, casually fiddling with Mei Wenhua's tea set. Mei Wenhua, seeing his carefree demeanor, felt a headache coming on. He asked in a deep voice, "Have you decided to go solo?" Qin Nian confidently played with the teacup. "Of course. Going solo means more experience and all the rewards go to me. Who would pass up such a good deal?" Mei Wen rubbed his aching temples. "To be honest, is the novice secret realm difficult for you?" Seeing the other party showing signs of loosening up, Qin Nian immediately sat upright and recounted in detail how he easily soloed the dungeon. Of course, he didn't reveal any of those extraordinary skills, only mentioned that his high attribute bonuses made it effortless. As for the divine selection trial, he kept completely silent about it. After all, there hadn't been a transcender in Great Xia for 100 years, and mentioning it wouldn't be of any benefit. At Mei Wenhua's repeated request, Qin Nian showed him the four-dimensional attributes, finally dispelling his doubts completely. "My god, you're truly a monster. No, a freak. With these attributes, monsters below level 30 are no match for you. No wonder you can solo nightmare-level dungeons." Mei Wenhua was so shocked by these freakish attributes that he was left speechless. In all his years, it was the first time he'd seen an awakened one more freakish than Qin Nian. Staring at Qin Nian with a peculiar expression, he took a deep breath. "All right, I admit you have the strength to solo, but I have a few conditions. As long as you agree, I won't interfere with your solo actions anymore." Qin Nian said excitedly, "Old Mei, you say it, I can definitely do it. Show some respect and call me Principal Mei." Regardless of whether Qin Nian listened or not, Mei Wen continued, "You must report your level to me every day. Changing to a new instance requires my prior approval. Also, all information except your name must be hidden, no one else should see it. Do you understand?" "No problem, I promise." Qin Nian agreed without hesitation and even made an okay gesture. But he was still puzzled. Why hide the information? If others can't see my level, how can I show off? Bang! Another big bump. Mei Wenhua rolled her eyes at him. "What else can you do besides showing off? Hiding the information is to protect you. You have no idea how many geniuses in their novice phase have been eliminated in this world." Qin Nian looked bewildered and continued to explain, "This world isn't as safe as you think. Besides the dungeons, there are even greater dangers. For example, enemy forces from nations outside of Dixia infiltrate domestically to assassinate newly awakened geniuses, aiming to weaken Dixia's strength. Some prominent families also act secretly, eliminating rival geniuses in advance. Don't forget, there are countless unexplored Misty Zones and the sealed Abyssal Demon Clan." Qin Nian nodded slightly, putting away his disdain, and thought, "I'm not afraid of open confrontation, but underhanded schemes are another matter." Mei Wenhua sought his alertness and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Aren't you selling something today? Give it to me, I'll pay the market price, so you don't have to make a second trip. Just go back and rest." Taking the 10,000 yuan handed over by Mei Wen, Qin Nian was overjoyed and went off with her phone to enjoy a feast. The next day, Qin Nian reached level 10 in the beginner's dungeon. This beginner dungeon gives way too little experience. I had to grind through nightmare difficulty 3 times just to barely reach level 10. As his level increased, the experience required for leveling up also rose significantly. The beginner dungeon could no longer meet his needs. Tomorrow, it was time to switch dungeons. He picked up his phone to report his level to Mei Wenhua and mentioned that he was planning to switch dungeons. Beep beep beep. In less than half a minute, Mei Wenhua replied, "You've used up your dungeon attempts for today, so go to the Awakeners Association and see if there's any suitable equipment. I'll also help you find a dungeon suitable for your level up." Qin Nian quickly responded, "No problem. Go for it, old Mei." Emoji #smart #. Putting away his phone, Qin Nian headed toward the Awakeners Association. It was time to equip himself. Although all Awakeners have spirit weapons, the circumstances vary from person to person. For instance, if a warrior awakens a spirit armor, you can't expect him to fight monsters barehanded, can you? Or take an archer, who awakens a bow or crossbow, does that mean they don't need arrows? Are they supposed to shoot air? This is precisely why Qin Nian must acquire equipment. Weapons can be set aside for now, but armor can't be left unworn, right? Otherwise, he'd have to wear this paper-thin synthetic fiber t-shirt. It's hard to imagine how fragile it is. Qin Nian walked into the Awakeners Association hall, explained his needs at the front desk, and was led to a circular hall with many small compartments in the center. "Sir, whether you're buying or selling, you can handle it here." After an explanation from the receptionist, Qin Nian finally understood the entire transaction process. Simply put, there is a smart screen in the compartment where you can choose to buy or sell items. If you buy, the nearby teleportation magic circle will deliver the goods directly to your door. If you sell, set the price, place the item inside to teleport it away, and once sold, the money will be directly credited to your card. Thank you, I understand. Closing the compartment door, Qin Yan began browsing the merchandise. The items were diverse, ranging from an ordinary herb, a piece of iron ore, to diamond-grade equipment. Everything was available. After looking for a while, Qin Yan shook his head, boring. These artificial equipment are far inferior to spirit artifacts. A random piece of black iron quality costs 20 to 30,000, and bronze quality costs 60 to 70,000. Other than being slightly harder in material, there's nothing special about them. He had initially thought there would be some attribute bonuses, but there was nothing at all. As a ranged profession, he could easily crush weaker opponents and take them down in seconds, but when facing stronger foes, no amount of equipment would make a difference. After some thought, he decided to save some money. Qin Yan put all of today's gains up for trade. Ordinary skill books X2, black iron skill book X1, and some fragmented materials all sold at the lowest market price. Selling quickly, only receiving the money brings a sense of security. In no time, 74,000 yuan was credited. Qin Yan suddenly remembered the skill quality upgrade card he obtained in the trial tower and immediately searched the screen. Whoa! Jackpot! Jackpot! Seeing the price, he was so excited that his hands trembled. He didn't expect this thing to be so valuable. Black iron quality was actually priced at 1 million, bronze reached as high as 5 million, silver was in the tens of millions, and there was no stock for gold level. However, the acquisition information showed that the minimum started with small goals, and although the market prices were high, no one was selling. Why is it so much more expensive than a skill book? Because once a skill is learned, it can never be forgotten and will stay with you for life. Some people awaken early, but their skill books are poor, and once their level gets higher, they're no longer useful, so they must buy quality upgrade cards. Qin Yan calculated and figured he could also be considered a buyer with two small goals. Satisfied, he left the Awakeners Association. At this moment, a notification sounded on the phone. It was a message from Mei Wenhua. Qin Yan, I found a quest suitable for you. Most of the monsters are around level 15 to 20, should be easy. Old Mei, stop nagging and send the location quickly. Get lost. Find it yourself. Principal Mei, I was wrong, please tell me. I'm doing this to bring you honor in the college entrance exam. I've sent it to you, you brat. Remember to be careful tomorrow. Got it. Putting away his phone, Qin Yan began wandering aimlessly on the street. Who set these dungeon rules? If I could fight monsters anytime, I guarantee I could reach level 30 in a day. This is practically disguised torture under the anti-addiction system. Qin Yan muttered to himself. Just as he was distracted, a sudden roar interrupted his thoughts. Hey! Who's so blind? Qin Yan turned around and saw a young girl knocked to the ground by him. Qin Yan, it's actually you, you toad. How dare you run into me? The person who came was Lu Qingqing, a fellow student from the same school. Qin Yan's mind flashed back to the past. They were once a young couple. Back then, Lu Qingqing thought he was handsome and kept pestering him to be her boyfriend. Lacking the courage to refuse, his former self had no choice but to agree under her relentless pursuit with her gang of like-minded friends. Lu Qingqing was extremely arrogant at school at the time, everyone knew about it. But the good times didn't last long. She met a rich second-generation heir and, in an effort to cling to him, began spreading rumors claiming that Qin Yan had been pestering her, and she had only agreed to be in a relationship with him out of coercion. That rich second-generation heir repeatedly caused trouble for the original self. As an orphan with no one to rely on, the original self could only endure silently, ultimately ending the relationship. From then on, he became the laughingstock of everyone and was ridiculed for 2 whole years. On the way home from school one day, the predecessor finally exploded and fiercely taught that rich second-generation kid a lesson. The rich second-generation kid held a grudge and hired some street thugs to beat the predecessor to death in an alley. This was the opportunity for Qin Yan to cross over. Later, he became acquainted with Su Lingyue, and no one at school dared to provoke him easily. Regarding the tragic experiences of the predecessor, Qin Yan only felt a slight regret in his heart. After all, it was not his personal experience, so he didn't bother to think too much about it. Lu Qingqing saw Qin Yan staring blankly and angrily scolded him. Qin Yan, you worthless toad, didn't you hear me talking? The piercing scolding pulled Qin Yan back to reality. He let out a cold laugh. So many shrews, truly annoying. After speaking, he didn't want to waste any time and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a group of troublemakers around Lu Qingqing quickly surrounded him, tightly grabbing Qin Yan. Qin Yan, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have Su Lingyue supporting you. Let me tell you, Lu Qingqing has young Master Li backing her. If you don't apologize today, young Master Li won't let you off. You orphan without a father or mother, you better wise up, or don't blame anyone for not helping you. Your parents dying early just proves you're useless. A group of people menacingly threatened Qin Yan. At first, he didn't want to respond, but when he heard them slander his parents, his anger ignited instantly. No matter in this life or the last, he would never let anyone who insulted his parents off easily. Get lost. Qin Yan waved his hand, delivering several loud slaps. Smack! 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 Bright red handprints immediately appeared on their faces. They covered their cheeks, too shocked to speak. Is this still the same timid Qin Yan from before? One of the women roared in anger, Qin Yan, how dare you hit me, Smack! Before the words were finished, Qin Yan slapped down again. Better shut up, or I'll show you all what rules mean. Qin Yan's eyes were icy cold, exuding a murderous aura. The oppressive atmosphere made them all tremble, no longer daring to act recklessly. Qin Yan glanced at Lu Qingqing on the ground. I don't care what happened between us in the past, but from now on, don't cause me trouble, or don't blame me for being rude. Lu Qingqing looked at Qin Yan, feeling the murderous aura around him, too frightened to say another word. She nodded in a daze, not even daring to meet Qin Yan's gaze. Humph! Qin Yan snorted coldly, then turned and strode quickly toward the rental apartment. As soon as Qin Yan left, a few of her rowdy friends immediately surrounded Lu Qingqing, shouting, Qingqing, you have to stand up for us. Look at Qin Yan, ever since he got close to Su Lingyue, he's completely disregarded you. Today, he even dared to threaten us. You absolutely have to ask young Master Li for help and teach him a good lesson. That's right, at least we should break his hand. How dare he hit us? Qingqing, say something. What are we supposed to do? Lu Qingqing finally snapped out of it, recalling how helpless she had felt just now when Qin Yan scared her. She was seething with anger. Don't worry. I'll go find young Master Li right away and tell him this bastard bullied me. Young Master Li will definitely teach him a lesson. On the other side, Qin Yan walked alone, muttering to himself. If I had made that statement more imposing earlier, would the effect have been better? He had waited a long time for this opportunity to show off and deliver a slap in the face, but now that it had finally arrived, he felt he hadn't gone all out. Walking along and reflecting on his experience, he secretly vowed to be more impressive next time. Nightfall descended. Within the Li family manor, Lu Qingqing was dressed in a deep V-lace short dress, paired with a pair of Valentino high heels. This outfit was specially prepared for tonight, solely to have young Master Li vent her anger and teach Qin Yan a lesson. Knock! 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 Come in! The door opened, and a young man, shirtless, was reclining on the bed, holding a glass of red wine and savoring it attentively. Yo, Qingqing is here. Seeing Lu Qingqing's outfit, the young man patted the bed. You're here just in time. Come up and let me check if you've been working hard lately. Lu Qingqing's face immediately displayed a charming smile as she obediently climbed onto the bed. 10 minutes later. Lu Qingqing's cheeks were flushed as she nestled shyly in the young man's arms and said, Young Master Li, you're so amazing. Qingqing has something she wants to ask of you today. The young man laughed heartily. Haha, go ahead, I'm in a good mood today. I'll help you with anything. Lu Qingqing's eyes shifted, and she exaggeratedly recounted the incident of meeting Qin Yan, making it sound even more dramatic. Humph. He dares. It seems the lesson I gave him before wasn't enough. Qingqing, don't worry, leave this matter to me. I'll make sure that Qin Yan doesn't dare show his face in front of you again. If he touches my woman, he won't survive in Magic City. After that, the two engaged in another round of fierce confrontation, lasting until late into the night. At this moment, Qin Yan had no idea that Lu Qingqing was already planning her revenge. He was completely immersed in fantasies of showcasing his prowess in tomorrow's quest. Early morning, Qin Yan crossed the deserted city and arrived outside the city. The sight before him was one of desolation, forming a stark contrast to the prosperity within the city. In this world, dungeons do not always patiently await awakeners to hunt. Beginner dungeons are actually a kind of benefit projection. Like in-game dungeons, monsters will respawn after you exit, waiting for newcomers to enter again. Once reaching level 10, it will no longer be possible to enter the novice dungeon and one can only step into the more realistic world dungeons. The world dungeons are like small secret realms, where monsters proliferate in groups. When the number of monsters reaches a critical point, dungeon invasions erupt, and the monsters break out of the dungeons to attack the real world, bringing disaster. For ordinary people, these monsters are nothing short of demons descending. The current dilapidated scene is the painful scar left by repeated invasions. Many ordinary people and life-oriented awakeners never dare to leave the city in their lifetime. They have no idea what the outside truly looks like because they could encounter wild creatures at any moment and lose their lives on the spot. Fortunately, the Daxia authorities conduct regular cleanups of the suburbs, otherwise, even low-level awakeners wouldn't dare to venture out to tackle dungeons, Qin Yan sighed inwardly. Level 10 marks the true beginning of adventure and the start of an awakener being left unprotected. He walked straight to the entrance of the instance following the location provided by Mei 1. At this moment, a dozen or so awakeners were scattered outside the entrance of the instance, some waiting to form teams and others just returning from the instance. Qin Yan ignored them and stepped into the instance alone. Ding! You have entered the world instance, Shadow Forest. The world instance resembles a real world, without difficulty levels. Looking around, Qin Yan immediately activated Perfect Lock-On, and the map of Shadow Forest instantly appeared in his mind. This instance is way too big. Qin Yan exclaimed in shock. The map's size was comparable to a small city. No wonder the world instance does not restrict multiple teams from entering simultaneously. Even if all awakened ones in Magic City rushed in together, they wouldn't be able to clear out all the monsters. Watching several awakened ones who had been grinding monsters all night leave the dungeon, Qin Yan suddenly understood a secret. It seemed like one could only enter the dungeon 3 times a day, but in reality, these 3 times were the limit for entering different world dungeons. The large world dungeons wouldn't refresh. Feeling a surge of enthusiasm, his eyes flashing green, Qin Yan darted deeper into the dungeon, vowing to level up quickly. On the map, he selected a densely populated monster area, where dozens of shadow wolves resided. Arriving at the location, he first investigates information about the shadow wolf. Shadow wolf. Level, LV 15. Strength, 30. Physique, 60. Agility, 95. Wisdom, 10. Those shadow wolves are 2 meters long, with smooth silvery fur that accentuates their bloodthirsty jaws, making them look extremely ferocious. Ordinary people encountering this, with the opponent's speed nearly 9 times theirs, almost never survive. But Qin Yan is different. His attributes have long surpassed most second-tier awakeners, making this group of shadow wolves no match for him. The space-time arrow quiver appeared, and an arrow shot through the air, accurately striking the neck of a shadow wolf. The shadow wolf let out a miserable howl and collapsed to the ground. Kill Shadow Wolf, experience plus 23. The death of their companion enraged the wolf pack, red light flickered, and wolf howls shook the skies. Oh, still want to try? Qin Yan sneered, shooting arrows one after another. Killed Shadow Wolf, experience plus 23. Killed Shadow Wolf, experience plus 23. In less than a minute, 36 shadow wolves lay fallen on the ground. Qin Yan stepped forward and picked up the scattered items on the ground. Acquired Shadow Wolf's Fong X3. Acquired Shadow Wolf Skin X6. Acquired Shadow Wolf Hair X9. So troublesome, I have to pick it up myself. I missed the beginner dungeon, where you got a treasure chest directly after clearing it, and the loot was automatically added to the inventory. While picking up items, Qin Yan couldn't help but complain. In the world dungeon, killing monsters not only drops various materials but their meat is also edible, greatly extending the time awakeners can spend grinding. These dropped items can be sold to life profession players, who process them into various goods and then distribute them to awakeners and ordinary people. Although Qin Yan looked down on the weapons and equipment crafted from lifestyle professions, most awakened individuals still relied on them. Even ordinary people couldn't resist their appeal. Those luxury goods manufactured by monsters were the favored treasures of common wealthy individuals. As for various potions, they were absolutely indispensable. Even Qin Yan himself had to rely on potions to keep going. After all, who could always have a healing type awakened by their side? Next, Qin Yan embarked on his monster hunting and farming journey. Why not simply bomb the entire map? You can only blame him for being too stingy to the extreme. After killing monsters from a distance, the markers on the map disappear, and you have to slowly find the drops yourself. The drops are not bound, whoever picks them up first owns them. Qin Yan walked while bending over along the way, never letting go of any drop. He was like a grim reaper. As long as any monster dared to show itself, the next second, an arrow would inevitably pierce through its body, killing it with a single shot. With his abnormal attribute bonuses, no matter the monster's level, its appearance spelled certain death. Killed Shadow Wolf, experience plus 23. Killed Iron-tailed Venom Bee, experience plus 17. Killed the silver ring python, experience plus 28. Countless kill notifications flooded the screen, and Qin Yan's experience surged rapidly. LV10, 3%. LV10, 15%. LV10, 97%. At this moment, the only one feeling uncomfortable was Qin Yan himself, his back aching terribly, forcing him to constantly stoop down to pick up fallen items. Carrying joy amidst the pain, his eyes were filled with the sight of the gleaming money on the floor, and his pupils seemed to have turned into the shape of dollar signs. Inside a secret room in the Li family's residence in Magic City, a young man dialed a phone number. "Hello, young Master Li? Tiger, I have a task for you. This time, for blocking the Qin Yan last time, make sure to cripple both his hands for me." "Ah, didn't I beat that kid half to death? How dare he still mess with you? Cut the nonsense, this time go all out. If anything happens, I'll cover for you. Plus, I'll give you 2 million. Thank you, young Master Li. Zhao Arrow, guarantee that kid won't see the sunrise tomorrow." The call ended, and in the basement, the scar-faced man excitedly rubbed his hands together. He is none other than the infamous gang leader of Magic City, Zhao Arrow. He slammed the table and shouted at his 5 subordinates, "Young Master Li has a task, let's go deal with someone." With that, he grabbed his jacket and dashed out the door without looking back. Deep in the shadow forest, Qin Yan composed himself and continued venturing further into the depths. At the current rate of leveling up, reaching level 15 tonight won't be an issue. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distant forest, and countless birds and beasts scattered in panic. "What happened?" Qin Yan asked curiously, quickly walking toward the direction of the sound. On the other side, 5 awakeners were desperately fleeing toward the dungeon exit. "Captain, that stone python is too terrifying. If we hadn't been far away, we would have been swallowed by it already." A young man shouted in fear as he ran and looked back. The captain's face was pale, his heart still lingering with fear, thankful for his earlier caution that led the team to retreat in time. How could a level 20 boss appear in the outskirts of this dungeon? They usually stay in the core area. Forget it, let's not think too much. Saving our lives comes first. After running for a few minutes, Qin Yan collided with these people. The captain hurriedly stopped him. "Brother, don't go over there. There's a level 20 boss. Retreat with us." Qin Yan's eyes lit up. A boss comes with plenty of experience, rare material drops, and a great opportunity to make money. "No worries, I'll take a look. You guys go ahead, don't mind me." He firmly refused and ran toward the direction of the boss. The captain wanted to persuade him again but was pulled back by a teammate. "Captain, he deserves to meet his doom. Let's hurry. If that stone python comes after us, no one will escape." Another person agreed. "Yeah, maybe he can hold it off, giving us a chance to escape." The captain sighed helplessly and led the group to run away into the distance. About 10 minutes later, Qin Yan stopped walking and looked around. In front lay a dense forest at the mountaintop, with a broad and deep valley visible in the distance. In the center of the valley lies a 100-meter-long gigantic stone python, its body covered in thick rocky scales. The surrounding trees were ravaged and broken by its fury, leaving a horrifying sight. "Whoa! It's huge!" Qin Yan exclaimed in shock, immediately inspecting its attributes. Earthstone Python, Boss. Level, 20. Strength, 105. Constitution, 185. Agility, 60. Wisdom, 15. Seeing the attributes, Qin Yan understood the fear of the awakened. Even a level 20 ordinary awakened is far inferior to this boss. At least a fully equipped level 20 team would be needed to contend with it. But now, he was the only one facing this monster, and the situation had completely reversed. The Earthstone Python seemed to sense Qin Yan's presence, roaring as it turned and crawled toward him. "Go!" Qin Yan pointed forward with one hand, and dozens of arrows tore through the air and shot out. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the scales, creating deep dents. "No! Its whole body is encased in rock, making it impossible to kill directly. I need to aim for its weak spots." Qin Yan calculated anxiously in his mind. He didn't want to directly confront the boss, it was too troublesome. In an instant, he activated Sky Cicada Flash Step, teleporting within a 100-meter range of the stone python. The arrow also emitted spatial fluctuations. Sky Arrow launched. The remaining arrows vanished into thin air, piercing through the stone python's eyes and directly into its head. Boom! The enormous stone python crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Defeated Earthstone Python, Boss, gained experience plus 908. Congratulations on plundering remaining lifespan, 3 years. Congratulations on leveling up to level 14. The boss is indeed impressive, the experience is truly abundant, Xin Yan exclaimed, stepping forward to check the drops. What's this? He picked up a heart with a rocky texture. Heart of the Earth, a crystal containing pure earth power. Using it increases constitution by 100 points. Xin Yan's eyes sparkled. Treasures that enhance attributes like this are incredibly precious, and she immediately prepared to use it. At this moment, system information popped up. Detected an item that meets the requirements to unlock Elemental Arrow. Unlock it now? Overjoyed, she finally waited for this moment. The long-desired Elemental Arrow was about to be activated. Waited for so long, finally here, dreams have come true. Xin Yan shouted without hesitation, unlock. Arrow of Elements has been unlocked, Earth Arrow, arrows of the earth surround the body, automatically blocking attacks. Xin Yan stared at the new skill, feeling an itch in his heart, unable to resist trying it immediately. Earth Arrow. An arrow imbued with the power of the earth shot out from the spacetime quiver, swiftly circling around him. Let's go, let's test it on some monsters. Curious, Xin Yan rushed quickly toward a monster gathering area. He didn't expect that he had only just left. The team that previously passed by is now rushing over with a group of people. Is there really a boss here? Someone asked in a low voice. Of course there is, we saw it with our own eyes. Why else would we call you all to join us? The team leader replied. If we weren't only level 15, we'd have handled it ourselves. Why would we need to call you? He added. Everyone nodded in agreement. Before long, a group arrived at the lowlands. The Earth Rock Python is dead? The 5-person team stood frozen, dumbfounded. Looking at the scene before them, the others immediately felt tricked and questioned. This is the boss you called us here to fight? Are we just here to whip its corpse? The 5-person team was also stunned. It had only been half an hour since they left, and the monster had already been defeated. This boss usually takes a fully leveled level 20 team close to an hour to take down, yet somehow it had died inexplicably. They felt a profound bitterness in their hearts. One of the young men whispered, Captain, could it be that kid from earlier who took down the Stone Python? Stop overthinking, this is pure delusion. He alone wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth gap, let alone kill it, the captain sneered. The group exchanged mutual complaints and eventually parted ways on bad terms. At this moment, Xin Yan had already reached the Shadow Wolf's den. He spotted a lone Shadow Wolf and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Let me first try the Arrow of Earth on you. He didn't rush to shoot the arrow, afraid it would kill the monster instantly. Slowly and calmly, he approached the Shadow Wolf, hooked his finger, and called out coldly, "Come here." These words carried heavy sarcasm. The Shadow Wolf let out a furious roar and pounced forward. The Shadow Wolf's sharp claws were about to strike Xin Yan, but the Earth Arrow abruptly blocked its path. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Earth Arrow exploded into a yellow halo, standing firm against the Shadow Wolf's attack. The Shadow Wolf tried various moves in succession but still couldn't harm Xin Yan in the slightest. Xin Yan lay on the ground, tilted his head to look at the Shadow Wolf, and didn't forget to cheer it on. Little wolf, come on, put in a bit more effort, and you'll be able to eat me. Keep it up. Yes, that's it. Bite with your mouth. 10 minutes passed. Xin Yan's eyelids were heavy, almost falling asleep. Suddenly, the sound of wolves howling erupted around him. He quickly turned his head to scan the surroundings, only to see more than a dozen shadow wolves had encircled him. You beasts even know how to launch a sneak attack? But what I fear the most is a gang fight. With a movement of his foot, Xin Yan instantly turned into a cicada-like shadow and appeared 200 meters away. Alright, the skill test is almost done. Next, it's time to level up. Staying out here in the wilderness late at night is really unbearable. I still miss my little bed. Come on, experienced babies. Arrows whistled through the air, piercing flesh and bone, and the shadow wolves collapsed one after another. Kill Shadow Wolf, experience plus 23. Kill Shadow Wolf, experience plus 23. Xin Yan picked up all the dropped items and stretched with a big yawn. Alright, time to level up properly, no more playing around. As Xin Yan moved forward, piles of corpses formed mountains, and the piercing cries of beasts echoed through the forest. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Xin Yan walked out of the shadow forest. He checked the information as he walked. Name, Xin Yan, Chosen 1. Lifespan, 1934 years. Profession, Divine Archer, max level unique. Artifact Spirit, Temporal Arrow Case, max level unique. Level, LV 15, 89%. Basic Attributes. Strength, 500. Constitution, 500. Agility, 500. Wisdom, 500. Class bonus, attack speed plus 500%, critical hit plus 100%, critical damage plus 300%. Class skill, Arrow Mastery, no bowstring required, arrows can be controlled at will, capable of simultaneously controlling all equipped arrows. Artifact Spirit skills. 100% accuracy, max level, attacks automatically track targets, guaranteed hit. Infinite arrows, level 1, wooden arrows. Arrow of Time, level 1, imbued with the power of time, can attack enemies from 5 seconds ago. Arrow of Void, level 1, imbued with spatial power, arrows can directly hit targets across 100 meters of space. Elemental Arrow, level 1, Earth arrows encircle the user, automatically deflecting attacks. Note, at max level, the temporal arrow quiver allows the user to plunder the remaining lifespan of enemies upon eliminating them with arrows. Skills learned, February 3rd. Ephemeral Stealth Step, gold level. Leave a phantom decoy for 20 seconds. The body moves silently to any position within a 200-meter range, cooldown 15 seconds. Perfect Lock-On, mythical level. Activate omniscient vision of the current area. Owned items, gold skill card X2, silver skill card X3, fog potion X1, various materials. Seal of Slaughter. Can communicate with the goddess of slaughter, killing experience increased by 50%, eternal slaughter, restores health and consumption. Upon kills, Seed of Slaughter LV1, 675/10,000 attack power increased by 10%, the more enemies slain, the greater the bonus. Title, inactive. Demon Terminator, 1 star, damage against demon race increased by 50%. A whole day of slaughter significantly improved Qin Nian's attributes, and the elemental arrow unlocked its initial form. Although there is currently only the Arrow of Earth, Qin Nian believes it won't be long before he masters them all. The Seed of Slaughter has accumulated 675 monsters, still some distance away from leveling up. But the day's gains left Qin Nian thoroughly satisfied. He hummed a little tune as he leisurely walked to the bottom of the apartment building. The night was deep, with thick clouds obscuring the bright moon. Cold winds howled through the streets of the Magic City, foretelling an approaching storm. The door of Qin Nian's rented apartment was forcibly broken open. Inside sat 6 dark figures, with the leader being the gang boss Zhao Eru. "Boss, we've been waiting all afternoon, but that kid Qin Nian still hasn't shown up. Could he have fled ahead of time?" one of the underlings asked uneasily. Zhao Eru glared at him and roared angrily, "Nonsense! Do you think I enjoy waiting? This is an order from young Master Li. If you don't want to stick around in Magic City, then get lost." "Boss, I didn't mean it like that. Of course, we have to complete young Master Li's mission. I'm just worried that if we can't block Qin Nian, young Master Li might blame you," the underling quickly explained, his voice full of panic. Zhao Eru furrowed his brows tightly. He had considered this issue as well. If they truly couldn't block Qin Nian, the mission wouldn't be completed, and his fate would certainly be dire. He coldly commanded, "Mad Dog, you stay here and keep a close watch on Qin Nian. The rest of you follow me outside to search. No matter where he's hiding today, whether it's in the sewers or a crack in the ground, I will drag him out." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. A young man stepped into the room, cursing loudly, "Damn it! Which brainless idiot tore down my door? If I find you, I'll beat the crap out of you." Zhao Eru immediately recognized the person. It was Qin Nian. What's even more infuriating is that Qin Nian was scolding him. He roared, "Qin Nian, you little brat, you finally came back? Made me wait all afternoon. If I don't beat you into the ICU today, I'll eat crap standing on my head." Qin Nian had just entered the door and also saw this group of people. He didn't expect Zhao Eru to pull such a big stunt. He kept muttering to himself, "This guy must have come to freeload." He stared suspiciously at the 6 people and asked, "You came to see me?" Zhao Eru sneered, "Cut the nonsense, you little brat. Don't play dumb. Have you already forgotten how I taught you a lesson in that alley last year?" Qin Nian's face darkened, and he stared coldly at Zhao Eru. "What exactly are you here at my house for? Speak clearly, or don't blame me for being rude." Little brother Evil Dog laughed out loud. "Big brother, did you hear that? This kid dares to be rude to us. Ha ha ha." Zhao Eru stared at Qin Nian mockingly. "Why are we here?" "Of course, it's to deal with you. Young Master Li ordered us to cripple your hands first. Killing you is fine too. Young Master Li will handle the aftermath." He shook his head with a cold laugh. "I originally just wanted to ruin your hands, but now I've changed my mind. I've decided to kill you, you little bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged forward, his fist aiming straight for Qin Nian's face. Zhao Eru's fist smashed down fiercely, but Qin Nian showed no fear, letting out a cold snort. "Humph. Do you still think I'm the worthless trash I was a year ago?" He firmly grasped Zhao Eru's wrist and lightly twisted it. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking echoed in the cramped rental room. Zhao Eru screamed in pain, "Ah! You little brat, let go of me!" He struggled desperately, but Qin Yan's hand was like an iron clamp, impossible to shake off. Zhao Eru, with cold sweat all over his face, widened his eyes in disbelief. The Qin Yan before him, who used to be bullied by him to the point of having no dignity, had unexpectedly become so formidable. How are you so strong? Though Zhao Eru was a level 12 awakened one, possessing a D-rank ordinary warrior profession, he was completely suppressed by a student who had awakened just a few days ago without the slightest advantage. Qin Yan stared at him coldly and sneered, "Are you stupid or do you think I am? Do you think this is some kind of movie? I won't tell you my secrets." Before the words had even faded, he kicked Zhao Eru flying, landing beside a few of his underlings. The underlings looked at each other with bewilderment, glancing at their boss who stood coldly with his arms crossed. "Boss, defeated so easily? This guy is terrifying. Did we just hit a steel wall? Didn't they say he only awakened a few days ago? How is even the boss no match for him?" Several underlings froze in place. They were just small-time thugs who could handle ordinary people on a regular basis, but now, seeing Qin Yan easily subdue their boss, who could possibly stand a chance against him? Zhao Eru roared, "All of you, go at him. I don't believe this punk can deal with us all at once." He turned his head to glare at the underling called Evil Dog and said in a low voice, "Evil Dog, summon your weapon spirit. Let's take him down together. I'll give you 500,000 afterward." Evil Dog's eyes lit up. As a level 10 awakened, he was brimming with confidence, having grown accustomed to being arrogant in the city. He quickly summoned his weapon spirit, a 10-centimeter-long dark green dagger emitting a foul, poisonous mist. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell it was toxic. Although he had awakened to the F-grade thief class, the silver dagger was exceptionally powerful, which was why Zhao Eru valued him so highly. Charge! Zhao Eru wielded the bronze-grade iron rod spirit weapon and led the charge toward Qin Yan. Qin Yan was completely unafraid of being surrounded. In the narrow room, he nimbly dodged, and within moments, knocked down each subordinate with a single punch. Only Zhao Eru and the vicious dog remained in the scene, their pupils constricted and expressions tense. During the encounter just now, they didn't even catch a clear glimpse of Qin Yan's figure before several subordinates were all defeated. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes resolute, then rushed forward simultaneously from the left and right. Qin Yan's lips curved slightly, and at that instant, he activated Empty Cicada Shun Step. Just as their attacks landed simultaneously, the phantom decoy's head exploded, with a dagger embedded in its chest. "Brother, we did it." Before the vicious dog could finish speaking, the two instantly became alert. The attack landed on soft, spongy material. As they were about to leap away, Qin Yan appeared beside them and delivered a fierce kick, sending them flying into the corner. Splurt! Blood spurted out, and the two were left weak and dispirited, their eyes filled with terror. "With just you guys, you think you can kill me?" Qin Yan stared at them mockingly, thinking that these people were even worse than the small monsters in the dungeon. Zhao Eru endured the intense pain, glaring viciously at Qin Yan. "So what if you can defeat us? We belong to young Master Li. If you dare touch us, young Master Li will never let you go. Don't even think about staying in Magic City." Qin Yan shook his head and sighed, "You're really foolish. Even if I spare you, do you think young Master Li would spare me?" He knew very well that these villains were doomed and would eventually meet their end. Instead of passively taking hits, it was better to take the initiative, kill a few people, and feel better himself. But he didn't want to start killing in his own home, that would definitely attract trouble from the Dasha authorities. For now, he had to pretend to be a law-abiding citizen. Qin Yan stared coldly at Zhao Eru. "Take your people and get out. Don't let me see you again, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Seeing Qin Yan back down, Zhao Eru showed a hint of smugness on his face. "Humph, good that you know your place." He limped away from the rental house with a few of his subordinates. Downstairs, one of the underlings couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are we just letting that kid go?" Zhao Eru clutched his broken arm, his face dark. "Don't even think about it. I'm going to find young Master Li for revenge right away. Unless Qin Yan is dead, I will never let this go." Qin Yan didn't hear this, otherwise he would have sneered. Some people not only want a freeload but even have the audacity to think about taking things to go. Outside the window, Qin Yan stared at the few figures gradually disappearing into the night and muttered under his breath, "Zhao Eru, do you think you can escape?" Wishful thinking. He sat back on the sofa, glanced around the messy room, and sighed helplessly. It seemed he would have to pay the landlord a hefty sum. Setting aside distractions, Qin Yan activated perfect tracking, and a map appeared in his mind. 6 humanoid markers emerged on the map, representing Zhao Arrow and his accomplices. From the moment he saw them, Qin Yan had locked onto them. Half an hour later, Zhao Arrow's marker separated from the other 5 and headed toward the Li family manor. Almost there, Qin Yan summoned the temporal arrow quiver, and 6 arrows quietly floated in front of him. To avoid detection, the power of space instantly enveloped the arrows, causing a ripple of spatial energy. The 6 arrows silently rose to an altitude of 100 meters. They seemed to have caught the scent of prey, and the arrows all turned toward Zhao Arrow and the others. Qin Yan pointed a finger and commanded in his heart, "Go, a dead end, no escape." 6 arrows shot through the air, heading straight into the distance. Dark clouds gathered, raindrops began to fall, and in an instant, a torrential downpour swept through the demon city. That night, no one noticed that the deadly arrow had claimed 6 sinful lives. The next morning, Qin Yan continued to grind dungeons for leveling up as usual. With the elemental arrow, Earth Arrow, he planned to make a big move this time and pull mobs directly. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he hurriedly headed deeper inside. There are 18 blood-eyed golden leopards here. Wow, not bad. There are actually 26 silver ironback lizards. Wow, there are also 45 giant needle demon blades here. Along the way, Qin Yan continuously adjusted the route to lure monsters, connecting areas with more monsters into a single line. Before long, he arrived at the territory of the blood-eyed golden leopard. After taking just a few steps, he saw a 2-meter-long blood-eyed golden leopard, its blood-red eyes exuding a fierce aura. Qin Yan looked around and found that the other blood-eyed golden leopards were lurking in the treetops, quietly watching their surroundings, as if waiting for prey to take the bait. Starting with you. With 500 agility, Qin Yan moved swiftly, instantly flashing to a giant tree. "Stop sleeping, bro, come down and go home for dinner." As he shouted, he swung his right fist and struck the tree trunk hard. Boom! The giant tree shook violently, causing the blood-eyed golden leopard to lose its balance and fall with a thud. Before the leopard could regain its footing, Qin Yan had already leaped to another tree and continued his assault. After a series of booms, 18 blood-eyed golden leopards roared in unison and charged at him. The goal achieved, Qin Yan moved swiftly, heading straight to the next monster gathering spot. 18 blood-eyed golden leopards pursued relentlessly, running wildly. On the other side, 3 awakeners stared in astonishment at the scene. These individuals exuded a menacing aura, clearly not ordinary characters. The leading middle-aged man had sunken eye sockets, a gaunt face, and held a withered tree staff in his hand. "Captain Ming Yuan, is this kid crazy? Pulling so many monsters at once, isn't he afraid something might go wrong?" The gaunt man shook his head, clearly unable to figure out Qin Yan's intentions. "Let's go, follow him and take a look." The 3 people closely followed Qin Yan, pressing forward step by step. Boom! The cave shook violently, and silver-backed iron lizards scurried out of the holes. They were over a meter long, their silver-white dorsal armor glinting under the sunlight. Qin Yan saw this and picked up a roadside stone to throw at them. Sure enough, the aggro value was instantly fully attracted. "Let's go, experience babies, don't fall behind." As soon as he finished speaking, he set off again, with 44 monsters already following behind him. Outside the dungeon, several people nervously crouched at the entrance, whispering to each other. "I heard members of the Abyssal Society showed up in the Shadow Forest dungeon. I really don't dare to go. Let's switch to another dungeon to grind, it's too dangerous. Those Abyssal Society lunatics hunt awakened ones for fun. Who knows what they'll do next? You don't know, they want to release the Demon Clan. Hunting the awakened is just helping the Demon Clan weaken us." Qin Yan was completely unaware that he had already been targeted by the Dark Abyss Society. The monster following closely behind him had become his shield. As he moved forward, the number of monsters behind him quickly rose to 108. Seeing that the earliest blood-eyed golden leopard was about to lose its aggression, Qin Yan stopped in his tracks. "Let's do this." He turned around and summoned the temporal arrow quiver, with earth arrows spinning around him. The monster tide grew instead of diminishing, their footsteps thunderously approaching. Qin Yan's face remained calm as he swung his arm, unleashing countless arrows that rained down on the approaching monsters. Killed blood-eyed golden leopard, experience plus 26. Killed silver ironback lizard, experience plus 22. Killed giant needle demon blade, experience plus 19. Killed elite silver ironback lizard, experience plus 87. Qin Yan widened the distance from the monsters while commanding precise arrow shots. Monsters fell one by one, and the experience bar soared wildly. A moment later, the ground was piled with monster corpses. He glanced at his level, which had already risen to level 17, 13%. The 4-dimensional attributes had also greatly improved. Strength, 550. Constitution, 550. Agility, 550. Wisdom, 550. Almost there, soon I'll reach level 20. Being the top scorer in the college entrance exam isn't that hard. Qin Yan patted the corner of his clothes, shaking off the grass leaves that had stuck to him along the way. He tilted his head at a 35-degree angle, his face brimming with confidence and an imposing aura. He was quite satisfied with his maneuver this time, as the efficiency was significantly better than slowly grinding through monsters before. At that moment, Captain Mingyuan arrived with 2 team members. The 3 of them stared at the ground covered with monster corpses and were instantly stunned. A team member muttered softly, "Could all these monsters have been taken down by that guy?" "Don't be ridiculous," the middle-aged man calmly retorted. "Even if 4 or 5 teams joined forces, it wouldn't be possible to eliminate over 100 monsters this quickly. He must have discovered the secret to making the monsters kill each other." He firmly denied that Qin Yan was the culprit, but his mind began to calculate. If he could truly acquire this technique, he would immediately push forward to level up, break through to level 29, and become a second-tier awakened. At that time, his position and power within the Dark Abyss Society will be greatly elevated. With greed flashing in his eyes, he coldly ordered, "Keep that kid alive, don't kill him. Get that method first, then deal with him later." "Follow Captain Mingyuan's orders," the 2 said in unison. Following the middle-aged man's gaze, the 3 quickly blocked all of Qin Yan's escape routes. Qin Yan quietly stared at them, scrutinizing what tricks the 3 might be planning. "Have you finished discussing? Now it's my turn to ask. What exactly are you 3 standing here for?" A cold glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he slowly said, "Kid, we are from the Dark Abyss Society. As long as you hand over the method to make monsters kill each other, I can be merciful and spare your life." "What?" Qin Yan was stunned for quite a while before realizing they had mistaken the scene of corpses everywhere as the result of monsters killing each other. He couldn't help but want to give them a thumbs up and sarcastically say, "You're so smart." But soon, he remembered the middle-aged man saying they were members of the Dark Abyss Society. The Dark Abyss Society was notorious in Daxia, and Qin Yan had heard of their misdeeds long before becoming an awakened. Now's the perfect chance to wipe them out in one fell swoop. What's more, I heard that the authorities offer generous rewards for killing members of the Dark Abyss Society. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's eyes lit up, filled with fervor. These 3 were like 3 moving reward pools, making his heart race and blood boil. Seeing Qin Yan like this, the 3 felt a chill down their spines. This kid must be a fool. He hasn't said a word after being questioned for so long, and he's still staring at them with a punchable face. "Looks like you won't cooperate unless you suffer a bit." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he spoke coldly. As his words fell, he raised the withered wooden staff in his hand. "Corrosive demon flame." Accompanied by a low shout, a ball of ghostly green flame charged straight at Qin Yan. The earth arrow immediately met it, erupting into a dazzling yellow light upon impact, forcibly neutralizing the corrosive demonic flame. Sparks flew in all directions, landing on the surrounding corpses with a sizzling sound, and within moments, bowl-sized holes were corroded into them. At this moment, the man in the abyss of darkness was filled with shock on his face. "Impossible. How could you counter my corrosive demonic flame? WTF. I didn't expect you to be such a venomous creature." Qin Yan looked at the ground littered with corroded corpses and quickly moved his steps away, fearing to get tainted by the sinister demonic flames. Sure enough, the people of the Dark Abyss Society are all insidious and ruthless. Even their skills are so vicious. In that case, I have no reason to hold back. The time-space quiver slowly opened, and arrows rained down on the 3 of them like a storm. "Humph. You think you can take on the 3 of us?" In the abyss, the man summoned a mass of corrosive demonic flames to shield himself, while the other 2 also called forth their spirit weapons to fight. One swung a wolf-tooth club to smash the arrows in mid-air, while the other slashed with a blade. A minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The 3 gradually felt something was wrong. Qin Yan's offensive showed no signs of stopping. "Captain, there's something off about this guy. How come his arrows haven't run out yet?" The man with the spiked club was already panting heavily, with multiple wounds on his body. Mingyuan's face turned pale, repeatedly releasing corrosive demonic flames, utterly exhausted. "Hold on. His spatial backpack must be packed with arrows. Once he runs out, I'll make him wish for death but be unable to die." Listening to their conversation, Qin Yan's lips curved slightly. "Then let's see whether I run out of arrows first or you fall down first." With a single thought, the temporal arrow box instantly spewed out a torrent of arrows. The faces of the 3 members of the Dark Abyss Society instantly turned pale. This overwhelming rain of arrows, how could they possibly block it? Even if they had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. No, impossible. This is impossible. Ming Yuan was almost losing his mind. He thought he had gotten lucky, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled into an arrow-filled hell. Ah! I don't want to die. Two screams rang out, and the two members of the Dark Abyss Society instantly turned into beehives. Ming Yuan was scared out of his wits, and his spellcasting became completely chaotic. In an instant, an arrow pierced through the corrosive demon flame's defense, brushing past Ming Yuan's ear. He suddenly realized that Qin Yan's attack had stopped. Glaring at Qin Yan, he roared, "Kid, have you finally run out of arrows? I thought you were something special. Is this all you've got? Daring to kill two of my Dark Abyss members, I will make you pay a bloody price." At this moment, Ming Yuan felt utterly despondent. He was merely an insignificant squad leader of the Dark Abyss Association, bringing two members today to hunt low-level awakeners in hopes of making a name for himself. Unexpectedly, the two ended up dead here. Once the higher-ups find out about this, he'll be in for some serious trouble. His gaze was icy cold, wishing he could first torture Qin Yan to death. Just as he was plotting how to torment Qin Yan, the arrow that had brushed past him suddenly changed direction in midair and shot straight at the back of his neck. Qin Yan's expression remained calm as he turned and walked toward the items dropped by the nearby monster, as if nothing had happened. Ming Yuan felt an extreme sense of insult, to the point of being utterly disregarded. "Boy, without your arrows, you still dare to act so arrogant? Watch as I slowly torture you to death." As he spoke, he raised his withered wooden staff, and the corrosive inferno of dark magic began to gather. Put! An arrow directly pierced through the back of his neck. You, how could you?" He stared in shock, pointing at Qin Yan, his face full of unwillingness, and slowly fell to the ground. Turning to look at Ming Yuan's corpse, Qin Yan shook his head. "I forgot to tell you, my arrows are not only infinite but can also turn around and shoot. Obtained blood-eyed golden leopard skin X7. Obtained mithril or X6. Obtained silver back armor plate X11. Obtained magic honey juice X23. Qin Yan picked up all the dropped items one by one and slowly walked toward the corpses of the three members of the Dark Abyss Society. Touching his chin, he thought to himself, "They always say killing and looting can make you rich. I wonder how much good stuff these three were carrying." Full of anticipation, Qin Yan began to search. He picked up 3 anonymous savings cards and carefully checked them, discovering a staggering sum of 3.47 million, with Ming Yuan alone contributing 2.15 million. Wow, these three really came to deliver money to the family. Qin Yan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but admire their benevolence. What's this? A leather scroll in his hand caught his attention. Class-specific item awakening scroll. Can activate the class-specific item during the second class advancement. Qin Yan suddenly remembered that every awakened individual would receive a class-specific item during their second class advancement. This would greatly enhance their combat power and was the key reason why those at level 30 with a second class advancement far surpassed initial awakened individuals in strength. But to obtain the exclusive item, you must use this awakening scroll during the second class transfer. If you miss the chance, it will be gone forever. Such a precious scroll is beyond the reach of most awakeners. Only the favored children of major families can acquire it through the power of their clans. Ordinary awakeners don't dare to dream of it. As long as their attributes increase significantly after the second class transfer, they can still manage to farm monsters and clear dungeons. As for the origin of this profession-exclusive awakening scroll, it remains untraceable. All that's known is that it occasionally drops from monsters above level 30. But the probability is extremely low even for someone with extraordinary luck. Grinding monsters non-stop for 365 days a year would still take 3 to 5 years to obtain one. Qin Yan's hands trembled slightly as he tightly gripped the awakening scroll, his heart racing. He hadn't expected such a bountiful harvest today. It was truly a jackpot. He carefully stored the awakening scroll and excitedly headed toward the next monster gathering spot, determined to reach level 30 as soon as possible and complete his second class advancement. Not long after Qin Yan left, within half a day, the scent of blood attracted countless monsters. The ground was littered with corpses. The headless bodies of the 3 members of the Dark Abyss Guild and the remains of monsters had been completely devoured. Next, Qin Yan forcefully leveled up to level 20 by pulling monsters. He carried a pile of loot, walking out of the dungeon vortex with satisfaction. Just as he took a step forward, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. "Little Nian Nian, I didn't expect to see you here." Qin Yan turned around and saw Su Lingwei appearing in front of him with 4 newly awakened individuals. He looked at her in confusion and asked in surprise, "Lingwei, why did you come to the Shadow Forest?" Su Lingyue proudly patted Qin Nian's shoulder and said, "Of course, it's because this queen is extraordinarily gifted and leveling up at lightning speed. The beginner dungeon can no longer satisfy me." Only then did Qin Nian carefully check Su Lingyue's stats and found that she had already reached level 13. Only 4 days have passed, and many classmates are only at level 7 or 8, yet this little rich lady's talent is truly astonishing. With the blessing of the SS level rare class 6-winged angel, her leveling speed is downright terrifying. Just as Qin Nian wanted to continue investigating her other information, he found a blank slate. Looks like she, like me, has hidden quite a lot, Qin Nian thought to himself. He averted his gaze and turned to look at the 4 newly awakened individuals beside her, instantly stunned. "Little rich girl, what do you think we ordinary people are? You actually have 4 level 59 second-tier awakened individuals escorting you. How are us small fry supposed to survive?" Qin Nian exaggeratedly complained. Su Lingyue shrugged and said helplessly, "I don't want this either, but my dad said the Shadow Forest has been active with people from the Abyssal Society lately, and many awakened individuals have been killed. That's why he insisted on arranging so many guards for me. By the way, little Nian Nian, let's level up together in the future. Anyway, the World Dungeon doesn't require a team, so we can stick together and each grind on our own. That way, we can look out for each other and avoid being targeted by the Abyssal Society." Saying he would look out for her, he was actually afraid that Qin Nian might be surrounded and attacked by members of the Dark Abyss Society. Those guys were all cold-blooded and ruthless. Thinking of this, Qin Nian instinctively touched the 3 round objects in his spatial backpack. He leaned close to Su Lingyue's ear and whispered, "I ran into members of the Dark Abyss Society today. Not only that, I took them all down and am about to claim the reward." Ah! Su Lingyue almost thought she had misheard. Little Nian Nian had actually encountered members of the Dark Abyss Society. "Xiao Nian Nian, are you hurt? How could you possibly take them all down? I heard that many level 20 awakeners were killed." She first asked with concern, then stared at Qin Nian in disbelief. It was too outrageous. "Everyone has just awakened, and you're saying you took down several incredibly powerful people? It doesn't make sense. Stop spacing out, I still need to hurry and exchange my prize money," Qin Nian said, preparing to leave. Su Lingyue snapped back to reality and grabbed him. "How about this, little Nian Nian, come ride back with me, or we won't make it before others get off work." Qin Nian looked at the sunset glow, thought for a moment, and nodded. Su Lingyue immediately beamed with joy upon hearing this and pulled him toward a nearby private car. Along the way, she didn't forget to tease, "Little Nian Nian, since you have a bonus, you have to treat me to a meal. Share the blessings." Qin Nian smiled wryly, "You little rich lady still want me to treat you to a meal? Do you have any shame?" Su Lingyue chuckled lightly, "I don't care, just tell me if you're treating or not." All right, I give up." Qin Nian shook his head helplessly, "Your long legs are your advantage, I admit it." Before long, the two got into Su Lingyue's private car. Fubo from the official family smiled and looked at Qin Nian. "Young Master Qin Nian, what a coincidence to meet you here today." Qin Nian waved his hand, "Fubo, don't joke around. It's not the first time you've seen me. I'm just a poor guy, don't call me young master. Just call me Qin Nian." Fubo smiled and nodded, then turned to ask Su Lingyue, "Miss, where are we heading now?" Su Lingyue kept her gaze fixed on Qin Nian and said casually, "To the Magic City Administration Bureau." As a qualified family servant, Uncle Fu shouldn't ask too many questions, but curiosity still drove him to speak up. "Miss, why are we going to the Administration Bureau? Did something happen? Should I notify the family head?" No, Su Lingyue quickly waved her hand. "Today, little Nian Nian took out a few members of the Abyss Society in the dungeon and is going to claim the bounty." She hurriedly stopped Uncle Fu from contacting her father. If his father found out that he had already finished the dungeon, he would definitely urge him to go home again, which would make it impossible to have a proper meal with Xiao Nian Nian outside. Seeing this, Uncle Fu also stopped dialing and started the car, heading toward the Magic City Administration Bureau. He was secretly amazed at Qin Nian. A student who had just awakened a few days ago could actually take down members of the Dark Abyss Society alone. This sounded almost like a fantasy. For decades, he had been thoroughly familiar with the Su family. Every member of the Dark Abyss Society was extremely troublesome, and those who awakened were in sinister and evil professions with malicious spirit tools. Qin Nian being able to take them down is no ordinary feat. Even Su Minghai, whom he has served for many years, probably couldn't have achieved this in his youth. Following closely behind their private car, for level 59 awakeners were driving an off-road vehicle, keeping a close watch on the road ahead. They were sent by Su Minghai to protect Su Lingyue, staying by her side at all times and never letting her out of their sight. Qin Yan and Su Lingyue were chatting about their respective monster hunting experiences when the car unknowingly stopped at the entrance of the Magic City Administration Bureau. Uncle Fu cleared his throat. "Miss, young Master Qin Yan, we've arrived." The two looked out through the car window. The Magic City Administration Bureau was a 5-story building, with gray-white tiles covering the walls. The large characters Magic City Administration Bureau stood prominently above the entrance, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Seeing uniformed staff coming and going, Qin Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. All the staff here are awakened ones, with the lowest strength reaching the second stage of awakening. Only they can maintain order in an era of universal awakening, preventing the awakened ones from committing crimes and oppressing ordinary citizens. "Hey! Hey! Dummy, get off the bus!" Su Lingyue called out a few times. Seeing that Qin Yan didn't respond, she gave his shoulder a push. Qin Yan finally came to his senses, followed Su Lingyue out of the car, and walked toward the gate of the Modu Administration Bureau. Inside the Modu Administration Bureau, a meeting room was filled with heated debate. "The people of the Abyss Society are too arrogant, daring to encroach on our Modu territory. Are we just going to sit back and do nothing?" A man with a scruffy beard, dressed in uniform, slammed the table in fury. "Qiananhua, calm down. We're discussing countermeasures right now," someone advised. "Captain Qian, we're also eager to catch them, but the Shadow Forest dungeon is too vast. Finding members of the Dark Abyss Society is like searching for a needle in a haystack," several staff members said one after another. Qiananhua clenched his fists and eventually sat down helplessly. He knew in his heart that it wasn't anyone's fault, but thinking about the recent cases of awakened individuals being harmed for no reason, he felt utterly exhausted. The Bureau's duty is to protect ordinary people and awakened individuals, and to judge all criminals within the borders of the Great Xia. Now, an anti-human organization is blatantly committing crimes in his jurisdiction, with victims left behind, yet they are powerless to act. Qiananhua's heart was filled with frustration and anger. At that moment, Qin Yan and Su Lingyue pushed open the Bureau's main door. What came into view was a grand hall spanning 1,000 square meters, brightly lit by white porcelain lamps. At each desk, staff members were busy working. Qin Yan casually looked around, and a staff member in uniform approached with a friendly smile and asked, "What brings you two kids here? Are you here to report a case?" "We're here to claim a reward," Su Lingyue replied proudly. "A reward?" The staff member looked puzzled. "Kids, did you come to the wrong place? Rewards are claimed at the lottery center. This is the Bureau, dedicated to fighting crime." Qin Yan quickly explained, "You misunderstood. Today, I encountered 3 criminals from the Dark Abyss Society in the Shadow Forest dungeon and took them down. I heard you can claim a reward here at the Bureau. Is that true?" The words were not finished, and the staff froze. 3 criminals from the Dark Abyss Society? You actually killed them? He looked at Qin Yan suspiciously. "Kid, this is not a place for jokes. Stop messing around and go back to study properly." The staff seemed unconvinced. Qin Yan immediately pulled out 3 round heads from his spatial backpack, their faces still showing fear, clearly having experienced extreme terror before their deaths. "Ah!" Su Lingyue screamed, covering her eyes and tightly hiding behind Qin Yan. The staff, who had seen all kinds of situations, was stunned by the scene. After carefully inspecting, he confirmed that this was indeed a wanted member of the Dark Abyss Society. "Kids, put these away for now. I'll go call the supervisor." "Wait here." Before he finished speaking, he immediately ran toward the stairs, reminding Qin Yan as he ran, "Next time, just take a photo. Don't carry these things around recklessly." Qin Yan froze for a moment, patted his head, and muttered to himself, "I really should have taken a photo. Took so much effort to scrape off just a little bit, how stupid." He couldn't help but laugh. In the meeting room, Qiananhua spoke sternly, "Tomorrow, I will personally lead the team into the Shadow Forest dungeon. We won't leave until we've captured those people from the Dark Abyss Society. Shaoli, arrange for a few elites to lie in wait at the dungeon entrance. Don't let them escape. I want to see how much longer this group can hide." "Understood, Captain Qian," Shaoli responded promptly. As they were speaking, the meeting room door was pushed open, and a breathless staff member rushed in. Captain Qian, the Dark Abyss Society." Upon hearing Dark Abyss Society, Qiananhua immediately turned his head, his expression grave. "What happened? Is there any news about the Dark Abyss Society?" The staff member clutched his chest and waved his hand repeatedly. No, it's not bad news. 2 students came to claim a bounty, saying they took down members of the Dark Abyss Society in the Shadow Forest dungeon. After catching his breath, he recounted everything about Qin Yan in one go. Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell eerily silent, the air stagnant, and everyone stared at the messenger in shock. Xiangguo was the first to react, asking in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" The staff member nodded repeatedly like a pecking bird. "It's been confirmed. They're the 3 members of the Dark Abyss Society captured by the awakened teammate who was killed earlier." Xiangguo's eyes lit up, and he urged eagerly, "Quick, take me to see them." "Where are those 2 students?" "They're in the lobby downstairs. I've asked them to wait there for now." Before the words were finished, Xiangguo had already rushed downstairs in just a few strides. He had to personally confirm the bodies of those 3 members of the Abyss Society, otherwise, the matter would weigh on his heart like a heavy stone, impossible to let go. Su Lingyue was just blaming Qin Yan for suddenly pulling out ahead without any warning, giving her a fright, when a scruffy-faced man walked down from the staircase. He quickly approached Qin Yan and Su Lingyue. "Hello, I'm Chen Anguo from the Magic City Management Bureau. Just call me Captain Xian." Qin Yan and Su Lingyue immediately stood up and responded, "Hello, Captain Xian. My name is Qin Yan. My name is Su Lingyue." Chen Anguo glanced at the 2 of them and said straightforwardly, "I heard you took down members of the Dark Abyss Society. Can I take a look?" Qin Yan once again took out the 3 heads of the Abyss members. This time, Su Lingyue cautiously hid behind Qin Yan, peeking out with only half an eye to observe secretly. Chen Anguo looked at the 3 heads, staring at Qin Yan in surprise, and thought to himself, "This kid is extraordinary. Facing such bloody and terrifying things without a ripple of emotion, his composure is astonishing." He took the heads, carefully examined them, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Well done, young man. These are indeed the 3 from the Dark Abyss Society. You've made a great contribution." As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully patted Qin Yan's shoulder, the strength so great that Qin Yan grimaced in pain. Under Chen Anguo's arrangement, Qin Yan received a total bonus of 1.5 million yuan, based on a standard of 500,000 yuan per person. Standing at the entrance of the Modu Management Bureau, Qin Yan stared at the numbers on his phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing his expression, Su Lingyue urged, "Little Nian Nian, where are you planning to take me for dinner?" Seeing this, Qin Yan quickly clutched his phone tightly, as if he'd just seen a vampire. "Then, let's go to the wonton shop at the school gate. Let me tell you, they're wontons." Su Lingyue's gaze looked as if she was about to pull out a knife, and Qin Yan quickly changed his tone. "Lingyue, wherever you want to go, I'm fine with it." Su Lingyue thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Little Nian Nian, you know what's good for you. This queen wants to go to Tianshan Restaurant to eat braised flower-tailed rabbit." As soon as he heard Tianshan Restaurant, Qin Yan completely collapsed. It was the most famous restaurant in the Magic City, where all the dishes were made from ingredients sourced from monsters hunted by awakeners. The prices were outrageously expensive, and typically only the wealthy and high-level awakeners would go there. Qin Yan pretended to be weak and said, "Xiao Yaya, how can you eat bunny? Bunnies are so cute. Let's go to the one by the school gate instead." "Xiao Nian, you're asking for it." Su Lingyue raised her pink fist and aimed it at Qin Yan's face. "Lingyue, do you want to murder the future guardian god of Daxiao? This is outrageous." "Ah. Lingyue, little Yaya, I was wrong, please stop." The 2 of them playfully fought all the way to the private car. Upon seeing Uncle Fu, Su Lingyue finally stopped. She stepped onto the car proudly, like a victorious swan. Qin Yan stared at her back unwillingly and muttered under his breath, "Su Lingyue, just you wait. When I, Emperor Qin, stand atop the mountains and rivers of Daxia, with the sun, moon, and stars in my grasp, I will surely avenge today's humiliation." "What are you muttering about? Are you secretly cursing me?" A voice came from inside the car. Qin Yan's expression changed, and he immediately put on a flattering smile. "Lingyue, how could I do that? The thing I hate most in this life is shameless people who gossip behind others' backs." After speaking, he quickly climbed onto the back seat. The sun set, and night fell. In the private room of Tianshan Restaurant, the 2 were enjoying a feast. "Lingyue, I have to say, this braised flower-tailed rabbit is truly delicious. And the steamed redfin fish, garlic ice spirit shrimp, it's simply an explosion of flavors for my taste buds," Qin Yan said while frantically stuffing food into his mouth. "Little Nian Nian, this braised flower-tailed rabbit is mine. How dare you try to take it?" Su Lingyue pulled the plate in front of herself. After the meal, the 2 lay half-reclined with their full stomachs. "I ate too much," Qin Yan patted her rounded belly, utterly satisfied. Su Lingyue tilted her head and stared at him. "Little Nian Nian, you're so sneaky, hiding all the information. Come on, tell me, what level are you now? You must be about the same as me. Qin Yan, completely unguarded against this girl Su Lingyue, casually replied, I'm at level 20, little master here. You want to compare with me? You're way off. Su Lingyue fell to the ground with a thud, staring wide-eyed at Qin Yan. Don't look at your bro like that. Your bro is just a legend. Qin Yan said, pretending to be mysterious. Su Lingyue got up, walked over to him, and looked him up and down. Little Nian Nian, be honest, are you some kind of monster in disguise? Truly an animal. Suddenly remembering something, Su Lingyue added, by the way, your skills aren't maxed out yet, right? I happened to get a silver-level skill book today, consider it a gift from your queen. Qin Yan took the skill book and looked at the description on it. Stealth Sneak, silver level instantly blend into the environment to become invisible, slightly increase movement speed, first attack deals 100% critical hit and critical damage is increased by 50%. Lasts for 60 seconds, cooldown 80 seconds. He looked at Su Lingyue with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself, who on earth can get such an incredible silver-level skill book from a dungeon over 10 levels? This must have been specially prepared for me by Su Lingyue. Su Lingyue blushed under his gaze, like a little cat caught sneaking snacks. Why are you staring at me? Shan Yin, tell me if you want it or not. If not, I'll take it to the Awakeners Association and sell it. Su Lingyue quickly turned her head to look out the window, constantly reassuring herself in her heart, it's fine, little Nian Nian definitely won't notice that I deliberately bought it for him in advance. Don't be shy, you're the queen. Seeing Su Lingyue's reaction, Qin Yan felt a warmth in his heart, confirming his suspicion. He hadn't expected her to care so much about him. Although buying a silver-level skill book now was effortless for Qin Yan, the feeling of being cared for still made him very content. What's more, this care came from the long-legged, lucky school beauty and rich lady. What man wouldn't be moved? He quickly spoke up, I want it. Of course I want it. How could I refuse a gift from the little rich lady? Qin Yan took the skill book and immediately used it without hesitation. The pages turned into specks of starlight and merged into his body. After acquiring the stealth skill, he remembered he still had 2 golden quality upgrade cards and used them without hesitation. Stealth, silver level, upgraded to gold level. Stealth, gold level instantly blend into the surrounding environment, activating stealth mode. Movement speed is greatly increased. The first attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit, and critical damage is increased by 80%. Stealth lasts for 90 seconds, cooldown is 60 seconds. Qin Yan looked at this powerful skill with satisfaction, secretly delighted. All 3 skill slots were full. His gaze fell on the remaining golden upgrade card in the backpack, and he couldn't help but think of Su Lingyue. This little girl has been pretty nice to me. Why not give this to her? Although it was worth 100 million, he still felt a bit reluctant. But with his current strength, earning it back was just a matter of time. Qin Yan shouted with a smile, Lingyu, I also prepared something for you. Su Lingyue's eyes lit up upon hearing this, filled with anticipation. No matter what Shan Yin gave her, she cherished it immensely. She stared at the golden light that suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's hand, as a delicate golden card slowly emerged. Qin Yan gave a mysterious smile and handed over a card, here you go. Su Lingyue took it with a puzzled expression, and upon closer inspection, exclaimed, a golden skill quality enhancement card. She covered her mouth in shock, her gaze fixed on Qin Yan. Even with her prominent family background, such a card was not easily obtainable. It required a matching level and lagging skills before it would be issued. Yet Qin Yan actually possessed such a rare treasure, completely exceeding her expectations. Qin Yan said calmly, Lingyu, you're equipped with 2 silver skills and 1 gold skill, right? This card is just right for you. Su Lingyue's hands trembled slightly, her inner emotions clearly stirred. Little Nian, you should keep it for yourself. When I level up, my family will make the arrangements. As she spoke, she tried to return the card to Qin Yan. Qin Yan was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to still think of him like this. Take it, don't be polite. All 3 of my skills are maxed out, and they're all above gold level. This card is useless to me. Su Lingyue listened, her eyes widening in disbelief. Little Nian, which rich lady list are you on? Your skill setup is so luxurious. Qin Yan smiled without saying a word, pretending to be mysterious. Helpless, Su Lingyue had no choice but to accept the card. By the way, little rich lady, I'm really curious. With such an impressive family background, why didn't your dad set you up with a legendary level skill to start with? At the very least, it should be legendary, right? With a slightly disdainful look, Su Lingyue speechlessly knocked on Qin Yan's head, as if looking at an idiot. The teacher told you to study hard, but but you insisted on feeding pigs. She shook her head and sighed, explaining, for awakeners, it's best not to use skill books beyond the gold level. Physical strength is limited, using high-level skills can lead to excessive overexertion. I've configured 1 gold and 2 silver skills to achieve maximum power. Qin Yan froze. He currently had 2 gold-level skills and 1 mythic-level skill. Wasn't this a bit too heaven-defying? Just as she finished speaking, Su Lingyue handed over a gold skill upgrade card. Of course, if your stamina is sufficient, using all gold-level skills is fine too. She looked at her own skill interface. Holy Strike, silver level, upgraded to gold level. Concentrate holy light power to attack enemies, dealing double damage to dark-type monsters. Cooldown time reduced from 10 seconds to 5 seconds. Mage's normal attacks are ranged magic basic attacks, allowing output even during skill cooldown. Seeing Holy Strike upgraded to gold level, Su Lingyue's face lit up with joy. With the cooldown time halved, her monster clearing speed greatly increased. Little Nian Nian, thank you so much. She seemed to have made up her mind and whispered, let me tell you a secret. Xin Nian's eyes lit up, her curiosity surging as she looked at her expectantly. Little Nian Nian, I've unlocked the hidden information. You'll see how impressive your queen is once you take a look. Seeing her being mysterious, Xin Nian suspiciously checked it out. Name, Su Lingyue. Lifespan, 95 years. Occupation, 6-winged holy angel, SS-class hidden. Spirit artifact, Book of Wisdom, legendary. Level, LV 13, 65%. Basic attributes. Strength, 60, initial, plus 60, plus 5 per level. Constitution, 60, initial, plus 60, plus 5 per level. Agility, 70, initial, plus 60, plus 5 per level. Intelligence, 105, initial, plus 120 plus 60, intelligence boost, plus 10 per level, boost plus 5 per level. Exclusive professional bonus, double experience gain, 100%. Exclusive professional skills, Angel's Heart, maintain a pure heart, ascend to SSS level 12 Winged Archangel at level 100, Devotion Pact, can permanently bind to one person, granting them all personal bonuses, sharing life and death together. Artifact Spirit Skills. Holy Light Blessing, level 1 all attacks carry divine power, adding holy attribute burn, and healing effects are doubled. Wisdom Amplification, level 1 intelligence attribute increases by an additional 5 points upon leveling up. Skills learned, March 3rd. Healing Technique, silver level heals damage for oneself and teammates, deals equivalent damage to dark-type monsters, cooldown 10 seconds. Holy Strike Technique, gold level gathers holy power of light to attack enemies, deals double damage to all dark-type monsters, cooldown time 5 seconds. Blessing, gold level after casting, increases defense, attack, speed, and spirit by 30%, lasts for 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Qin Yan was utterly shocked after reviewing Su Lingyue's attribute panel. This little girl's profession is unexpectedly not an ordinary 6-winged angel, but an SS-level hidden profession, 6-winged holy angel. Just one extra word, but the difference is worlds apart. Not to mention the exclusive skill Heart of the Angel, which can advance to a perverse SSS level after reaching level 100. Little Nian Nian, I want to bind you with a devotion contract. Qin Yan was immersed in surprise when he suddenly heard Su Lingyue lower her head, fiddling with her fingers, her cheeks slightly red, and speaking softly. Bind me? Qin Yan was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to bring this up. Using a single golden skill quality enhancement card to lure back such an endlessly potential long leg to his place was beyond his wildest dreams. However, he was Su Lingyue's only friend in this world, and he quickly calmed down. He looked at her intently and said, Lingyu, have you thought this through? Once we're bound, our lives will be intertwined. If I were to die someday, you'd fall with me. Su Lingyue had already made up her mind. On the day of her awakening, the moment she saw the sacrifice contract, the first person that came to her mind was Qin Yan. She lowered her head and answered firmly, yes, I've thought it through. Besides, you're an SSS level awakened one, it's absolutely not a loss for me. Seeing how serious she was, Qin Yan felt warmth in his heart. Turning down a good thing handed to him would be the real unmanly move. He took the initiative to hold her hand. Since that's the case, Lingyue, let's bind together. From now on, I will protect you. Su Lingyue trembled slightly, her cheeks burning, feeling a bit flustered for a moment. Lingyue, let's begin. After receiving a response, she put away her distracting thoughts and cast the devotion contract on Qin Yan. Suddenly, countless golden mysterious runes appeared on Su Lingyue, tightly enveloping the two of them. The private room was instantly shrouded in a sacred and mysterious aura. Time passed slowly. Congratulations on completing the binding with Su Lingyue. From now on, your lives are intertwined. The runes gradually dissipated, and Qin Yan and Su Lingyue slowly opened their eyes. The two gazes met in the air, and the atmosphere instantly became subtle. Ahem. So, Lingyue, should I find some time to meet your father? Qin Yan rubbed his nose, his tone carrying a hint of nervousness. This sudden remark caused Su Lingyue's cheeks to blush instantly, shy as though boiling water. She quickly broke free from Qin Yan's hand and ran towards the door, blushing as she said, "Little Nian Nian, you wish. My royal lady's father isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. You haven't even passed my test yet. Starting now, you're in the evaluation period, and only when I'm satisfied we'll talk." As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed the door open and ran out of the private room. Qin Yan watched her figure and couldn't help but laugh. What a tsundere little girl. Just as he laughed and shook his head, Su Lingyue poked her head back in from the doorway. "Little Nian Nian, starting tomorrow, team up with me for dungeon runs. No more solo farming, did you hear me loud and clear?" She pondered for a moment and added, "If you dare to act alone in secret, you know the consequences." Before she finished speaking, she quickly ran toward the outside of Tianxiang restaurant. Uncle Fu had been waiting for quite some time and immediately opened the car door for her. She darted inside in a flash. Watching the car slowly leave, Qin Yan smiled and called the waiter, "Check, please." A moment later, a bill was placed in front of him. He glanced at the figures, his eye twitching. He clutched his chest and cursed inwardly, "What a ripoff! Truly outrageous." His phone notification sounded. 122,000 taels had been paid. Standing at the restaurant door, Qin Yan couldn't help but complain, "Do they really think I'm Lord Who? A single meal cost as much as a bronze skill book. If I'd known, I would have just gone for a bowl of wonton noodles." He walked toward the rented apartment with a heavy heart, calculating how many more candies he should swipe next time at the Awakeners Association to make up for his losses. As he reached the entrance, he saw a furious woman in her late 40s standing there. The moment she spotted Qin Yan, her eyes flared with anger. She approached him step by step, her aura more intimidating than the boss in a dungeon. "Qin Yan, you little brat, you turned my room into ruins. I'm going to kill you." Her roar shook the night sky. "Sister Lu, I was wrong. Please let me explain." Qin Yan apologized repeatedly and finally paid 30,000 to settle the matter. "Actually, Sister Lu is a nice person. Knowing Qin Yan is an orphan, she often brings him food and has never urged him to pay rent, which makes Qin Yan feel grateful." This small commotion had just subsided. Meanwhile, in a simple yet elegant hall, an extraordinary middle-aged man roared, "Su Lingyue, you're becoming increasingly domineering. You made this decision without consulting me. Do you not regard me as your father?" This man was the head of the Su family and also Su Lingyue's father, Su Minghai. As soon as Su Lingyue returned home, Su Minghai checked her progress in upgrading and discovered she had bonded with Qin Yan, instantly flying into a rage. Su Lingyue angrily turned her head to retort, "Who I bond with, why should I need to consult you? It's my skill, and I make the decisions." Still seemingly dissatisfied, she added, "Anyway, it's already bonded, and no one can undo it." After speaking, she crossed her arms and stared intently at Su Minghai. "You, sigh." Su Minghai shook his head helplessly, feeling as if a rebellious troublemaker had sped away with his beloved daughter, boldly bringing along a chubby kid to taunt him. He turned and walked toward the study upstairs, muttering in a low voice, "Bring that boy home tomorrow. I want to see what special powers he has that made you decide to be tied to him for life." Su Lingyue noticed his concession and immediately broke into a smile. "Got it, Dad. I'll bring him home tomorrow." She skipped back to her bedroom like a joyful little rabbit. Time flew by, and the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window lattice. Qin Yan carried 2 large meat buns, munching on one as he walked to the entrance of the Shadow Forest dungeon. Seeing that Su Lingyue hadn't arrived yet, he simply found a stone block to sit on. While waiting, he was almost falling asleep when suddenly the roar of a car engine came from the distance. Sure enough, Su Lingyue had arrived. She stepped out of the car with a stride and joyfully ran toward Qin Yan, followed by Fu Bo and 4 awakened individuals. "Little Nian Nian, how long have you been here? Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" Qin Yan glanced at her helplessly and replied, "Not too long, just 1 or 2 hours." Su Lingyue scratched her head and laughed awkwardly, "Well, I didn't know you'd come so early, so I slept a bit longer." Qin Yan waved his hand, "It's fine, let's go, leveling up is more important." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the dungeon. "Little Nian Nian, slow down, wait for me." Su Lingyue hurriedly caught up and stepped into the vortex of the dungeon. Inside the Shadow Forest, Qin Yan and Su Lingyue formed a party. Seeing the 4 awakened bodyguards standing to the side, Qin Yan asked, "Aren't you going to add them to the party?" Su Lingyue explained, "This isn't a novice dungeon. Yesterday, I was farming monsters alone, and they helped me disperse excess monsters, protected me, and casually picked up some drops." Qin Yan heard the phrase "casually picked up drops," and a light bulb instantly went off in his mind, as if he had thought of a brilliant idea. He quickly called Su Lingyue over and whispered in her ear, "Lingyue, I have an idea, something like this and that." "Alright, no problem. Rest assured, little Nian Nian." Su Lingyue gave a thumbs up and then instructed the 4 bodyguards, "Head to the canyon 1 kilometer away and help me collect dropped items." "Just entered the dungeon and went to pick up the loot? Miss, are you serious?" The head bodyguard frowned and said, "We'll go to one place, the others stay here to ensure the young lady's safety." "Don't worry, I'm right at the dungeon exit, not going anywhere. If there's any danger, I'll leave immediately," Su Lingyue said indifferently. "You all go, there are too many things for one person to pick up," Su Lingyue urged impatiently. Alright. Miss, don't wander around, we'll be back shortly." The lead bodyguard had no choice but to take the other 3 and head in the designated direction. After the 4 left, Qin Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fewer people know about this, the better, especially since he was about to unleash some major moves. "Little Nian Nian, hurry up, what secret are you hiding?" Su Lingyue leaned closer, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Qin Yan. The corner of Qin Yan's mouth curved into a mysterious smile as he summoned the space-time arrow box. "Today, bro will take you flying. Keep your eyes on this." As soon as the words left his mouth, the perfect lock-on activated, and hundreds of arrows shot out from the box, heading straight toward the canyon a kilometer away. Su Lingyue asked curiously, "Xiao Nian Nian, what are you doing?" "Killing monsters," Qin Yan answered nonchalantly. Su Lingyue was full of questions. "Where are the monsters? Grinding monsters?" Just as she was puzzled, prompts popped up one after another. Defeated Dual Blade Lizardman, experience plus 27, experience bonus plus 13. Defeated Scythe Lizardman, experience plus 28, experience bonus plus 14. Defeated Dual Blade Lizardman, experience plus 27, experience bonus plus 13. Defeated Lizardman, experience plus 23, experience bonus plus 11. Hundreds of experience tips flooded the screen, and Qin Yan and Su Lingyue's experience skyrocketed. In less than a minute, Su Lingyue directly leveled up to 14, with the experience bar more than halfway filled. Qin Yan also reached level 20, with an astonishing rate of experience gain. This was under the experience bonus from teaming up. If solo grinding, the experience gain would probably be less than 20%. "Wow! Little Nian Nian, you're incredible." Su Lingyue widened her eyes, staring at her skyrocketing level in utter disbelief. At the dungeon entrance, Qin Yan unleashed a rain of arrows, monsters falling one after another. "This skill is simply out of this world. How's that? Leveling up with your bro is fast, right?" Qin Yan had a blade of grass in his mouth, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, and struck a pose that was trying to look outrageously cool, exuding sheer flamboyance. Su Lingyue saw his stance and immediately raised her delicate fist, her gaze turning icy as she stared at him. A chill swept over him, and Qin Yan couldn't help but shudder. Quickly restraining his flamboyance, he smiled apologetically and said, "I just wanted to surprise you. Don't be angry, let me explain my skills to you, and you'll understand." After Qin Yan thoroughly explained perfect lock and 100% hit, Su Lingyue was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. This is just too unscientific. Xiao Nian Nian, don't let anyone else know about this skill. You're just a monster." Su Lingyue looked at Qin Yan as if she were looking at an oddity. Qin Yan sighed, "Too bad this skill can't collect dropped items. I used to have to pick things up while grinding monsters. Now, with the 4 of you bodyguards helping, it's much easier." "It's fine. Dropped items aren't worth much, leveling up directly is what matters. I'll make it up to you." Su Lingyue unhesitatingly displayed her little rich girl demeanor. No, that won't do. The loot is ours, we can't let others take advantage." Qin Yan, like a miser, firmly refused. After a long debate, the 2 finally decided, Qin Yan would be responsible for killing monsters, while the 4 bodyguards would collect the loot. After waiting for a while, the 4 bodyguards quickly returned. "Miss, these are the items you mentioned that were dropped." They handed over a pile of items, their faces still full of confusion. When they first arrived at that canyon, they saw nothing but corpses everywhere, with arrows piercing through monsters. Upon careful investigation, they were shocked to find that not a single living monster remained in the entire canyon, all were shot through by arrows. A bodyguard asked in confusion, What do you think is going on here? How did Miss know there was a cluster of freshly dead monsters here? Stop talking nonsense. Just do whatever Miss tells us to do. What's the point of questioning? The leading bodyguard directly reprimanded him. Qin Yan collected the loot and looked at Su Lingyue. Lingyue, let's pick another spot. After all, this is the entrance to the dungeon, and there are too many prying eyes here. Su Lingyue immediately understood that such a heaven-defying skill could not be revealed. Alright, let's go. We'll head deeper into the dungeon to farm monsters. The group trekked for more than 2 hours before finally stopping. Here it is. Qin Yan glanced around and found the environment here quite appealing. Not only was there a clear stream, but there were also numerous monster spawn points frequently active in the vicinity. The 4 bodyguards carefully inspected the surrounding area and found no traces of monsters. The environment was exceptionally safe. Subsequently, under the arrangements of Qin Yan and Su Lingyue, the 4 bodyguards headed toward another monster gathering spot. Sure enough, upon arriving at the scene, it was still a complete mess. Large monster corpses were scattered across the ground, and the leading bodyguard crouched beside one of them, pulling out the arrow embedded in its body. This arrow is exactly the same as the ones before. It seems that the same person took out all these monsters. He thought to himself, this must be the work of an expert. Several monsters were killed with a single arrow, a testament to impressive strength. Forget it, this is all arranged by the young lady. I shouldn't overthink it, just stick to the mission. He made up his mind, got up, and led the other 3 to start cleaning up the fallen items. On the other side, Qin Yan shot an arrow through a plumpfish in the stream, skillfully gutted it, skewered it with a branch, and prepared for some outdoor grilled fish. Seeing this, Su Lingyue also became excited. The 2 of them busied themselves for a while until the small bonfire was finally ignited. Qin Yan secretly felt fortunate to have her help. Thanks to her sacred light's scorching effect, the firewood was successfully lit. If it had been up to him to start a fire by rubbing sticks, he figured he'd be at it all day. They placed the skewered fish beside the fire, staring expectantly at the grilled fish. Sha Niannian, did you scale the fish? Su Lingyue asked. Is that a step in preparing fish? Qin Yan countered. Probably, right? She hesitated. Impossible, I don't recall anything like that. Qin Yan firmly denied. Before long, a wisp of black smoke emerged. Qin Yan held half a string of charred grilled fish in silence, while Su Lingyue stared at the other half in her fingers, lost for words. How about, we try another one? Su Lingyue cautiously suggested. Qin Yan frowned, his voice faint, all right. He dropped the charcoal in his hand and walked back toward the stream. 10 minutes later, the bodyguards returned, loaded with goods. Before they approached, Su Lingyue hurriedly gave orders to prepare to head to the next location. She didn't want them to see the embarrassing state of the 2. Time passed by second. Defeated Blazing Lion, EXP plus 30, bonus EXP plus 15. Defeated Phoenix Crested Mountain Eagle, EXP plus 28, bonus EXP plus 14. Defeated Stream Topmouth, EXP plus 1, bonus EXP plus 0. Killed Earth Demon Bear, experience plus 32, experience bonus plus 16. By the afternoon, the 4 bodyguards finally filled their spatial backpacks and returned to the camp with a pile of loot. As they approached, they noticed something unusual. The atmosphere between Qin Yan and Su Lingyue was extremely tense, surrounded by scorched remnants, densely scattered, strikingly visible. Everyone was startled. Could it be that the lady in Qin Yan encountered a fire element awakener? Did they just fight a fierce battle, leaving behind this scorched earth? The 4 people dropped what they were holding and hurried forward, worried that Su Lingyue might be injured and fearing they wouldn't be able to explain it clearly when they went back. As they got closer, they saw the 2 squatting by the scorched fire pit, staring intently at a skewer of grilled fish, completely oblivious to their return. Su Lingyue said earnestly, I think it's ready. Qin Yan shook his head repeatedly, no, we still need to wait a bit longer. Just as everyone was about to speak, Qin Yan suddenly stretched out his arm and swiftly grabbed the grilled fish. This time, I won't mess up. Lingyue, give it a try. He tossed half a skewer of grilled fish to Su Lingyue. With the fish skin slightly burnt, Su Lingyue refused on the spot. Little Nian, you eat it first. I don't trust you anymore. Qin Yan looked hurt. Lingyue, last time was an accident. You actually don't believe me. I'm so upset. Let me try it first. As he spoke, he tore off a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few bites, his face instantly alternated between pale and green. Ugh, ugh, ugh. So bitter, and it's burnt. He quickly spat it out. Seeing this, Su Lingyue decisively tossed the grilled fish in her hand, which unexpectedly landed directly in the mouth of one of the bodyguards. Damn! It's toxic! The bodyguard covered his mouth and ran to the tree to vomit violently. Only then did Qin Yan and Su Lingyue realize that the bodyguards had returned. After hearing what had happened, the bodyguards finally felt relieved. It turned out these two Breaking Bad wannabes were just figuring out how to grill fish. The four handed over the items they had picked up all morning and cheerfully took on the task of cooking. Seeing their pale-faced companion who kept gagging, the other three firmly refused to let Qin Yan and Su Lingyue participate in cooking. They even righteously claimed that the two had extraordinary talent and should take cooking seriously and learn properly. In no time, the group got to work, and a table of steaming hot food was placed before the two. Little Nian Nian, what are you doing this afternoon? Continuing to level up or heading back? Su Lingyue asked while eating. Qin Yan pondered, constantly grinding monsters is really boring, and I didn't even get a good look at the monsters' appearances. He said, Lingyue, take me to level up this afternoon. I want to see your skills. Hearing him say that, Su Lingyue could no longer hold back and agreed immediately. But thinking of her father asking her to bring Qin Yan home last night, she worried he might not agree, and her eyes darted quickly. With a sudden idea, she said, for Queen Empress like me to help you level up, that's fine, but you have to agree to one condition. Before Qin Yan could react, he casually replied, no big deal, piece of cake. Say it, bro promises to agree. Su Lingyue grinned triumphantly, my dad wants to meet you. Come home with me tonight. All right. What? Qin Yan agreed before finishing his sentence and then stared at Su Lingyue in shock as he realized. Lingyue, what did you say? Your dad wants to meet me? Yes, today. Qin Yan felt as if he had been struck by lightning on a clear day and meekly said, Lingyue, can we change the condition? No, I agree to all three. Su Lingyue raised her eyebrows in fury. Little Nian Nian, just try going back on your word. See if I don't beat you into a pig's head. After saying that, she got up, grabbed Qin Yan's ear, and walked out without looking back. Let's go. I'll take you to grind mobs right now. The four bodyguards looked at each other, speechless. One of the bodyguards exclaimed in surprise, that kid Qin Yan is really impressive. Even Master Su Minghai wants to meet him. Normally, even the mayor of Magic City seldom gets to see the master. The lead bodyguard gave him a firm knock on the head. Stop calling him Kid Qin Yan, from now on, call him Young Master Qin Yan. Didn't you see how close Miss is with him? Can't you be more perceptive? Let's go, quickly follow Miss. The four hurriedly followed in the footsteps of Qin Yan and Su Lingyue. At this moment, outside the instance, wisps of mist slowly drifted out from a spatial rift, quickly spreading in all directions and gradually enveloping the instant's entrance. What's going on? Why did this thick fog suddenly appear? The weather forecast didn't mention there would be heavy fog today. Isn't this normal? When have you ever seen a weather forecast be accurate? Outside the copy, a group of awakened discussed one after another. But soon, they noticed something was wrong. The fog grew thicker and thicker, and beyond 5 meters, nothing was visible. Ah! There's a monster, run quickly! Help! Someone save me! A blood-covered awakened desperately ran outward. Just as he broke through the edge of the mist, something grabbed him and violently dragged him back into the dense fog. Moments later, no sound could be heard from within the mist. At the same time, the alarm bells in the Magic City Administration Bureau suddenly blared, and red warning lights flashed rapidly. The sound of hurried footsteps erupted, and countless staff quickly engaged in emergency actions. Shenanggua hastened his steps, rushed to the first floor, grabbed a staff member, and asked, "What's going on? Is it the mist zone?" The staff member stood at attention and respectfully replied, "Report to Captain Qian, a level 1 mist zone has abruptly emerged outside the Shadow Forest, covering an area of 2 kilometers. Shenanggua's face darkened, and he ordered coldly, "Immediately establish a security perimeter from the mist zone towards the direction of Magic City. Prohibit anyone from approaching. Do you understand?" "Understood." The staff responded promptly and immediately took action. Before long, vehicles loaded with awakened individuals set off from the Modu Management Bureau towards the mist-shrouded area, the atmosphere tense and heavy. Inside the dungeon, Su Lingyue was fiercely confronting an earth demon bear. She holds the Book of Wisdom in her hand, radiating holy light. The platinum divine glow envelopes her, resembling a pure angel. Holy strike! Su Lingyue uttered a low cry, and a beam of brilliance descended from the sky, striking the earth demon bear directly. The holy light instantly tore through the bear's flesh, and sacred flames scorched its fur. Accompanied by its mournful roar, the earth demon bear collapsed to the ground. "How about it? Isn't your queen awesome?" Su Lingyue closed the Book of Wisdom, proudly turning to Qin Yan. But at that moment, the fallen demon bear suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, unleashing its last ounce of vitality and lunging at Su Lingyue. Miss, danger. Quickly dodge. The bodyguards' hearts tightened and they rushed swiftly towards Su Lingyue. Upon hearing the warning, Su Lingyue turned to look, her face instantly turning pale, overflowing with fear. A blood-red maw was inches away, and the air was filled with a foul stench. Oh no, it's too late. The bodyguards were only 3 meters away from her, yet it felt like an insurmountable gap, making it impossible to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Su Lingyue teetered on the brink of death, their hearts filled with regret. However, at this moment, only Qin Yan remained calm and composed. The moment the Earth Demon Bear opened its eyes, he had already summoned the Spacetime Arrow Box. Arrow of the Void. Just as Su Lingyue desperately closed her eyes, an arrow suddenly emerged, piercing straight into the Demon Bear's mouth. The immense force sent the Demon Bear flying backward, crashing heavily 10 meters away. Kill Earth Demon Bear, XP plus 20, XP bonus plus 10. Kill Earth Demon Bear, XP plus 12, XP bonus plus 6. Qin Yan and Su Lingyue simultaneously received the kill notification. Everyone was baffled, except Su Lingyue, who turned her head to look at Qin Yan. Seeing the quiver beside him, she suddenly understood. It was little Nian Nian who saved me. A warm feeling surged in her heart. Fourth Miss, are you okay? Are you hurt? The 4 bodyguards quickly surrounded her, worried that danger might strike again. Qin Yan walked over slowly. Lingyu, are you okay? Be more careful next time. Don't relax until you see the kill notification. Su Lingyue threw her arms around Qin Yan, her eyes moist. Little Nian Nian, thank you. Just now, I thought I was going to die. Qin Yan smiled. Don't be silly. If you really died, I'd have to follow you to the grave. I was already prepared. This time was just to make you vigilant, so this kind of mishap doesn't happen again. Hearing him say this, Su Lingyue finally understood that Qin Yan had known the demon bear wasn't dead and had deliberately frightened her. The moment of gratitude dissipated instantly. She bit her teeth and, with a childish tone, threatened, Little Nian Nian, I'm going to fight you. While the two were playfully bickering, the 4 bodyguards also realized that it was Qin Yan who had saved the young lady. What was surprising, however, was that they hadn't noticed where the arrow had come from. The 4 of them are all late-stage second-tier awakeners, yet they didn't even notice the attack from a newly awakened student, making Qin Yan secretly impressed. Luckily, they didn't know that all the earlier monster corpses were Qin Yan's doing, otherwise, their jaws would have hit the floor. To train Su Lingyue's combat awareness, Qin Yan decided not to intervene in the monster farming and handed it over entirely to her. Being a carry player isn't too bad. Though the experience is a bit less, he's already at level 20 and not in a hurry to level up. For bodyguards, having learned from previous lessons, closely safeguarded Su Lingyue, ensuring no further danger arose. Time flew by, and dusk was approaching. Su Lingyue stretched lazily, raising her arms to reveal her slender waist and slightly rounded curves. Qin Yan couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of life. Over the course of the afternoon, Su Lingyue leveled up to LV 17, 18%, while Qin Yan advanced to LV 22, 3%. Tired from grinding monsters, Su Lingyue lazily said, Alright, that's it for today. Time to go home. Just as Qin Yan was still immersed in the wonderful moment, he suddenly remembered he had to go home tonight with Su Lingyue to meet her parents, and his nerves instantly frayed. He said guiltily, already going back? How about, we grind a little longer? Seeing his expression, Su Lingyue immediately changed her tone. Little Nian Nian, don't try to play tricks. You're coming home with me today, whether you want to or not, you have to go. Listening to Su Lingyue's words, Qin Yan suddenly felt deflated, his mind in turmoil. He was about to meet his prospective father-in-law, and an uncontrollable feeling of nervousness surged in his heart. Let's go, hurry. Su Lingyue dragged him, heading straight toward the dungeon exit. At this moment, near the exit of the second-level dungeon in Magic City, Gu Hongwu was leading 4 young men and women preparing to leave. Young Master Gu is simply a genius of Magic City. He reached level 11 in such a short time, while ordinary students are still only at level 8 or 9. It's estimated they'll need until tomorrow at the earliest to enter the Shadow Forest dungeon for leveling up. That's right, young Master Gu's S-rank talent, who could compare? Just now, he took down the Shadow Wolves in 2 minutes. Absolutely heroic. It had us all on the edge of our seats. Everyone showered him with praise, nearly elevating Gu Hongwu to be the top figure in Great Xia. Ha, I'm in a great mood today, double pay for the boost. Gu Hongwu said contentedly, waving his hand and throwing out tens of thousands of yuan. Thank you, young Master Gu. Many thanks, young Master Gu. Several people quickly expressed their gratitude. At this moment, Qin Nian and his group also arrived at the dungeon's exit. Isn't that Qin Nian, that poor boy? He actually dares to get so close to Su Lingyue? Gu Hongwu's face instantly darkened. During the awakening, his glory was stolen by Qin Nian, and now Su Lingyue is still partial to Qin Nian. Rage burned in his heart. Today, I must take down Qin Nian and let Su Lingyue see how impressive I am. Gu Hongwu stared at the four people beside him. That kid is a student from my school. Help me take him out, and I'll give each of you 200,000. The four were silent for a moment. Killing someone inside the instance doesn't violate the law. As long as they're not officially wanted, they're willing to do it. Everyone answered in unison, all right, young Master Gu. Leave this to us. Qin Nian finally saw Gu Hongwu and the others clearly at this moment and blurted out, what bad luck, running into this bunch of losers. Losers? Little Nian Nian, who are you talking about? Su Lingyue followed Qin Nian's gaze and also saw Gu Hongwu, who was standing at the entrance of the dungeon, her brows furrowing tightly. Just as Qin Nian and his group approached, four young men and women immediately stepped in front of them. Su Lingyue showed no fear and shouted angrily, what do you want? Step aside. Immediately, four level 59 bodyguards rushed forward, their oppressive presence instantly enveloping the four young people. The four saw the bodyguards' levels, their legs went weak, and they cursed Gu Hongwu in their hearts. We're just little fries barely. Over level 20, and you want us to deal with them? They're guarded by 4 level 59 big shots, isn't this a blatant trap for us? Gu Hongwu stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Nian, hiding behind a woman? What kind of skill is that? If you have guts, step forward. Su Lingyue was about to retort, but Qin Nian held her back. Lingyue, leave this to me. Don't interfere. Alright, then be careful. Thinking of Qin Nian's current skills, Su Lingyue didn't say more. Qin Nian bypassed the bodyguards and walked straight toward those people. He looked at Gu Hongwu indifferently. Gu Hongwu, why are you blocking me? I warned you before, stay away from Su Lingyue, but you refused to listen. Today is the day you die. Once you're dead, Lingyue will see how much stronger I am. Gu Hongwu's eyes were fierce, as if he wanted to devour Qin Nian alive. Just as Qin Nian was about to counter, the leader among the four men spoke coldly, Kid, be smart and accept your fate willingly. If you do, we'll make your death easier. Otherwise. The female awakener beside him added, don't count on those bodyguards to save you. At this distance, they won't even have time to act. Qin Nian glanced at their stats, Zhao Sanjin, LV-21, C-level swordsman. Chen Zhaoping, LV-19, C-level fire mage. Xu Yu, LV-17, D-class shield warrior. Zhang Ren, LV-17, D-class assassin. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where did these people get their confidence? Could it be the courage given by Liang Jingru? Aren't you afraid the bureau will come knocking? Qin Nian asked. Zhao Sanjin smiled faintly, the bureau doesn't bother with fights inside dungeons. If you die, you deserve it. Only in cities outside the dungeon will someone intervene. That said, it's time for you to die. As soon as the words fell, the four charged at Qin Nian simultaneously. Qin Nian's lips curved slightly, since that's the case, you're not leaving today. Stay and play with me. Zhao Sanjin swung his sword at Qin Nian's head, Chen Zhaoping ignited a fireball and shot it out, while Zhu Yu and Zhang Ren each launched their own attacks. Qin Nian, class of 2022, raised all four-dimensional attributes to 675, watching their actions as slow as a slow-motion scene. Too slow. Qin Nian lowered himself into a sprint and punched Zhao Sanjin mid-air, directly sending him flying. Crack! The sound of a spine breaking echoed. Zhao Sanjin fell to the ground screaming in agony, lifeless and silent. Sanjin! Captain! The remaining three were dumbfounded. The student who had just awakened actually killed the captain with a single punch, completely beyond their comprehension. Terrified out of their wits, they turned around, intending to flee the dungeon. Still want to run? Keep dreaming. Qin Nian, swift as lightning, instantly caught up with the three. Bang! 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 After 3 punches, Chen Zhaoping, Zhu Yu, and Zhang Ren collapsed to the ground in terror, their eyes filled with fear. Humph! You still dare to try killing me? What a joke! Qin Nian snorted coldly, turned to look for Gu Hongwu, but found that the guy had already fled the instance the moment he saw Zhao Sanjin being punched to death. Little Nian Nian, you're amazing. Su Lingyue approached with 4 bodyguards, her eyes full of surprise. Qin Nian was busy looting the corpses, especially spending quite some time on Chen Zhaoping, but ended up only collecting 70 to 80,000. He cursed under his breath, what a bunch of paupers. Little Nian Nian, what are you doing? Upon hearing Su Lingyue's question, Qin Nian quickly withdrew his hand and sneered, "Collecting the spoils of war? Unfortunately, they're too poor and only brought 80,000 yuan. As he spoke, he shook his head and stood up. At this moment, the 4 bodyguards also noticed the miserable state of the group and whispered among themselves, "Young Master Qin's level must be quite high, he actually took them down effortlessly. Don't forget, young Master Qin and the lady awakened together, so his level can't be too high. I guess he awakened a high-quality melee profession, which is why he can crush so easily." "Nonsense, young Master Qin saved the lady with arrows before, how could he be melee?" The crowd argued back and forth. Su Lingyue interjected, asking, "Little Nian Nian, Gu Hanwu actually ran away. What a pity, I was planning to help you take him down." Qin Nian's lips curled slightly. "It's okay, there are plenty of opportunities." Despite saying this, he had already sentenced Gu Hanwu to death in his heart. He absolutely wouldn't let him stay overnight. He had been keeping an eye on that guy for a while. Later, he'd head out, seize the right moment, and directly use a map-wide attack to take out this useless trash. Gu Hanwu, having escaped from the dungeon, was startled by the mist before him. All he could see was a vast expanse of white, with the area around completely shrouded in fog. What on earth is going on? He was completely clueless and could only cautiously grope his way toward the direction of the demon city. Outside the mist, Chen Anghua issued orders repeatedly. All combat-type awakened individuals, enter the mist to hunt down exotic beasts and search for spatial rifts. Be sure to eliminate them as quickly as possible. Non-combat type awakened individuals, stay at the edge of the mist, ready to treat the wounded at any time and disperse awakened individuals who stray into the dungeon. As soon as the command was issued, the entire staff of the Modu Management Bureau swiftly sprang into action. At the same time, Qin Nian, Su Lingyue, and the other 4 stepped out of the dungeon, facing the thick mist before them. Qin Nian saw nothing but a sea of white before him, his brow furrowing slightly as a sense of unease crept over him. The 4 bodyguards, their expressions grave, immediately assumed a defensive posture, tightly shielding Qin Nian and Su Lingyue in the center. "Miss, young Master Qin, be careful. This is the mist zone, a place of abnormalities. Unusual occurrences often have sinister causes," one bodyguard warned in a low voice. Su Lingyue frowned and said sternly, "Go. The misty area is not a place to linger, leave quickly." Qin Nian asked softly, "Lingyue, what exactly is this misty area? I'm not too sure either. I only heard my father mention it. The misty area is a place that appears randomly. Every time it appears, several kilometers around it will be shrouded in thick fog, and there are also strange beasts roaming. I don't know the specifics," Su Lingyue explained slowly. The 6 of them cautiously headed in the direction of Modu. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a piercing and eerie cry came from nearby, sounding like a baby's wail, sending chills down the spine. The sound made everyone involuntarily shudder. "Someone's coming. Prepare for battle," the lead bodyguard said in a low voice. From the mist, a phantom figure suddenly darted out. It resembled a human shape but lacked any color. Extending 10 claw-like sharp blades resembling steel needles, it lunged straight at the lead bodyguard. The experienced bodyguard struck decisively, slashing at the phantom's head. "Die!" The blade did not sever the phantom, it instantly turned into mist, and the next moment its claw slammed heavily onto the bodyguard's chest. Bang! 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 The bodyguard staggered back 3 steps before steadying himself. The other 3 bodyguards quickly stepped forward to attack, but the shadow's misting skill made them unable to advance. "Let me do it! Holy strike!" Su Lingyue immediately summoned the Book of Wisdom and launched a sudden attack. Chirp the shadow let out a sharp cry of pain and then darted into the mist, disappearing without a trace. Everyone turned to look at the lead bodyguard. His chest was covered in torn clothing, and a dark red claw mark horrifyingly stood out. The skin was already gone, exposing bloody, mangled muscle fibers. "What is this monster? It's terrifying." Everyone was utterly shocked. The shadow suddenly darted forward again, heading straight for Qin Nian. "Little Nian Nian, watch out!" Su Lingyue warned anxiously, her hands prepared to release the holy strike spell at any moment. Qin Nian's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, the earth arrow had been launched. Boom! Claws collided with the earth arrows, erupting in dazzling brilliance. The phantom was thwarted and immediately withdrew to evade. "Hit me and think you can run? Dream on!" Qin Nian sneered, instantly firing dozens of arrows. The arrows nearly struck, but the phantom vaporized again and disappeared, with the arrows in hot pursuit. "Trying to escape? Dream on!" Qin Nian watched the arrow vanish into the mist, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Little Nian Nian, are you okay?" Su Lingyue hurriedly stepped forward to check. Qin Yan shook his head, indicating he was fine, and reminded, "We need to leave quickly. These creatures are unpredictable, who knows how many more there are. It's too dangerous." The group nodded, slowed down their pace, and proceeded cautiously, wary of any ambushes. Qin Yan stroked his chin and thought to himself, "Mist. Why does this name sound so familiar? That's it. It's the mist potion obtained in the trial tower." He suddenly remembered and quickly took out the bottle of potion from his space backpack. Mist potion, refined from the mist core. After consumption, it allows the user to see through everything in the mist without obstruction and attack enemies in mist form. Duration, permanent. At the time, he hadn't understood the purpose of this potion, but now he was overjoyed. With it, he was practically invincible. Qin Yan gave a wicked smile and tilted his head back, finishing the drink in one gulp. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Defeated Mist Invader, EXP plus 1000, EXP bonus plus 500. The scenes within the mist gradually became clearer, and after a moment, his vision returned to normal, with only a few wisps of thin mist floating around. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Yan would almost have thought that everything just now was an illusion. Su Lingyue and the team also received the notification and looked at Qin Yan in shock. Qin Yan gently shook his head, signaling her not to make a sound, and only then did Su Lingyue give up the idea of speaking. At this moment, many enforcement agents from the bureau had already been attacked by the mist invaders within the fog and were falling injured to the ground one after another. Relying on their numbers advantage, they managed to join forces and kill several mist invaders. From afar, Qin Yan saw the forces of the bureau. His expression remained calm as he surveyed the surroundings, spotting only about a dozen mist invaders within his line of sight. Yet the administration has 200 to 300 people, a stark difference in numbers, yet they still couldn't easily deal with these monsters. This shows how bizarre and troublesome they are. Fortunately, I can see my surroundings clearly. I'll take care of these experience packs. Qin Yan's mind stirred, quickly making a decision. Each experience pack is worth 1000, and he absolutely wouldn't let anyone else snatch them away. The space-time arrow box slowly opened, and arrows silently shot into the depths of the mist. Apart from Su Lingyue, who was staring at Qin Yan, no one noticed his movement. Killed Mist Invader, EXP plus 1000, experience bonus plus 500. Killed Mist Invader, EXP plus 1000, experience bonus plus 500. In no time, Qin Yan single-handedly killed all the Mist Invaders. He quietly retrieved his arrows, leaving no trace. He thought to himself with delight, "Not bad, over 10 of them netted me tens of thousands of experience points. Big profit." Su Lingyue's face was full of confusion. Is Xiao Nian using cheats? How come so many experience boosters kept popping up? Leveling up is way too fast. Seeing her level instantly rise to LV18, Su Lingyue was so thrilled that she rushed forward, wanting to hug Qin Yan and give him a fierce kiss. Suddenly, Qin Yan's gaze turned cold as he noticed a figure crawling in the grass. It was none other than the escaping Gu Hongwu. The skin on Gu Hongwu's left arm had disappeared, obviously from an earlier encounter with the mist invaders. Unluckily, he hadn't died and was trembling all over, with his large rear end sticking out. Perfect, no need for unnecessary words. This time, I'll deal with you myself, Qin Yan murmured, as an arrow silently shot toward Gu Hongwu. Ah! A piercing shriek tore through the sky. Su Lingyue clung tightly to Qin Yan's arm in fright. It's so terrifying. What kind of monster makes that sound? Qin Yan curled his lips into a mischievous smile and reassured her, maybe it's a pig-ape beast. I heard it's their mating season recently. Su Lingyue was half convinced. Her eyes showed a trace of unease, though she couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. If someone could penetrate the mist at this moment, they would surely be shocked by the tragic scene before them. In a pile of grass, the corpse of a male was pierced through the rectum by an unknown sharp weapon, with a large patch of skin peeled off his left arm. This sight breaks hearts upon hearing about it and brings tears upon seeing it. Instinct drives people to protect their most vulnerable parts. The Mist Invader is truly cruel and extremely twisted. The Mist Invader innocently retorted, I'm not taking the blame for this. After continuing forward for more than 10 minutes, Qin Yan's group encountered enforcers from the Magic City Management Bureau. Luckily, Qin Yan foresaw potential conflict and promptly prevented it. One of the enforcers quickly stepped forward. Hello, I am an enforcer from the Magic City Management Bureau. May I ask if you've seen any spatial rifts in the mist? Everyone lightly shook their heads. None of them had seen such a sight before. The enforcer sighed and signaled a colleague to quickly lead Qin Yan and the others away from the misty area. Just as they were about to part ways, Qin Yan suddenly turned back, pretending to hesitate. We just heard strange noises coming from that direction. Maybe it will be useful to you. The enforcer responded with a smile, "Thank you, child, we will investigate it." Shortly after, Qin Yan and his group finally emerged from the fog. Su Lingyue and the 4 bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief, finally relaxing their tense nerves. "Ha! Is that little Qin Yan?" Qin Yan heard someone calling him. When he turned to look, it was actually Chen Anhua. He hurriedly went up to greet him and returned the gesture, saying, "Captain Chen, hello. I never expected to run into you here." Chen Anhua patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'm here on duty. You're pretty lucky, kid, to have made it out of the foggy zone alive." Qin Yan shrugged and smiled, "Thanks to the eldest miss of the Su family and her bodyguard, who helped us escape." "Captain Chen, what exactly is this foggy zone? Can you tell me?" This mystery had always troubled Qin Yan. Since Chen Anhua was on duty here, he must surely know more. Chen Anhua pondered for a moment, stared at Qin Yan, and said, "This isn't exactly a secret, but don't spread it around." "Don't worry, Captain Chen. Everyone at school calls me the little gentleman who keeps secrets." Qin Yan nodded repeatedly like a little chick. Seeing this, Chen Anhua turned his head toward the mist zone and said, "The mist zone is composed of randomly appearing spatial rifts that continuously release mist, obstructing vision and perception. In the mist, there lurks a type of creature, mist invaders. They come in various forms but all appear as ephemeral as the mist itself, attacking life within it. Those hit will mysteriously lose their skin, ultimately becoming bloodied skinless beings. The mist will only dissipate if the rift is found and closed, otherwise, the invaders will continue to emerge endlessly." Qin Yan's expression remained calm, showing no signs of surprise, causing Chen Anhua to look at him with newfound respect for his composure. If Qin Yan knew what he was thinking, he would surely reply, "Bro, I'm as steady as an old dog, this little thing is nothing." After receiving all the information, Qin Yan politely expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Under Chen Anhua's arrangement, they found Uncle Fu and a private car. Su Lingyue returned to Uncle Fu's side, who was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could barely speak. After confirming that she was unharmed, he drove away with Qin Yan and her. The car drove into the Magic City, heading straight for a villa district. Qin Yan looked out through the car window. "Lingyue, I heard that wealthy people usually live in estates. Why is your home different?" Su Lingyue rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Little Nian Nian, you don't know anything. When buying a house, it's all about the location. My family's villa could buy several of those small estates you're talking about." Qin Yan smiled wryly, thinking to himself that as long as a house is livable, it's enough. Money would be better spent on items to enhance one's strength. Just as he was lost in thought, Uncle Fu had already parked the car in front of a grand gate. Su Lingyue urged, "Little Nian Nian, get out of the car. We're at my place." Qin Yan slowly opened the car door, his movements so cautious as though he feared disrupting the tranquility, and finally stepped outside the vehicle. Standing in front of the main entrance, Qin Yan looked at Su Lingyue with a face full of pleading. Lingyue, it's my first time meeting your father, and I didn't prepare any gifts. This doesn't seem right. How about I go buy something first? You go ahead, no need to wait for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to sneak away. The moment he turned around, his ear was suddenly pulled up sharply. Su Lingyue sneered and said, "Little Nian Nian, you don't need to buy any gifts. Just obediently come with me." After saying that, she pushed open the door and directly led Qin Yan into the villa. Dad, I'm back." Entering the house, Su Lingyue shouted loudly. A servant respectfully approached. "Miss, the master is waiting for you in the dining room. Dinner is prepared, just waiting for your return." "Got it, you may carry on." Su Lingyue took Qin Yan's arm and headed toward the dining room. As soon as Qin Yan entered the villa, he glanced around the interior, which was completely different from the lavish grandeur he had imagined. The room was simple yet elegant, exuding a rich sense of traditional Chinese sophistication. The wooden decor is calm and grand, revealing the owner's extraordinary taste. Upon entering the dining room, a distinguished middle-aged man was seen seated at the head position, his sharply defined features exuding an air of supreme authority. It was none other than Su Lingyue's father, Su Minghai. "Dad." Su Minghai slowly raised his head. Qin Yan felt the oppressive presence from those deep eyes, and her entire body stiffened. "Come, sit down." Su Minghai's voice was deep and resonant. Qin Yan slightly bowed, her expression shifting from awkwardness to calmness, and she said with a smile, "Greetings to the Su family head. I, Qin Yan, have boldly visited today. I hope the family head won't take offense." Su Minghai nodded slightly, indicating it was fine, but his gaze remained fixed on Qin Yan. He wanted to see what charm this young man possessed that made his precious daughter willingly tie herself to him. After taking their seats, the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Qin Yan cleared his throat, his voice somewhat restrained. Ahem. Well, I heard Lingyue say that uncle wanted to see me today. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare a gift. I'm really sorry about that. Su Minghai seemed not to hear, his piercing gaze fixed on Qin Yan. Dad. Qin Yan is talking to you. Su Lingyue's face darkened as she coldly reminded him. Only then did Su Minghai snap back to reality, his expression still stern. It's fine. Today, I asked Lingyue to invite you over mainly to meet you, and also to discuss the contract between you and Lingyue. Dad. Su Lingyue was just about to interject, but Su Minghai interrupted her. Go to your room and rest. I'll talk to Qin Yan alone. I'll call you for dinner later. Looking at Su Lingyue, who seemed about to explode with anger, Qin Yan quickly smoothed things over. Lingyue, don't be mad, I'll just have a chat with uncle. Qin Yan's words made Su Lingyue stomp her feet in frustration and angrily return to her room. Not wasting my time with you. Her figure stormed off angrily. Su Minghai turned, his expression stern, his gaze as sharp as an eagle locking onto Qin Yan. Qin Yan, I know it was you who saved Lingyue a year ago, and I'm very grateful for that. But regarding your contract, shouldn't you give me an explanation? He exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, his presence imposing, causing Qin Yan's clothes to flutter wildly. Qin Yan did not back down, her gaze unwavering as she replied, that was an accident, uncle, don't make too much of it. As for the contract, I awakened an SSS-level hidden profession. I believe that not only can I protect Lingyu, but I also won't let myself fall into despair. Please rest assured. Su Minghai sneered. Qin Yan, it's not that I underestimate you, but with your current strength, let alone protecting Lingyu, you won't even be able to protect yourself. He paused, his voice sinking further. Stop dreaming. You've only just awakened, and those high-level monsters or even skilled elites from prominent families can get rid of you effortlessly. I'm not denying you the chance to prove yourself. For this year's college entrance exam, as long as you make it to the top 10, I'll temporarily believe that you have potential. If you fail, you must agree to live in the Su family from then on, never stepping out. Qin Yan understood in his heart this was nothing short of house arrest. He wanted to protect Lingyu, but he also wanted to lock himself in. Uncle, you underestimate me, Qin Yan. The top 10 is far too easy. Let's do it this way. If I become the top scorer, you must agree to one condition of mine. If I fail, I'll comply with your terms. His eyes surged with unwavering resolve, and the pressure seemed to dissipate entirely. He stood as if atop a towering peak, exuding an overpowering aura. Su Minghai's gaze flickered and revealed a trace of surprise. This Qin Yan actually has some substance to him. He nodded and said, all right, the bet is set. I hope you can achieve it. As long as you become the top scholar, you can make any request. Then thank you in advance, uncle. Qin Yan responded with a smile. Su Minghai sent a servant to call Lingyu for dinner, but she was slow to appear. It is said that the young lady is angry and refuses to speak to anyone. Helpless, Su Minghai went personally to invite, and Qin Yan followed him. Knock knock knock. Su Minghai knocked on the door and softly called out from outside, Lingyu, it's time to eat. A protest like a little lion's roar came from inside the room. I'm not eating. Su Minghai, just wait, I'm going to tell my mom you're bullying me, and we'll see how she pulls your ear then. At these words, Su Minghai's heart tightened, his hair stood on end, and a chill shot straight to his brow. Under Qin Yan's gaze, his expression shifted repeatedly until he finally set aside his stern demeanor and softened considerably. My sweet daughter, don't be impulsive. Your mom is very busy, don't disturb her. I was just talking to Qin Yan about how you two met. I was just curious, you can ask him if you don't believe me. After speaking, he sneaked a glance at Qin Yan, his face full of embarrassment, all trace of authority gone. Qin Yan couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. The mighty head of the Su family was a henpecked husband, completely led by his daughter and wife. He held back his laughter, his lips twitching slightly, afraid that a smile would give him away. Qin Yan, is everything I said true? Su Minghai asked cautiously. Su Minghai gently nudged Qin Yan with his elbow, signaling him to step in and help. Ah yes. 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 Qin Yan hurriedly shouted toward the room, Lingyue, uncle was really just talking to me about how we first met. He was worried you'd feel awkward, so he asked you to go back to your room first. Hearing this, Su Lingyue slowly pushed the door ajar and looked toward Qin Yan. Really? Shan Yan Yan, you're not lying to me? Qin Yan replied earnestly, of course. Everything I said is true. Only then did Su Lingyue open the door and walk out, saying to Su Minghai, alright, in that case, I won't tell my mom for now. Come on, let's go eat. I'm starving to death. She immediately broke into a smile and quickly ran toward the dining hall. Qin Nian watched her change her expression faster than flipping a face, secretly admiring her. That speed was more precise than a fired arrow, truly frightening. Better not to provoke women in the future. At this moment, Su Minghai quietly leaned over to Qin Nian's side and whispered, "Qin Nian, kid, you performed well today. I've decided to lower my requirements. As long as you make it into the top 100, I'll count it as you passing." After saying that, he also headed toward the dining hall. Qin Nian rubbed her forehead, thinking to herself that the actions of this father and daughter truly deserved full marks. The atmosphere during the following dinner was relaxed and pleasant. Su Minghai and Qin Nian cooperated seamlessly, praising each other. Anyone watching would definitely think they were close friends despite the age gap. However, the focus of their compliments was entirely on Su Lingyue, praising her for being outstanding in every aspect, making Su Lingyue giggle non-stop while eating. The dinner ended amidst laughter, and Qin Nian stood up, ready to take her leave. "Uncle, thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any further. I'll head back now." Su Minghai tried to persuade him to stay a bit longer, and Su Lingyue accompanied Qin Nian to the villa entrance. "Little Nian Nian, isn't my dad quite easy to get along with?" Qin Nian gave a thumbs up and affirmed, "Uncle, absolutely fantastic. Glad you guys get along well." Su Lingyue nodded contentedly. At that moment, Fu Bo drove over slowly and said, "Young Master Qin, I'll take you home." After bidding farewell to Su Lingyue, Qin Nian got into the car and headed back to his residence. After leaving the Su family villa a short distance, Uncle Fu handed Qin Nian a wooden box. Qin Nian looked at the wooden box with confusion. "What is this?" Uncle Fu replied with a smile, "Young Master Qin, this is something the master asked me to give you. As for what it is exactly, I'm not sure myself." Qin Nian took the wooden box and said to Uncle Fu, "Please convey my thanks to Uncle on my behalf, and thank you for your hard work." Uncle Fu shook his head slightly, indicating it was no trouble. The car passed through the bustling downtown area, finally arriving at Qin Nian's small rented apartment. Qin Nian got out of the car, said goodbye to Uncle Fu, and walked slowly into her residence. The next day, at the Magic City Management Bureau, Shen Angua's face showed a hint of relief. After a full day and night of investigation, they had finally located the spatial rift in the Misty area and successfully closed it. He had just returned to the administrative bureau, ready to lie down and rest, when several enforcers rushed over hurriedly. "Captain Qian, we've found another body." The speaker was one of the enforcers who met Qin Nian yesterday. Shen Anghua sighed heavily. It seems the Misty area has had quite a few incidents again this time. Everyone, make proper registrations and notify the families to come claim the bodies." The enforcer noticed he didn't seem to grasp the key issue and quickly added, "Captain Qian, the wounds on this corpse are extremely similar to those on Zhao Arrow and the others earlier. Do you want to take a look yourself?" The already exhausted Qian Anghua immediately sat upright. "Bring it over, let me take a look." The enforcer handed over a death file. Deceased, Gu Hongwu, 18 years old, a senior student at Magic City High School No. 2, awakened to an S-class profession, Blazing Warrior. The body was discovered in a bush in the fog zone, with large areas of skin missing from the left arm, and the fatal injury being a piercing wound in the rectal area caused by a sharp object. Time of death coincides with the appearance of the fog zone, suspected to be the work of fog invaders. Chen Anghua frowned deeply. The records indicate that it was likely the work of a mist infiltrator. However, adhering to the principle of not letting any culprit go unpunished, he said coldly, "Bring me the photos of Zhao Arrow and the others' bodies along with the photo of this student's corpse." After looking at the photos, his eyes suddenly narrowed sharply. The wounds on both sets of victims, regardless of size or shape, were astonishingly similar. Clearly, it was the work of the same killer. Anger flared abruptly, and Qian Anghua roared, "Outrageous! Zhao Arrow, those degenerates, deserve to die, but Gu Hongwu is the future of Daxia. If the perpetrator isn't caught and brought to justice, it's an insult to my administration. Don't worry, I will take over this case with full effort. You've worked hard, go back and rest for now." After sending off the enforcers, Chen Anghua lit a cigarette and began reviewing the files of the two cases. He immediately noticed a name, Qin Nian. Zhao Arrow and several others were seen near Qin Nian's residence before their deaths, and shortly after leaving, they were killed. On the day Gu Hongwu died, it happened to be the same day Qin Nian, Su Lingyue, and 4 others left the mist zone. Could this really be just a coincidence? Qian Anghua shook his head. As an enforcer, he couldn't draw conclusions out of thin air. After reviewing the surveillance footage from the day Zhao Arrow and the others died, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Nian, the boy, was within his own home's surveillance coverage area at the time the victims were killed, ruling out suspicion. With Qin Yan's suspicion excluded, he continued his investigation. However, there was not a single clue about the murderer, and the case became a headless mystery, forced to be temporarily shelved. At this moment, Qin Yan was on a phone call with Mei Wenhua. "Old Mei, I've leveled up to 22. The monster experience in Shadow Forest isn't keeping up anymore. Can you check if there's a new dungeon more suitable for me? I told you, call me Principal Mei, you brat. Are you out of your mind? I think you must be." The roar from the other end of the phone made Qin Yan's eardrums ache, so he quickly held the phone away. Once the shouting subsided, Qin Yan brought the phone closer again. "Principal Mei, don't get angry. Anger is bad for your kidneys. Damn it! You little brat, where are you? Watch me tear you apart." After a bout of heated arguments, Mei Wenhua caught his breath and spoke, "You rascal, since you're above level 20, you can try the Secret Realm Dungeon." Secret Realm Dungeon? Qin Yan heard about it for the first time and curiously asked, "Old Mei, what is that?" Mei took a deep breath upon hearing the question, suppressing his anger and explaining, "The Secret Realm Dungeon is an artificial dungeon created by top scientists of Great Xia, specifically designed to cultivate students from higher education institutions. It simulates the mode of beginner dungeons, but the monsters inside are all high-level types, essentially a high-level beginner dungeon. Your college entrance exam is also arranged in a massive Secret Realm dungeon like this." After organizing the information, Qin Yan asked, "Where is the Secret Realm Dungeon? I'll go try it out right now." Ha. You little punk, you can't go. The Secret Realm instance is exclusively for elite academies and military personnel. Mei Wenhua's mischievous laugh came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Qin Yan's forehead veins were about to pop. "Damn it, you old rascal, Old Mei, you bastard." Many passers-by outside quickened their pace upon hearing this, hurriedly avoiding the scene. What kind of people live here? Their cursing is so rude. After Qin Yan finished venting, Mei Wenhua finally spoke slowly. I originally had a way to get you into the Secret Realm Dungeon ahead of time, but now I suddenly forgot. This is troublesome, really troublesome." Qin Yan was speechless inside. After a series of sweet words and flattery, Mei Wenhua finally bypassed Qin Yan and said, "This year, the military department is set to assess a group of newly awakened individuals, selecting key talents for focused training from all of Xia. As long as you pass this, not only will you earn a spot in the military's training program, but you'll also gain access to abundant resources and the freedom to enter and exit the Secret Realm Dungeon anywhere, anytime." Qin Yan's eyes lit up. The military's power was unshakable, and of course, he wanted to join. With a military background, he would be this world's Qin Outyan, walking as though he owned the place. He asked curiously, "Principal Mei, how do I participate in the assessment?" "Just come to the school to find me, and you'll know. Oh, by the way, Su Lingyue is on her way here too, so you'd better hurry. If you're late, we'll leave first to attend the assessment. You need to run faster, got it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mei Wenhua abruptly hung up with a smack, leaving Qin Yan standing alone in the wind, utterly confused. When Qin Yan arrived, Mei Wenhua was happily chatting with Su Lingyue. Before he could say a word, Mei Wenhua dragged him toward the parking lot, while Su Lingyue secretly covered her mouth, chuckling as she quietly followed. Inside the school bus, besides the three of them, there was an unfamiliar face. Qin Yan curiously asked, "Old Mei, who is this?" Mei Wenhua glared at him and said coldly, "The military assigned 3 assessment spots to each school, which were supposed to be you, Su Lingyue, and Gu Hanwu representing our second high school. But last night, Gu Hanwu was tragically killed, so Lu Dali is taking his place. So that's how it is." Qin Yan nodded and looked at Lu Dali. His physique was muscular, with biceps so exaggerated that one might suspect he spent all day working out in the gym. Lu Dali flashed a big, bright smile and said cheerfully, "Qin Yan, Su Lingyue, nice to meet you. My name is Lu Dali, please take care of me in the future." Su Lingyue nodded slightly, while Qin Yan teased with a mischievous smile, "Dali, stop hiding it. Hurry up and tell us, are you selling Herculean pills at a street stall?" Lu Dali looked confused but politely responded, "Classmate Qin, these muscles of mine are 100% natural. After awakening my A-level profession as a muscle berserker, they became even more exaggerated." Muscle berserker? That name sure sounds impressive. During their conversation, the school bus headed toward the military district. The location for this military assessment is mysterious, even Mei Wenhua is unaware of it. Upon arrival, the parking lot outside the military district was already packed with cars. Almost all the genius students from schools across Magic City had come. In the center stood a giant boulder, engraved with bold red characters, Magic City Military District. Beside the boulder, under a simple guard post, a black-clad soldier stood straight, exuding an aura of iron-blooded resolve. Xin Nian glanced around, withdrew his gaze, and asked, "Old Mei, what's going on now? Why is everyone standing here?" Mei rolled his eyes at him helplessly and said, "You ask me, who should I ask? Once the military personnel arrive, you'll know." Just as he finished speaking, a man in military uniform slowly walked over. It was none other than Officer Zhao, who had previously appeared outside the novice instance with several principals. He cleared his throat, his voice steady. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhao Yifeng, the person in charge of this assessment from the Modu Military District. The purpose of this assessment is to select the most outstanding talents within Daxia. Those who pass will have the opportunity to join the military's special unit, the Dawn Squad." After a pause, he continued, "This evaluation is open to all students who have awakened this year across the country. You will enter the Secret Realm instance, and participants nationwide will begin the evaluation simultaneously. The evaluation will be in a solo instance. We will score based on your performance and clearance time. Those who achieve S level or above can join the Dawn Squad. Don't worry, there is no danger to life in the instance. It will be reasonably arranged according to levels, monitored in real time by the military. You just need to perform at your best." After saying that, he led the group to the instance teleportation entrance, where a white vortex shimmered with light. He turned sideways to give way. "Finally, good luck to everyone." Talents from various schools entered the replica one after another. Xin Yan observed that most students had B-level or higher aptitude, with a few possessing diamond-grade spirit artifacts, and their levels ranged mostly from 10 to 15. These are all little geniuses. Xin Yan, Su Lingyue, good luck. Lu Dali flexed his exaggerated biceps, clenched his fist, and headed toward the teleportation entrance. Su Lingyue tugged at Xin Nian's sleeve beside her. "Little Nian, good luck. Let's compete to see who gets the higher score. The loser will treat the winner to dinner at Tianxiang Restaurant tonight." With those words, Xin Nian's fighting spirit surged instantly. The dishes there were outrageously expensive. He absolutely could not lose. "You know my skills, so just get ready to treat me to dinner." With that, Xin Nian and Su Lingyue stepped into the teleportation entrance side by side. A flash of white light, and Xin Nian instantly appeared in an underground space. The surrounding rocks were shrouded in darkness, with a spacious passage extending deeper inside, illuminated by glowing crystal stones. Just as he regained his composure, a prompt sound echoed through the underground space. "First level, defeat all enemies and traverse the passage to reach the endpoint." As soon as the prompt tone ended, chaotic footsteps echoed from deep within the passage. In the darkness, rows of 2-meter-tall wooden puppets frantically charged toward Xin Nian. Participants across the country faced the same test. A defiant young man holding a gemstone-embedded staff sneered disdainfully, his face full of contempt. "I, Zhou Shuai, awakened as an A-class water mage and wield a diamond-grade gemstone staff. In this assessment, I will undoubtedly make a name for myself in the Great Xia. You worthless wooden figures are only fit to serve as my stepping stones." As soon as the words were spoken, the water in front of him surged violently and rushed toward the wooden puppets. Yet the next second, "Ah! Don't hit the face, take it easy." The water couldn't stop the wooden puppets' charge at all. Within a few steps, they closed in on the young man, their fists hammering his face like iron. In less than 3 minutes, his face was covered in bruises, with nosebleeds streaming down, a pitiful sight. Assessment ended, grade G, failed. The notification sounded, and the young man, looking disheartened, hurriedly checked the attributes of the wooden puppet. Wooden puppet, level 12. Strength, 67. Constitution, 87. Agility, 49. Wisdom, 0. What the heck is this? The level is the same as mine, but the attribute gap is so huge? My intelligence is at most 73, and the rest of my attributes are just over 50. This is simply unfair. He stood there in a daze, unable to believe how brutal the assessment was. Just one wooden puppet far surpassed him, and with so many wooden puppets around, he felt utterly powerless. "I refuse to accept this. I, Zhou Shuai, will never stop here." As soon as he finished speaking, a white light transported him out of the secret realm. Back at the military headquarters, he saw many students looking dejected, clearly having lost even faster than he did. This assessment is insane. The first stage is already this tough. There's no way anyone can pass it easily. Exactly, those wooden puppet dummies are at the same level, but their stats are ridiculously high. Maywen listened to the students' complaints, his brows furrowed, silently praying for his 3 students, hoping they could pass the challenges smoothly. At this moment, inside the Great Xia Data Center, the generals of the 5 major war zones were seated around a massive screen. A middle-aged general with graying hair slowly shook his head and said, "The overall strength of these students this year is too poor. 30% have already been eliminated in the first round." "Old Joe, don't be so disheartened," another person spoke up. "I heard that the royal family of Kyoto has produced a genius with an SS-grade hidden profession. There's a girl in the northwest who awakened an epic-grade artifact spirit, and the young lady from the Su family in Magic City is also a rare SS-grade six-winged angel. Don't worry, the real experts haven't shown up yet." At this moment, a young female general with an air of heroism calmly said, "That's not all. The Eastern War Zone not only has the Su family's six-winged angel from Magic City but has also announced that a young man has awakened an SSS-grade hidden profession, and his artifact spirit is likewise epic-grade." As soon as the words were spoken, the generals of the other four major war zones immediately stood up. "Honglien, are you sure? SSS level is no joke. There hasn't been anyone like this in Disya for 100 years. Honglien responded calmly, "I haven't seen it for myself either. This information came from Zhao Weifeng of the Magic City military district under me. He hasn't seen it either, it's just a rumor circulating in the Magic City campus. Don't get too excited." "Ah, I thought Disya would produce another unrivaled powerhouse. If it's just a rumor, don't get your hopes up too much." Old Joe sighed deeply, slowly sitting back down in his seat. At this moment, the screen displayed the image of a handsome young man, with the text below the frame indicating, "Kyoto, Wang Xian, profession, SS level Thunder Sword Saint, weapon spirit, legendary 9 Heavens Thundercloud Sword, level 17. Wang Xian tied his long hair behind his head, wielding a 3-foot-long sword with purple arcs of electricity surrounding his entire body. He swung his sword like the wind, and wooden puppet golems fell one after another, each exploding into scattered electric plasma. Within 5 minutes, he swiftly reached the platform. Old Joe watched the screen and shouted excitedly, "Look at this young lad from the Wang family breezing through the first stage, truly impressive." An old general from the Central Theater Command smiled silently, his eyes full of gratification. Immediately after, a young girl with a high ponytail holding a black gun appeared on the screen. Each of her attacks carried a black glow, instantly tearing the wooden puppets into pieces. She completed the challenge in 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Shiliang, Sun Xiaoxiao, profession, S-class Wuling Spearmaster, weapon spirit, epic level magic soul rending gun, level 16. The burly general from the Western War Zone proudly said, "How about my Sun Xiaoxiao? Isn't she just as good as Wang Xian?" Everyone turned to look at the general who spoke. "Sun Laku, is this Sun Xiaoxiao really your daughter?" Lao Zhou asked skeptically, "With the way you look, how could you have such a beautiful daughter?" Sun Tianxiang laughed even more smugly, "My genes are good. If you're capable, go ahead and have one like her." "I'm serious. I suspect she has no blood relation to you at all." "Lao Zhou, how about you say that one more time?" As everyone argued, Honglien slammed the table forcefully and exclaimed loudly, "Good. Su Lingyue, I like you, little girl." Everyone turned to look at the screen. Magic City, Su Lingyue, profession, SS level 6-winged angel, spirit artifact, legendary wisdom book, level 18. Su Lingyue continuously unleashed holy light to strike the wooden puppets. Each beam of holy light shattered the puppets into bits and pieces. Golden sacred flames ignited on the remains, instantly turning them into fireballs. She completed the challenge in 5 minutes and 26 seconds. Red Lotus sighed, "After all, 6-winged angel is not a pure attack class, its speed is still a bit slow." Old Joe said sourly, "Red Lotus, stop pretending. 6-winged angel's late-game attack power is second to none, and its auxiliary abilities are exceptional. Your Eastern War Zone has talent, while my Southern War Zone hasn't produced a single clearance so far." Immediately after, a teenager from the Southern War Zone cleared the level in 5 minutes and 57 seconds. Southern Island, MOSU, class, S-class Deadly Assassin, Spirit Weapon, Legendary Night Dagger, Legendary Phantom Dagger, level 17. It's actually a dual legendary artifact spirit. What a pity, assassins are at such a disadvantage against group attacks. The generals all expressed their regret for him. Just as Old Joe was about to stomp his feet in anxiety, the Northern War Zone finally produced its first young challenger to clear the level. Clearance time, 6 minutes 43 seconds. Yuzhou, Guchengfeng, profession, SS-class Sky Knight, artifact spirit, legendary level barrier of size, level 17. He jumped up excitedly again upon seeing this, grabbed Sun Tianxiang next to him, and shouted, "Did you see that? Our Northern Theater Command has a prodigy too. If he hadn't chosen the defensive path, he wouldn't lose to your daughter." Sun Tianxiang sneered and retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. My Xiao Xiao is the strongest." "Old Joe, that kid from your Yuzhou, wants to compete with my beloved daughter? Dream on. The two argued fiercely, their voices growing louder and louder. Meanwhile, Qin Yan had already leisurely crossed the finish line, leaving behind a trail of wooden puppets pierced through. If anyone were there, they would be shocked. On each wooden puppet, there was an arrow lodged, and each one had been killed with a single shot. Qin Yan casually pulled a blade of foxtail grass from his pocket, held it at the corner of his mouth, and mocked, "These wooden puppets are too fragile. They shatter with just a light touch. The worst part is, they don't even give any experience points. What a waste of these 50 monsters." He thought to himself that this military assessment was like a child's game, completely lacking in challenge. Shaking his head, he sighed, "It's not even as thrilling as the divine selection trials. I thought it would be difficult, but I was too cautious. Let's quickly finish the remaining levels." A beam of light suddenly descended, and Qin Yan's figure instantly vanished from the underground space. At the same time, the large screen in the data center displayed that Qin Yan had completed the first level in 6 minutes and 44 seconds, ranking 6th. Almost none of the generals paid attention to how he cleared the level, but a few staff members were so shocked they looked as if they'd seen a ghost, watching Qin Yan's figure disappear from the screen. Qin Yan regained his sight and found himself in a massive secret chamber hall. In the center stood a hexagonal altar, with a white candle burning at each corner. Looking around, 4 towering grayish-blue demon statues, each over 10 meters high, faced the altar. Beside them lay 4 enormous stone swords. Gazing upward, the statues had ferocious expressions, their eyes exuding disdain, resembling 4 demon gods. This scene seemed to echo with the desperate cries of countless humans reverberating in the chamber. Qin Yan approached the altar and discovered a line of crooked small characters engraved on the ground: "No escape, we will all die. No one can be spared. Demon, be careful." He rubbed his chin, falling into deep thought, unable to understand what the phrase was trying to warn about. On the other side, inside the data center, old Zhou wore a worried expression as he looked at a white-haired elder from the Central Theater Command. "Elder Mu, letting these kids face the Abyss Demon in the second round, isn't it too cruel? I'm afraid they might be left with psychological scars." Mu Lao's expression was solemn as he turned to the other 4 generals. "You are also aware of why we suddenly held this assessment this year. The abyssal seal of the demon race is beginning to stir and will certainly shatter within 10 years. By then, it will not just be us, these children will also have to face the abyssal demons directly. This simulation test is precisely to let them recognize the strength of the enemy in advance, so they won't panic when they encounter them in the future." The 4 generals sighed deeply upon hearing this. They fully understood the significance of this assessment, not only to select the most outstanding talents in Daxia and foster strong warriors to defend against the abyssal demons, but also to force the children to grasp the reality of their enemies and provoke them to desperately improve their strength, bringing a sliver of hope to Daxia. This was also the fundamental reason for forming the Dawn Squad. At this moment, Qin Yan shook his head, still unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind that statement, and decisively stepped toward the center of the altar. Just as he stepped onto the altar, the flames of the surrounding white candles suddenly flickered violently, and the sound of pist erupted in the silence of the secret chamber. Second level, survive for 10 minutes under the attack of humanity's sworn enemy, the Abyssal Demon. As soon as the prompt ended, the eyes of the 4 demon statues immediately lit up with a blood-red glow. The massive statues began to vibrate intensely, cracks split open across their surfaces, and large fragments of stone fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Boom! The deafening sound of impacts caused the floor of the secret chamber to tremble slightly. The vibrations gradually subsided, and Qin Yan stared at the 4 demon statues. Abyss Demon Statue. Level, LV22. Strength, 353. Physique, 300. Agility, 372. Intelligence, 284. Skills, Malicious Intimidation, Abyss/Corrupted Demon Body. The enormous demon statue started to move slowly. Seeing its terrifying attributes, a trace of interest flickered in Qin Yan's eyes. "A bit stronger than the first stage, barely worth playing with you." As his words fell, a temporal arrow quiver appeared behind him. Facing the demon statue lunging at him, Qin Yan raised his arm and swung without hesitation. "Go!" A streak of light tore through space, shooting toward a demon statue. Clang! A crisp collision echoed as fragments of stone scattered. The demon statue's charge instantly halted, and a massive crater appeared on its chest. Qin Yan was surprised that it managed to withstand his arrow. "Oh, not bad. This toy is quite sturdy, I can have some fun with it." Just as he was speaking, the remaining 3 statues had already charged forward, their massive stone swords slashing toward his head. The corners of Qin Nian's mouth lifted in a smirk, and he vanished in an instant, leaving only a phantom behind. When he reappeared, he was already atop the head of the attacking demon statue. He kicked the statue discontentedly. "Stop moving around, can't even stand still." The demon statue seemed infuriated, its body suddenly emitting a circle of purple light that enveloped the chamber. "You are affected by malicious intimidation, overall attributes decrease by 50 points. Qin Nian trembled slightly but quickly returned to normal. Seeing the prompt, he showed a hint of surprise and stared at the creature below him with a complicated expression. Overall attribute decline by 50 points doesn't affect him much, equivalent to just 2 levels, but for others, even an SS-class genius like Su Lingyue, it means losing nearly 10 levels of attributes. "Something, but not much," Qin Nian murmured under his breath, his gaze carrying a hint of killing intent. Qin Nian let out a cold laugh as dozens of arrows shot out from the spatial quiver behind him, aiming directly at the gigantic demon skull beneath his feet. Arrows rained down, and in an instant, the demon statue's skull was shattered to pieces, fragments tumbling to the ground. "Still the same old routine, so boring. Let me try the new skill Ling Yu gave me." He muttered to himself, activated stealth mode, and his figure flickered, instantly blending into the surroundings and completely disappearing without a trace. The demon statue shook violently, then collapsed with a deafening roar, scattering dust everywhere. Meanwhile, the students who had just passed the first level began stepping onto the altar one after another. "Help! Mom, save me! I don't want to die! Demon, spare me! Wah wah wah, I want to quit! I'm not taking the exam! Let me out now!" Faced with the ferocious visage and terrifying attacks of the abyssal demon, the students' mental defenses collapsed. They cried and screamed as they fled in every direction, like headless flies crashing around the closed room. Just as they were about to be crushed into pulp by the giant sword, beams of teleportation light appeared, sending them back to their respective military divisions. When these students came out, each of them had a pale face, stood motionless, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The teachers and principals hurried forward to inquire, but the reply was always the same. "I want to go home. I'm not taking the military division assessment anymore, never again." It is evident that these children were scared out of their wits, with their minds full of those demons' ferocious faces. Meiwen looked at their frightened expressions and felt a pang in his heart. The children's descriptions conjured a horrifying image in his mind. Qin Nian was being hunted by demons, fleeing for his life. Su Lingyue, tearful, fell to the ground, watching his death approach step by step. Lu Dali had already met a tragic end under a giant sword. Although he understood that this was merely an illusion, the gruesome and bloody atmosphere surrounding him forced him to replay the brutal scene in his mind over and over again. Sigh. These kids are still too heavily impacted. Old Joe watched the on-site videos sent from various military districts, his expression slightly solemn. Elder Mu, however, spoke with firm resolve. "This is a test they must experience. Right now, it's just a bit of a scare, but the abyssal demons to come are the real killers." "Don't be too pessimistic," Sun Tianxiong interrupted cheerfully. "Look at those prodigies, they're still holding on. With them around, Xia can sleep soundly at night." Several people were brought back to reality by his voice and once again focused on the large screen. "Ha! 6th place, who is this kid?" Hong Lian exclaimed in surprise, and several generals also turned their attention to the screen. The screen displayed Qin Nian's brief information. Magic City, Qin Nian, profession, Artifact Spirit, level 22. First stage clearance time, 6 minutes and 44 seconds. Old Joe's eyes lit up, just 1 second slower than Gu Chengfeng. Not bad. This kid has potential. But it's strange, why are both his profession and Artifact Spirit details hidden? The staff immediately responded, "General Zhou, Qin Nian has hidden most of his information. Apart from the required level, nothing else is displayed." Old Joe nodded, suddenly his gaze froze, and he exclaimed, "He's already level 22? How is this possible? Higher than other geniuses. Quick, pull up the playback of his first stage." Everyone was stunned by this shocking data, staring at the screen in disbelief. In the video, Qin Nian walked leisurely through the passage. With every step he took, his arrows pierced through the wooden puppets. His demeanor was as if he were on vacation. Is he even human? While others are struggling to pass the assessment, he seems to be just playing around. This is outrageous. Old Joe rubbed his eyes, staring at the others in shock. Everyone else had the same blank expression, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Hong Lian suddenly spoke. "Do you think he might be that student who awakened the SSS-level hidden profession?" Sun Tianxiong smacked his forehead. "Definitely. With such an exaggerated talent, there's no doubt it's SSS level. The previously silent Southern Theater commander Wu Tianhai also spoke up. Qin Yan hasn't given it his all yet, there's something clearly calculated in his gaze. Old Mu's murky eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp glimmer. Stop guessing and just watch his performance on site. Following Old Mu's command, the screen displayed the footage from Qin Yan's second round. At this moment, he was stealthily approaching one side of the secret chamber in complete silence, his right hand mimicking a shooting gesture, aiming at the neck of a demon statue. Bang! A swift streak of light shot out from behind him, accompanied by a deafening roar. The demon statue's head instantly flew off its body, and the neck was shattered. Awesome! Qin Yan's figure gradually appeared. Didn't expect the critical hit damage to be so high, one-shot insta-kill. His critical hit rate exceeds 100%, converting into a staggering 480% critical hit damage, of which 300% comes from the class-exclusive bonus, and 180% from stealth sneaking. Skill testing complete, time to end this boring game. Qin Yan felt the oppressive atmosphere of the secret chamber making him uncomfortable, and instantly summoned hundreds of arrows, which he shot at the remaining two demon statues. The giant swords in the hands of the demon statues glowed brilliantly and slashed at Qin Yan from a distance. Dark Abyss slash? Two sword beams tore through the air, but Qin Yan remained calm, splitting his arrows to counter the sword beams. Buzz. Crack. Crack. The arrows were continuously chopped off, and the sword light eventually dissipated in the collision. Are you done? My attack has just begun. The remaining arrows hit the demon statue, scattering debris and filling the air with dust. Two sharp cracking sounds echoed, and as the dust cleared, the secret chamber was left with only two piles of grayish-blue rubble. Level 2 completion time, 2 minutes 13 seconds. As the notification sound rang out, Qin Yan instinctively pulled out a foxtail grass, waiting for the transportation beam. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Still no sign of the teleportation beam appearing. Qin Yan anxiously stomped her foot. What's going on? Is there a bug? Is the artificial dungeon going to crash? At that moment, the system prompt came through once again. Congratulations to the examiner for passing. The teleportation beam will activate after all examiners have finished. So annoying. I still have to wait for others. Can't I just pass directly? Qin Yan muttered under his breath, complaining about how torturous the dungeon's mechanics were. He simply walked up to the altar, lay down, crossed his legs, and chewed on a foxtail grass. Before long, he unexpectedly fell asleep. The data center instantly fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of a few heavy breaths echoing. Red Lotus, how about giving Qin Yan to me for the Central Theater Command? The usually composed Elder Mu's voice trembled slightly, unable to resist speaking slowly. His words were like a pebble cast into a calm lake, instantly stirring up countless exclamations and discussions. Old Joe urgently said, Sister Red Lotus, I'm old, and I don't have much time left. Before I pass, I beg you for one thing. Red Lotus interrupted sharply, Old Joe, stop pretending. I know what you're up to. Qin Yan belongs to my Eastern War Zone, don't even think about taking him. Sun Tianxiong refused to back down. Red Lotus, this guy isn't bad. Let him come to my Western War Zone instead. He'd be perfect with my Xiao Xiao, just the right fit for a son-in-law. Red Lotus retorted angrily, don't think only your Western War Zone has Sun Xiao Xiao. My Eastern War Zone has Su Mingyue, those two are truly a match made in heaven. Wu Tianhai was about to speak when Red Lotus suddenly glared angrily, roaring like a raging tigress, anyone who dares to take my people, I'll bring the Eastern War Zone and attack your place. The fiery red hair of Red Lotus instantly turned into blazing flames, she resembled a Valkyrian fire, exuding awe-inspiring majesty and ferocity. Just as her fury was about to peak, Mulao's hoarse voice sounded, Alright, Red Lotus, they were just joking. Don't be angry. Let's finish watching today's assessment first, and then discuss Qin Yan's matter. As soon as Mulao spoke, Red Lotus gradually calmed down, and the flames on her hair turned into tiny sparks carried away by the wind, dissipating into the air. As time passed, waves of students were eliminated in the pillar of transport light. Not long after, Lu Dali appeared exhausted at the grounds of the Moto military district. He walked up to Mei Wenhua, his eyes unable to hide his excitement. Student Dali, did you pass the evaluation? Mei Wenhua looked at him nervously, waiting for the answer. I passed, Principal Mei. I got an S-grade score. He nodded heavily, his muscles trembling slightly with excitement. In the second stage, although he couldn't kill the demon statue, he relied on his sheer determination to hold out for 7 minutes and 31 seconds under the siege, eventually earning an S rank. I don't accept this. Why am I only ranked A? I'm clearly S-class talent, are you blind? That's awesome. I got S, yay. What kind of joke is this? She's in a support healing role, how could she pass the first stage and last so long in the second? The secret realm instance must be malfunctioning, I demand a retest. Mixed emotions filled the venue, and people's moods varied. Zhao Yifeng heard the doubts and stepped forward to explain loudly, the dungeon instance for support healing professions will be equipped with a temporary teammate. As long as they perform to their fullest, they can clear the instance and achieve an S rating. Only then did everyone understand the method for support healing professions to clear the instance. Someone grumbled enviously, why am I not a support healer? They have such an advantage. We're playing solo instances, but they seem like they're in a team. I feel like crying. Time is nearing 10 minutes, and only the following are left in the instance. Wang Xian from Kyoto, Sun Xiaoxiao from Xiliang, Mo Su from the southern island, Gu Chengfeng from Yuzhou, and Su Lingyue from Modu. The five appeared somewhat battered, but each possessed extraordinary talent, still able to contend with the four demon statues. Wang Xian wielded the legendary Nine Heavens Thundercloud sword, with each strike carrying unparalleled lightning power. The demon statues were paralyzed in their actions as he carved deep sword marks, purple arcs of electricity flickering within them. Ultimately, despite his injuries, he managed to slay 2 demon statues. Level 2 clearing time, 10 minutes. Although he did not slay 4 figures like Qin Yan, he persevered for 10 minutes, sweat dripping past his ears. Sun Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, used the epic Soul Piercer spear to penetrate 2 demon statues, leaving massive gunshot-like holes in their heads. Her face was pale, clearly showing significant exhaustion. Level 2 clearing time, 10 minutes. Mo Su and Gu Chengfeng each destroyed an evil demon statue. One had strong bursts but lacked endurance, while the other did not inflict enough damage, slightly inferior to Wang Xian and Sun Xiaoxiao. The most surprising performance came from Su Lingyue. With the power of holiness, her holy strike caused double damage to the demon statues, and the sacred attributes' burning effect persisted. She also cast blessings on herself, instantly increasing her defense, attack, speed, and mental strength by 30%, displaying unmatched bravery. Ultimately, 3 demon statues fell to the ground. The 3 completed the second stage in 10 minutes as well. Excellent. Truly excellent. These children are the hope for the future of Dixia. With them, the abyssal demons are no longer frightening. Elder Mu watched the battling prodigies, his heart filled with gratification and anticipation. Alright, next is the final challenge. Let's see how they perform. Upon hearing Elder Mu's words, the commanders of the other 4 major war zones grew solemn, their eyes fixed on the large screen. This final challenge would determine their fate. If they succeeded, they would receive full support from the military of Great Xia. If they failed, they might be sidelined and face limited development opportunities. The final level is called Heart Questioning, with no fixed clearance conditions, testing each individual's inner self. Regardless of the choices made, players will ultimately exit the instance. The military leaders will make choices based on the personalities of the prodigies. They would never waste 10 years of effort to nurture someone who ends up defecting to the abyssal demons. As long as there is no such fatal flaw, with their talent, the military will undoubtedly accept them. Bloodthirsty? Greedy? Lustful? Brutal? These are no longer their primary concerns. Compared to the survival of the Great Xia, these are mere trifles. As several prodigies all completed the challenge, 6 teleportation beams simultaneously lit up, transporting them to a ruined city in ruins. Apart from Qin Yan, the other 5 all watched each other warily, unsure what surprises the secret realm might still hold. Gu Chengfeng hesitantly spoke up, are you NPCs? Before he finished speaking, a pitch-black spear was suddenly pointed at his face. Who are you? The ponytailed girl, Sun Xiaoxiao, had a sharp gaze. Though her complexion hadn't fully recovered, her spirit was high. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I'm Gu Chengfeng, the assessor from Yuzhou. And you? Gu Chengfeng quickly raised his hands, answering fearfully, worried the girl might accidentally stab him a few times. After confirming Gu Chengfeng wasn't a dungeon monster, Sun Xiaoxiao withdrew her magic soul-reaping spear. I'm Sun Xiaoxiao from Xiliang, also an assessor. After the 2 introduced themselves, the remaining 3 also let down their guard and introduced themselves one after another. Examiner from Kyoto, Wang Xian. I'm Su Lingyue from Magic City, nice to meet everyone. There was still one person who hadn't spoken, and all eyes turned to the young man wearing a black hood. When he first appeared, he retreated into the shadows, resembling a hunter lurking in the dark. The hooded youth slowly stepped out of the shadows and said in a low voice, South Island Mo Su. After a brief exchange, they learned that all of them had been transported here after passing the second challenge. Just as the five were about to deliberate their next move, a sudden snoring sound interrupted them. Looking towards the sound, she saw a handsome young man, a blade of grass in his mouth, lying fast asleep in the nearby ruins. Su Lingyue recognized him and called out excitedly, "Little Nian Nian." As soon as she finished speaking, her face lit up with excitement, and she quickly ran toward the sleeping boy. Qin Nian slowly opened his eyes amidst the shaking, glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings, and looked confused, thinking he might be dreaming. Where is this? Why does it look like an apocalypse scene? Su Lingyue leaned close to his cheek and said softly, "Little Nian, it's me, Lingyue." Ah, the sudden closeness instantly woke Qin Nian up. Looking at her flower-like face, his heart calmed down slightly. "Lingyue, why are you here? Is the assessment over?" Qin Nian slowly got up and asked with confusion. After hearing her explanation, Qin Nian finally understood the current situation. This is the third stage, and besides the two of them, 4 other assessors were also transported here. The two spoke in low voices as they walked toward the group of 4. "Hello everyone, this is Qin Nian, who came with me from Modu," Su Lingyue introduced with a smile. Wang Shen, Sun Xiaoxiao, and Mo Su nodded politely, while Gu Chengfeng strode forward as if they were old friends and shook Qin Nian's right hand. "Brother Qin Nian, just call me Chengfeng. I heard you also passed the second round. Impressive skills. What hobbies do you have? I've got dozens of gigabytes of good stuff here, guaranteed to be to your liking." Gu Chengfeng winked playfully, like a salesman enthusiastically pitching his wares. He had said the same thing to Wang Xin and Mo Su, but neither of them showed any interest. In the end, he could only accept his bad luck. Qin Nian looked at Gu Chengfeng and found him quite amusing. That mischievous vibe made him seem like a kindred spirit, a like-minded comrade. The corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. "Brother Chengfeng, what a handsome and striking appearance you have, radiating extraordinary presence, truly a role model for our generation. I wonder if you have some time to spare, so I could learn a few tricks from you." Gu Chengfeng's eyes lit up, as if he had found a soulmate in the night. He immediately wrapped his arm around Qin Nian's shoulder and said, "I knew I wasn't wrong about you, brother Qin Nian. It's all good, we'll discuss everything after we clear the secret realm dungeon." The two chatted back and forth, while the others looked completely bewildered. Su Lingyue was particularly blunt, grabbing Qin Nian's ear, "Little Nian Nian, behave yourself." After some joking around, Wang Xian was the first to speak. "Why hasn't the task to clear the third challenge appeared yet? Do you guys have any clues?" Everyone silently pondered and looked around, but all shook their heads to indicate they found nothing. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar erupted from the ruins not far away, flames lighting up half the sky. The 6 of them instinctively turned to look. Sun Xiaoxiao looked alert. "What's happening over there?" Wang Xian responded calmly, "There aren't any mission clues right now. Why don't we go take a look? Maybe we'll find something." Everyone agreed unanimously and quickly rushed toward the source of the sound. Wang Xian took the lead, arcs of electricity flashing around him as he sped ahead. Following closely was Sun Xiaoxiao, with black light bursting from her feet with every step, propelling her forward. Mo Su darted through the shadows like a leopard, swift and nimble. Su Lingyue strode with her long legs, her body surrounded by golden holy light. Qin Nian refused to lag behind, easily keeping up with them thanks to his abnormal stats. Finally, Gu Chengfeng, enveloped in an earthy yellow glow, resembled a humanoid bulldozer, charging forward and smashing through obstacles. Moments later, the 6 stood before a fractured road, facing a dark crevice of unknown depth. 20 meters ahead, the path was abruptly severed. Across the rift, countless civilians were being slaughtered by ferocious beasts. A woman clutching a swaddled baby staggered toward the crevice, her body covered in wounds so deep the bone was visible, blood flowing freely. Yet she tightly protected the child in her arms, ensuring it remained unharmed. At that moment, a monster with a spiral horn on its forehead and a ferocious face spotted her, spread its legs, and roared as it lunged forward. As the monster closed in, the woman summoned the last ounce of her strength and desperately leapt toward the crevice. She glanced at Qin Nian and the others, a flicker of hope in her eyes, and fiercely threw the baby in her arms toward them in midair. Sun Xiaoxiao and Su Lingyue instinctively stepped forward, ready to catch the child. At that moment, a lightning-fast shadow suddenly shot out from the opposite side, and the monster opened its gaping mouth, instantly swallowing the baby girl whole. "Ah, my child!" The woman falling toward the crevice screamed in despair, her eyes turning vacant in an instant, as though she were a corpse, falling straight into the darkness. The monster was less than 3 meters away from Qin Nian and the others, heading toward the crevice. Its mouth curled into a grin, as if mocking them for their helplessness. "Gah! Gah! Gah!" The piercing laughter gradually faded into the pitch-black crevice. I will kill you. Sun Xiaoxiao's face twisted, her eyes burning with cold murderous intent. Su Lingyue stared blankly at her hands, consumed by deep guilt. She slowly turned her head, tears welling up. Little Nian Nian, I could have saved her. Qin Nian was struck by the scene before him, unable to suppress the heaviness in his heart. He stepped forward, hugging Su Lingyue tightly, and whispered soothingly, "It's not your fault, not your fault." The usually composed Wang Xian gripped the Nine Heavens thundercloud sword tightly, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Gu Chengfeng burned with fury, cursing incessantly as he recited the entire list of relatives from the monster family. Only Imosu remained calm, his voice low. "Calm down. How could ordinary people possibly appear in a secret realm instance?" This sentence hit the five like a heavy blow to the heart, shocking everyone instantly and gradually calming their emotions. Could this all be an illusion? Just as she was feeling doubtful, Sun Xiaoxiao reached out and touched her cheek, and there it was, a drop of fresh blood from the baby splashed onto her hand. The warm sensation and the sharp, metallic smell of blood shattered her doubts completely. This was no illusion. This can't be an illusion. Her blood is still warm. I'm going to kill these beasts. Before her words faded, she quickly turned around, retreated 10 meters, gathered her strength, and leaped toward the opposite side. The moment she landed, the demon spirit Soulbreaker's spear was already firmly in her grasp. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, she charged straight at the monsters still hunting humans. Wang Xian hesitated not a moment and leapt forward, closely following her. Mo Su let out a soft sigh. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly crossed the 20-meter-wide chasm, as light as a feather. Su Lingyue saw this and felt eager to try, but hesitated in the face of the massive fissure. She turned to Qin Nian, her voice filled with helplessness. "Shan Nian Nian, what should we do?" Qin Nian shrugged and said calmly, "Lingyue, do you want to go over there to hunt monsters?" "Yes, I want to go, but more than hunting, I want to save those ordinary people," Su Lingyue said with firm eyes and a sincere tone. Qin Nian smiled slightly and responded calmly, "No problem, let's go over and rescue them all." Su Lingyue frowned and said, "This crevice is too wide. How do we jump across?" "Don't worry, leave it to me." Qin Nian suddenly stepped forward, wrapped an arm around Su Lingyue's waist, and threw her sharply. "Ah!" Su Lingyue screamed as she flew towards the opposite bank. Qin Nian instantly activated the Utsusini flash step and caught her steadily in the next second. "Let's go, Lingyu. We're going to save people." The two turned and sped toward the ruins ravaged by the monster. Is anyone going to help me?" Gu Chengfeng found himself alone, staring at the abyss-like crack on the ground. His throat was dry, and he doubted whether he could jump across. He stepped back, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. "Brother Qin Nian, wait for me," he shouted, rushing toward the crevice, taking a step and soaring in a parabolic arc. Just as he was about to reach the other side, his view suddenly plummeted. "No!" About to fall into the abyss, suddenly, with a crack, a large tooth firmly bit down on a broken cable. After some struggle, Gu Chengfeng finally climbed up. Watching Qin Nian and the others steadily move away, he hurriedly got up and gave chase. At this moment, Sun Xiaoxiao was wielding the demon spirit soul-breaking spear, slaying monsters, scattering blood and flesh everywhere, immersed in a rain of blood. Wang Xian was not to be outdone, his sword light surging like a tide, slicing apart the monsters it touched. Mosu's twin daggers were like the sides of death, appearing ghost-like, and each appearance claimed the life of a monster. Su Lingyue summoned the Book of Wisdom, and holy strikes rained down like a storm, saving those humans on the brink of death. Qin Nian assisted her, shielding the survivors behind him. Gu Chengfeng finally caught up and walked to Qin Nian's side. "Leave it to me, I will protect them." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a massive shield, gripping it firmly in his hand, and his aura suddenly became resolute and unyielding. The monsters kept attacking but couldn't break through his defense. His movements were agile, single-handedly blocking monsters from all directions, his defensive power leaving people in awe. Qin Nian seized the opportunity to withdraw and swiftly executed the monster. Whenever a monster killed a human, a bizarre scene would occur. After the monster vanished, arrows intertwined in space appeared at the position from 5 seconds earlier, piercing it. Even more astonishing, the killed person miraculously came back to life. 6 people fought with utter devotion, and the commanders of the 5 major war zones in the data center nodded in praise. Old Joe spared no compliments. "These 6 kids are truly remarkable, full of passion, brave enough to fight and rescue the innocent." Sun Tianxiong looked at Sun Xiaoxiao on the screen and commented with satisfaction, "Xiaoxiao has hated evil ever since she was young. Her performance today certainly did not disappoint me." Holian kept her eyes fixed on her 2 treasures from their war zone. When she saw Qin Nian use the sky arrow, the bizarre scene compelled Her to whisper to Old Mu, what do you think of Qin Yan's technique? It's capable of reviving the deceased, it's simply incredible. Mu Lao and the others nearby also noticed this strange phenomenon, but no one could explain the reason. Mu Lao's eyes flashed as he said, gravely, I'm not entirely sure, but this seems to involve the forces of time and space. Extremely rare, it's absolutely not simple. Seeing that even Mu Lao was uncertain, Hong Lian's curiosity intensified. She secretly decided that once the assessment was over, she would make it a point to find out how exactly had Qin Yan achieved this. Very soon, they will face the choices of their lives. I hope these kids don't make any grave mistakes. Mu Lao took a deep breath, staring intently at the big screen, waiting for the critical moment to arrive. Inside the secret realm dungeon, monsters surged like a tide. After an hour of relentless killing, their numbers showed no sign of diminishing. At this moment, except for Qin Yan, the other 5 were drenched in sweat, their hands holding the artifact spirits trembling. Suddenly, the sky darkened abruptly, as if the apocalypse had arrived. 6 monsters, each 2 meters tall, with massive wings and ram horns on their heads, appeared on the horizon. As soon as they emerged, the entire world seemed to be muted. The monsters prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. An unprecedented terrifying pressure surged towards Qin Yan and the other 5 like a collapsing mountain. Qin Yan felt as though a massive mountain was pressing down on him. He struggled desperately but was utterly powerless. Thud! Thud! Except for Qin Yan, the other 5 prodigies were forced to the ground under the immense pressure, their hands firmly pressed against the earth as they fought to avoid collapsing completely. What are these monsters? The group stared intently at the approaching creatures, as a prompt appeared before their eyes. Abyss demon, level, attributes, skills? Sun Xiaoxiao suppressed her fear and asked hesitantly, are you abyss demons? Lowly human, how dare you call us by name? An abyss demon flew into a rage, flapped its wings forcefully, and struck Sun Xiaoxiao, sending her crashing into the nearby wall. Sun Xiaoxiao's breath instantly weakened, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, gravely wounded. Xiao! Su Lingyue couldn't help but shout loudly. Humph! Humans are so fragile. Only we abyssal demons are worthy of owning this world. The abyssal demon arrogantly stared at the crowd and coldly ordered, kill all these worthless creatures. The bloodthirsty monsters, as if on stimulants, bared their crimson fangs and crazily lunged at the group of ordinary people. I don't want to die, brother, sister, save me. A little boy, his face streaming with tears, reached out to Qin Yan and the other 5, hoping someone would give him a hand as he had lost his lower limbs. In the next moment, he was bitten by a monster, his broken body flung into the horde, where countless ravenous creatures swarmed over him, tearing him to shreds. Ah, it hurts so much. Help! Help me! The boy's screams continued to echo, but Qin Yan and the other 5 were pressed to the ground, unable to move. Sun Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted sharply, and he howled into the sky, die! I want all of you dead. Wang Xian gritted his teeth, struggling desperately. The pressure caused his blood vessels to rupture and muscles to tear, yet he still stood up slowly, inch by inch. A sudden burst of power erupted within Mo Su's body. His flesh shriveled, the overwhelming pressure lost its effect on him, and he transformed into a stream of light, charging toward the abyssal demon. Su Lingyue had become a sobbing mess, lying on the ground, repeatedly casting healing spells for the remaining survivors, only to provoke the monsters into even more frenzied attacks. Gu Chengfeng bit his lip, his whole body trembling, as fresh blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Even Qin Yan was gasping for air, though his mind remained unusually clear. He knew the only way out now was to escape and find an opportunity to kill the 6 abyssal demons. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an abandoned building not far away, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. This is the place. As the words fell, Qin Yan's figure flickered, and the decoy left behind at the original spot was instantly crushed and vanished. That kid escaped? Interesting, he actually dared to slip away right under our noses. The abyssal demon roared angrily, grabbing Mo Su's neck and lifting him into the air. Mo Su's face turned flushed as he desperately struck the demon's arm with a dagger. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as the dagger struck the hard alloy, but the demon remained completely unmoved. On the other side, inside the data center, old Zhou was praising, see, these kids are really great, how could they? Before finishing his words, everyone saw the scene of Qin Yan running away. What? Qin Yan actually ran away? The most talented prodigy, yet his character is so poor. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Only Honglian kept her eyes on Qin Yan's every move, faintly feeling that he wasn't fleeing, but had another plan in mind. The abyss demon tightened its grip on Mo Su's neck, exerting slight force. Mosu almost suffocated and lost the ability to resist. Qin Yan had already infiltrated the building. Humph. I've seen plenty of your gods, why would I fear any of you? Qin Yan snorted coldly, summoning the space-time arrow box. In an instant, arrows filled the room. Arrow of time, arrow of void, activate. The arrows vanished instantly, and the next moment, a torrential rain of arrows suddenly shot toward the 6 abyssal demons, enveloping them completely. This is... The arrow rain struck the demons in an instant, thunderous explosions echoed, and dust billowed everywhere. Mosu took the opportunity to break free and retreated to one side. Arrows fell like torrential rain, even the monsters that harmed humanity were affected. In less than a minute, only 6 abyss demons remained under attack. The oppressive force disappeared, and Su Lingyue, Wang Xian, and the others stood up one after another, gathering in one place. Sun Xiaoxiao's face was full of anger. Humph. I didn't expect Qin Yan to be so despicable, fleeing for his life alone. Shut up. Little Nian Nian is not the kind of person you're talking about. Can't you see he's saving us right now? Su Lingyue glared angrily at Sun Xiaoxiao. The others widened their eyes, staring at Su Lingyue in astonishment. Gu Chengfeng asked in disbelief, "Are you saying this rain of arrows was all unleashed by brother Qin Nian?" "Nonsense, if it wasn't little Nian Nian who acted, would you still be lying on the ground now?" Su Lingyue originally intended to keep quiet, but when someone openly slandered them, she immediately fought back. "No matter where you come from or how talented you are, you still can't compare to my little Nian Nian." Hearing this, the few were stunned. They had assumed it was some big shot from the military district who had come to their rescue, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be Qin Nian, who was also an examinee like them. This attack power is terrifying. It's estimated that it'll take less than half a minute before being riddled with holes. Gu Chengfeng finally came to his senses and quickly apologized. "That's not what I meant. It's just that brother Qin Nian is too terrifying. It's downright abnormal, it feels like he's not even the same species as us." Su Lingyue proudly raised the corner of her mouth. "You're quite perceptive, our little Nian Nian is the strongest." Faced with the ongoing shooting, the group could only nod silently, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. The scene shifts. Hong Lian suddenly slammed the table and stood up, shouting excitedly, "I knew it. I just knew there was something fishy about that kid's escape." She was sharp. Qin Yan's gaze had just been constantly scanning around, clearly looking for a way to break through. Is that really Qin Yan? Is he still human? An SSS-class hidden profession is actually this terrifying? The generals of the 5 war zones and several prodigies were all dumbfounded. In the data center, only the sound of rapid heartbeats remained. My great Xia is saved. 10 years from now, what abyss demon would dare come to my great Xia? Ha! Old Zhou was beaming with excitement, grabbing Sun Tianxiong and laughing so hard he leaned forward and backward, looking just like a patient who had just been discharged from a mental hospital. Even the experienced elder Mu was so shocked that he stood up, his trembling body revealing the overwhelming emotions he could hardly contain at the moment. His expression suddenly darkened as he ordered the crowd, "From today onward, all information regarding Qin Yan is classified as the highest SSS level secret of Daxia. No one is allowed to leak even the slightest detail, or they will be severely punished for treason." After speaking, he turned to the 4 generals and said, "Immediately notify the war zones where the other prodigies are located to sign confidentiality agreements. Strictly prohibit any disclosure of what was witnessed today." "Understood?" Seeing Mu Lao's unprecedented seriousness, the 4 of them nodded one after another and immediately contacted their subordinates. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the 6 abyss demons in the field were still being bombarded by the torrential rain of arrows. Wang Xian, Sun Xiaoxiao, Mosu, Su Lingyue, and Gu Chengfeng sat in the nearby ruins, resting their chins on their hands, quietly watching the arrow rain performance. During their casual chat, the group gradually became more familiar with each other. Gu Chengfeng yawned, "Miss Su, how long do you think brother Qin Yan will take to finish them off? Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for us to just watch the whole time? Should we go up and lend a hand?" Mosu gave him a sidelong glance, rare for him to joke. "Go ahead, we'll cheer you on from here." Gu Chengfeng rolled his eyes at him. "Xiao Mo, that's not fair. Just now, anyone who went up got grabbed in one move. Do you think I'm dumb enough to go up and be a punching bag?" Wang Xian muttered to himself, "Qin Yan, I admit you're impressive, but one day I'll catch up to you." Su Lingyue remained calm, her eyes fixed on the 6 abyss demons in the arena. Earlier, Sun Xiaoxiao apologized to Su Lingyue for her reckless words. Now, she pulled her aside and asked softly, "You always call Qin Yan little Nian Nian. You two must be quite close, right? Be honest, are you boyfriend and girlfriend?" Su Lingyue blushed at the question and stammered, Xiao, stop guessing randomly. We just turned 18. We're just friends, just friends. Seeing her like this, Sun Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a smile as she teased, if you're not, then I'm going after Qin Yan myself. No, it's not okay, Shan Yan is mine. Su Lingyue stammered in panic. Sun Xiaoxiao teased with a laugh, yours what? Su Lingyue pretended to be angry, I'm not talking to you anymore. On the other side, several people wore worried expressions. Elder Mu rubbed his temples and said helplessly, these 6 abyssal demons were originally meant to oppress them, pushing them to the brink to test human nature. But now, thanks to that kid Qin Yan tormenting them to the brink of death, tell me, should this test of human nature even continue? The other generals shrugged, they had never seen such an absurd situation. Qin Yan was simply abnormal, defying all logic. Elder Mu pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I've got it, let's do it this way. The 4 generals looked puzzled. Old Mu spoke, reset all monsters and merge 6 abyss demons into one, strengthening it. The operator received the command and swiftly executed it. At that moment in the secret realm, the 6 demons suddenly vanished, and the rain of arrows struck the empty road. What happened? Are they all dead? Su Lingyue and the others hurriedly got up to check, but there was no sign of the abyss demon. Qin Yan, drenched in sweat, secretly scouted the surroundings from upstairs. Seeing no monsters appear, he used Void Cicada instant step to return to the group. The moment Su Lingyue saw him, she was about to rush over and embrace him, but Gu Chengfeng beat her to it, swiftly wrapping an arm around Qin Yan's shoulders. Brother Qin Yan, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to hide your strength this well, taking down even those abyss demons. Truly powerful, truly insane. He excitedly buzzed in Qin Yan's ear, like an annoying fly. Qin Yan smiled helplessly, responding awkwardly. Su Lingyue's face instantly turned sour, as if she had swallowed a fly. Everyone burst into laughter upon seeing this, instantly dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. However, amidst the laughter, the sky suddenly darkened, and an even more terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire scene. The smiles of Qin Yan and the others froze abruptly as they turned to look. At the end of the road, a 5-meter-tall giant abyssal demon appeared, followed by a tidal wave of monsters surging forth. Ah! Su Lingyue couldn't help but cover her mouth and scream. Gu Chengfeng frowned and cursed, damn! There's actually an abyssal demon here? Isn't this the abyssal demon's lair? I'm truly speechless. But thinking of Qin Yan by his side, his heart settled down slightly. Brother Qin Yan, with you here, I can rest easy. He turned his gaze to Qin Yan, only to see Qin Yan's face solemn as he stared intently at the abyssal demon. A line of information flashed through his mind. Abyssal Demon Lord, level, attributes, skills? The name now included the word Lord, yet Qin Yan felt an unprecedented sense of danger. His sixth sense warned him urgently, run, you must not stay, or death will be inevitable. As everyone froze in shock, the Abyssal Demon Lord's figure darted forward with a speed beyond the reach of the naked eye, appearing instantly before the 6 people. He swung a sweeping strike, instantly sending Qin Yan and the other 5 flying. Qin Yan felt as if his entire body was being torn apart, his chest bones shattered into fragments, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Boom! Boom! 6 thunderous impacts shook the sky as Qin Yan and his companions broke through one solid wall after another, flying hundreds of meters away before crashing heavily to a stop. Qin Yan leaned weakly against the base of the wall, turning to look at his companions. He saw all 5 of them seriously injured, lying limp on the ground. Clack! Clack! The Abyssal Demon Lord slowly approached Qin Yan, his footsteps steady and powerful. It's you, the one who killed my 6 subordinates. The voice was cold and icy, devoid of any emotion. Qin Yan coughed, spat out a mouthful of blood, and sneered, so what if it was me? Those weaklings are easy to crush with a flick of a finger. The Demon Lord burst into laughter, ha ha ha. You're the first one who dares to call us demons weak. I'll give you a chance now, if you're willing to submit, I'll spare your life. He turned to glance at the other 5 people, the same goes for you. Surrender to the great demon clan, and you shall survive. Qin Yan and the other 5 must decide their course of action. Several generals stared tensely at the big screen, waiting for the final decision. Damn it! Never! Sun Xiaoxiao spoke resolutely. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Abyssal Demon Lord's expression darkened, and his fierce gaze turned toward her. Looking for death. He instantly moved in front of Sun Xiaoxiao and grabbed her head. Lowly human, dare say it again. Sun Xiaoxiao's skull made creaking noises under his immense force, as if it would shatter in the next second. Ah! She endured the excruciating pain and spat out through gritted teeth, bah! Give up hope. I, Sun Xiaoxiao, would rather die than ever become a lackey of your demon clan. Then go ahead and die, you ignorant ant. The Abyss Demon Lord exerted slight force with his palm. Bang! Sun Xiaoxiao's headless corpse collapsed to the ground. The lively figure of the girl before them vanished in an instant, leaving Qin Nian and the others completely stunned. Su Lingyue's mind replayed the scene from a few minutes ago. You've been calling Qin Nian little Nian Nian all along. You must be quite close, right? Honestly, are you boyfriend and girlfriend? Ah. Since it's not, then I have to go after Qin Nian. Thinking of this, she couldn't hold back her tears as they slid down. The five trembled all over as the Abyss Demon Lord laughed triumphantly. Keek. Have you five thought it through? I'll give you the final 5 seconds. If you don't submit, you're all doomed. As the words fell, Su Lingyue looked at Qin Nian with deep guilt. Little Nian Nian, I'm sorry. Please forgive my stubbornness. In the next life, I promise I'll meet you sooner. She immediately gathered divine power, preparing to attack the Abyss Demon Lord. Die. I hate you glittering things the most. Before the words fell, the Lord struck with a knife hand, severing Su Lingyue's head. The head happened to roll right in front of Qin Nian. Seeing her tragic death, Qin Nian first trembled, then lowered his head to hide his expression. Although startled at first, an almost imperceptible sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Scared me to death. I really thought I'd have to journey to the underworld with that little girl Lingyue. Turns out this is all an illusion. This military test is really interesting. The pain feels almost real. No wonder no one notices. So this is the test for the 3rd round? He recalled the encounters along the way and gradually understood the intentions of the military. He lowered his head to hide the wound on the corner of his mouth. No one in the crowd noticed Qin Nian's abnormality. The oppressive atmosphere was tormenting everyone's spirits. Emosu's body was emaciated, his injuries severe, resembling someone on the brink of death. Bah, I'm dying anyway. Do you demons even deserve to make me surrender? Before the voice had faded, he was kicked by the Lord, breaking his waist. Next, the Lord turned his gaze to Wang Xian, completely indifferent. Wang Xian was terrified. As the prodigy of the Wang family in Kyoto, he was destined for a glorious future, but now his life hung by a thread. He was not willing to accept this fate. But as a member of the royal family, I would rather die than lose my dignity. With a resolute gaze, His voice was faint, and the Lord instinctively leaned closer. Wang Xian suddenly lunged forward and tightly embraced the Lord. Bang! Boom! A deafening explosion erupted instantly as Wang Xian self-destructed. He died heroically, burning out his last remaining strength, showcasing the proud spirit of the Wang family. Gu Chengfeng, the defense awakener, suffered the least injuries. He quietly approached Qin Nian, grabbed his arm, and said, Brother Qin Nian, let's run quickly and inform the military headquarters. We can't deal with this demon. As he pulled, he was surprised to find that Qin Nian remained motionless with his head lowered. At that moment, as the explosion smoke and dust began to clear, the Abyssal Demon Lord emerged unscathed, turning to stare at Gu Chengfeng. Damn it, trying to run. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly summoned a shield and the psi barrier, staring intently at Gu Chengfeng. Still a little mouse trying to sneak away? A terrifying pressure surged forward, bearing down on Gu Chengfeng. His knees trembled, almost causing him to kneel. But with the support of the psi barrier in his hand, he managed to hold himself upright. Abyss Demon Lord, let me discuss something with you, okay? You let me and my brothers go, and I'll go back and help promote the idea that the demon race is the greatest and most awesome. Gu Chengfeng forced a smile and cautiously spoke. The Abyss Demon Lord froze for a moment, surprised by his words, but his face quickly darkened. Stop wasting time. Tell me the answer immediately, or die. His voice was chillingly cold, making it clear that if Gu Chengfeng's response didn't satisfy him, he would strike him down in the next instant. Realizing he couldn't bluff his way through, Gu Chengfeng wiped away his fake smile, braced his shield with his right hand, straightened his posture, his face turned grim, and his eyes burned with raging anger. Damn it, you worthless punk, you really deserve to die. I've already humbled myself this much, and you're still yapping? Fine, bring it on then. Do you think I'm scared? The Abyss Demon Lord let out a cold, knowing laugh. Humans are always treacherous and weak. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure flickered and appeared in front of Gu Chengfeng, raising his hand to deliver a powerful punch aimed at his shield. Gu Chengfeng's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, Rock weight descends upon me. In an instant, a layer of gray-brown rock armor enveloped his entire body, while the psi barrier in his hand glimmered with a heavy and solid brilliance. Boom! 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 Crack! However, Gu Chengfeng was no match at all. As soon as contact was made, he was struck heavily and sent flying. The psi barrier slammed hard against his chest, causing the rock armor to shatter instantly. He fell to the ground, spitting blood in large gulps, yet he didn't die, which surprised the Abyssal Demon Lord. Not a bad punching bag, perfect for some practice. He swiftly dodged and grabbed Gu Chengfeng, hurling him high into the air. With a flap of his wings behind him, he instantly caught up. In the air, Gu Chengfeng was struck repeatedly like a football, flying erratically in all directions. By the time he landed, he was already a mangled mess, his bones and flesh shattered, blood and tissue indistinguishable. The Abyss Demon Lord retracted its wings with satisfaction and landed steadily in front of Qin Yan. At this moment, Elder Mu stared at the large screen, nodding with approval as he said, "Sun Tianxiong, your daughter Sun Xiaoxiao has a good temperament. I have no objections to her joining the Dawn Squad." Hong Lian also nodded in agreement. "I agree. Sun Xiaoxiao fully meets the standards for joining the team." The three elders, including Old Zhou, raised their hands in unison to express their approval. As Su Lingyue, Mo Su, Wang Xian, and Gu Chengfeng fell one after another, the smiles on the faces of the 5 leaders grew increasingly bright. What's going on with Qin Yan? Not moving at all, has he been scared stupid? Sun Tianxiong stared at the screen in confusion. Hong Lian frowned and thought, could it be because of Su Lingyue's death? He seemed to have quite a deep relationship with that girl. Old Zhou grew anxious upon hearing this. Elder Mu, I've said it before, these kids' mental resilience isn't mature enough yet. The pressure of this stage is too overwhelming. Such a promising talent like Qin Yan, let's not crush him. Mu Lao furrowed his brow and said worriedly, I originally wanted to test him, but we can't let him break down. Let's keep observing, and if it really doesn't work, arrange for a psychological counselor once he's out. At this moment, only Qin Yan and the Abyss Demon Lord remained on the screen. Qin Yan stopped pretending, stood up unscathed, and realized that it was all an illusion. The injuries on his body vanished instantly. I originally planned to interact with you as an ordinary awakener, but you turned out to be cold and heartless. No more acting. I'm your dad, the demon god. I'm laying it all out. Qin Yan stared seriously at the Abyss Demon Lord, his tone as if stating an undeniable fact. What? My dad? The demon god? The Abyss Demon Lord looked completely perplexed. Moments later, he realized that Qin Yan, this little ant, was messing with him. You dare to spout nonsense before the mighty Abyss Demon Lord, insect? I will crush you bit by bit, he roared, slamming his palm toward Qin Yan. Qin Yan, however, revealed a contemptuous smile, neither dodging nor evading, allowing the palm force to strike. Is Qin Yan planning to throw his life away? Could it be that, seeing everyone else dead, he's preparing to self-destruct? I told you, she's been provoked and had a mental breakdown. Several generals speculated one after another, even Elder Mu and Hong Lian sighed slightly. Judging by the current performance, Qin Yan's temperament falls short compared to the other 5 prodigies. What a pity. The next second, an unbelievable scene unfolded before the eyes of everyone in the data center. Put. A slight sound emerged between Qin Yan and the Abyssal Demon Lord. The palm strike, which should have been incredibly powerful, didn't leave the slightest mark on Qin Yan, not even moving the edge of his clothing. The Abyssal Demon Lord's eyes widened as he stared at his palm in disbelief. How did you do that? Qin Yan said disdainfully, do you have brain issues? I already told you I'm your dad, and you still want to hurt me? Go home, wash up, and get some sleep. Stop daydreaming during the daytime. The Abyssal Demon Lord roared, throwing out punches in rapid succession, attacking like a machine gun frantically. But the sound grew fainter and fainter, until finally there was silence, as if watching a silent film. If it weren't for Qin Yan occasionally yawning, the crowd would almost have thought the speaker system was broken. Minutes later, the Abyssal Demon Lord stared at Qin Yan, panting and bewildered. He had exerted all his strength in attacking, yet Qin Yan remained nonchalant, with not even a corner of his clothing disturbed. Believe it now. I really am your dad. Be good, study more, and stop being naughty. Qin Yan said bitterly, as if disappointed, leaving the Abyssal Demon Lord utterly baffled. We Abyssal Demons need to study? I've never heard of such a thing. The Demon Lord began to reflect on his own demonic life. The people in the data center stopped to rub their eyes. What kind of operation is this? Others acknowledge a thief as their father, but him? He acknowledges a demon as dad? That's too crazy. Everyone turned their gaze toward Elder Mu, hoping for his interpretation. Old Mu was initially shocked and couldn't speak for a moment, then smiled wryly in helplessness. Facing the eager gazes of the crowd, he said, Qin Yan saw through the illusion, remained undistracted, and has already stepped out of this movie, completely unfazed by these mirages. How is that possible? No low-level awakened person has ever been able to break through this heart test. Even many second-turn and third-turn awakened ones have been deeply trapped in it. Old Joe frowned and asked in confusion, then, for the third stage, how should we evaluate it? Do we count it as a pass or a failure? Elder Mu closed his eyes and pondered, then slowly said, let me think. Hong Lian stared at Elder Mu nervously. She had great faith in Qin Yan, firmly believing that once he entered the Eastern War Zone, it wouldn't be long before he could be cultivated into an unparalleled powerhouse. By then, A sharp glint flashed in Elder Mu's eyes as he opened them, his tone resolute. Qin Yan is approved to join the Dawn Squad. I agree. I agree too. The other 4 generals also expressed their support one after another. They all had high hopes for Qin Yan. It had been many years since the Great Xia had seen an SSS-level awakener, and now that one had finally appeared, how could they let such talent go to waste? They had already made up their minds. If Qin Yan failed to pass the heart questioning trial, they would privately nurture him under their own names. A young person's temperament could be gradually guided and adjusted. No one objected, and Elder Mu signaled the staff to let Qin Yan pass. At this moment, everything in front of Qin Yan seemed to gradually shatter like an illusion. The Abyss Demon Lord was still grappling with whether he was truly Qin Yan's son. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yan appeared inside a room, where Su Lingyue and 4 others lay on the floor in anger, deeply asleep. Congratulations on passing the third stage of the heart trial. Final score, SS. It seems the military assessment has finally ended. Qin Yan stretched lazily. Suddenly, 6 beams of teleportation light descended from the sky, enveloping the 6 people inside the room. As the light flickered, Qin Yan and the others instantly vanished without a trace. In the Demon City Military District, Zhao Yifeng was leading Qin Yan and Su Lingyue out of a room slowly. Just coming out of the secret realm, Zhao Yifeng immediately took the 2 to a room and had Su Lingyue sign a confidentiality agreement. This scene occurred simultaneously in the other 4 major war zones. The scene instantly erupted into chaos, with countless students lingering on the spot, hoping they might become new members of the Dawn Squad. Xiao Niannian, I'm sorry. At the time, I thought. Su Lingyue lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, filled with guilt. But even so, she would never regret her choice back then. Stop talking, it's not your fault. Anyone who faced that kind of situation wouldn't give up easily. Qin Yan comforted on the surface, but inwardly cursed, this little girl is too impulsive, rushing in knowing she's outmatched. Gu Chengfeng was the smart one. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no need to fear running out of firewood. Survival is the ultimate priority. Thinking of Gu Chengfeng, Qin Yan slapped his thigh in frustration and sighed deeply. Damn, I forgot to get Brother Chengfeng's contact information. Those more than 10 gigabytes just slipped away for nothing. Shortly after, Qin Yan and Su Lingyue returned to Mei Wenhua's side. Seeing both of them safe and sound, Mei Wenhua finally breathed a sigh of relief. You little rascal, how did you do on the test? Lingyu, did you pass? Mei Wen looked concerned. Old Mei, with me in action, there's no doubt I passed. Scored SS, it's a guaranteed success. Qin Yan looked smug and full of energy. Mei Wenhua immediately took action, locking Qin Yan in a chokehold. Brat, I'm Principal Mei. Who the hell are you? Qin Yan repeatedly slapped his arm as a suffocating feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. I was wrong, Principal. Mei. Mei Wen let go after hearing the words, good that you know your place. Qin Yan was humiliated and defeated, while Su Lingyue bent over laughing with her stomach clutched. Nearby, Lu Dali touched his throat and secretly made up his mind, he must never provoke Principal Mei. Look, even the genius Qin Yan was taken down by him. If he isn't careful, he could be KO'd in minutes. Su Lingyue smiled and said to Mei Wenhua, Principal Mei, I also passed the military assessment with an SS rating. Mei Wenhua's face lit up with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Lingyue, you're amazing. You've brought honor to second high. All 3 of you passed successfully. Tonight I'll treat you to dinner and give you a proper reward. Qin Yan, panting heavily, rolled his eyes at Mei Wenhua. TSK, I got an SS rating too, so why is no one praising me? Truly heartbreaking. He quickly turned his head to look at Lu Dali. Classmate Dali won, congratulations. We've all made it through, maybe we'll even get to be comrades in the future. Lu Dali smiled wryly, my name is Lu Dali, not Dali Pill. Congratulations to us both. Qin Yan, unfazed, quickly apologized, sorry, Dali Pill classmate, I promise I won't call you wrong next time. At this moment, Zhao Yifeng walked up to the group holding a list, took a deep breath, and said, 11 people passed the assessment in Modu this time. Next, I will read the names. Those remaining will continue, while the others may leave now. He cleared his throat and read aloud, Moda number 1 High School, Zhou Baizhun, Moda number 2 High School, Qin Nian, Su Lingyue, Lu Dali, Moda number 4 High School, Wu Jiaozhou. As Zhao Weifeng read out the names one by one, the teachers and principals from various schools all turned their attention toward Moda number 2 High School. Old Mei is unbelievably lucky this year. Not only did he produce 2 geniuses, Qin Nian and Su Lingyue, but even a student with an A-level talent passed. Heaven is so unfair to us at number 3 High School. Why? Number 2 High School is over the top this time. 3 people passed the assessment, accounting for almost 1/3. Mei Wen listened to the discussions, his chest puffing out even more. This was the most glorious moment of his many years. After the roll call ended, many students left the Magic City Military Division with their heads hung low, following their teacher. Zhao Weifeng looked at the 11 students remaining in the arena and smiled slightly. This year, the Magic City Military District had gained great prestige among all the major military divisions. Not only did 2 students pass the 3rd stage, but 9 others also successfully cleared the assessments. The total number of students who passed far exceeded that of other divisions, earning high praise from his superior, Hong Lian. Alright, next I'll explain the follow-up procedures to you. You'll soon be taking the college entrance examination, and the military division won't interfere with your study time. After the exam, you'll have a 3-month holiday, during which I will notify you to return and report. During those 3 months, you'll undergo special training from the military division. Is that clear? Understood, Officer Zhao. Got it. The responses from the 11 boys and girls were chaotic and disorganized. Zhao Weifeng frowned deeply, silently cursing in his heart, even their answers are this terrible without training. Today's students are truly pampered and spoiled. The crowd dispersed, and Qin Nian grabbed Mei Wenhua, quickly heading toward the school bus. Hey, kid, are you in such a rush to reincarnate? Walking so fast. Mei Wenhua, with his big belly, waddled hurriedly like a clumsy penguin to catch up. Principal Mei, you promised to treat us to a meal today. It's already late, and the 3 of us have been fighting battles all day. Aren't you afraid we'll starve? Qin Nian rarely called out Principal Mei, but his face was full of sly smiles. Today, he was determined to knock a good amount off her. The 4 got into the car, and the driver asked, "Where to?" Qin Nian leaned over and whispered, "To Tianshan Restaurant. Principal Mei wants to reward us and broaden our horizons." Hearing this, the driver didn't think much and drove the school bus straight toward the city. Mei Wenhua watched Qin Nian and the driver whispering furtively, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. As the seconds ticked by, Qin Nian, Su Lingyue, and Lu Dali had already fallen into a deep sleep against their seats, utterly exhausted. But Mei Wenhua's heartbeat grew faster and faster, his expression increasingly grim. The school bus finally stopped at the entrance of Tianshan Restaurant. What the heck? Are they vampires? They actually want me to pay for their meal. Mei Wenhua touched his pocket, his heart aching as if it had been slashed by a knife. His gaze turned cold. He turned his head to glare at Qin Nian, who was still drooling in his sleep, and angrily reached out, ready to teach him a harsh lesson. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Qin Nian winced in pain, glaring at Mei Wenhua, whose face was full of murderous intent. Old Mei, what the heck is wrong with you? I'm acting crazy? Your sisters. Look where you've brought me to. Mei Wenhua angrily pointed at the Tianshan Restaurant, glaring fiercely at Qin Nian. Where is this? Principal Mei, are you planning to treat us to a meal? Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Qin Nian immediately feigned ignorance. Treat your sister. Mei Wenhua was just about to retort. At that moment, Su Lingyue and Lu Dali also woke up. As soon as Lu Dali opened his eyes, he saw the large letters of Tianshan Restaurant. Hearing Principal Mei say, "I'll treat you," he excitedly took 2 steps out of the car, turned around, and loudly exclaimed, "Thank you, Principal Mei, for treating us to a meal at Tianshan Restaurant. Such generosity." Mei Wenhua stared at him speechlessly. "Thank you, Principal Mei," Su Lingyue said politely as she passed by. Sigh. Mei Wenhua glared fiercely at Qin Nian, resigned to his bad luck, and followed him off the vehicle. Qin Nian randomly pressed buttons, while Lu Dali leveraged his physical advantage to sweep across the court like a whirlwind. Not to be outdone, Qin Nian rolled up his sleeves and got to work, even making Mei Wenhua feel a bit nervous. Night fell, and in front of the Tianshan Hotel, Qin Nian patted his full stomach and couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. "Thank you, Principal Mei. The food was truly amazing today. Let's come again next time," Qin Nian said with a face full of satisfaction. Mei Wenhua tightly clutched the receipt, feeling that the night in the Magic City was particularly cold. Ignoring Qin Yan, he turned to Su Lingyue and spoke in a slow and serious tone, "From now until the college entrance exam, you must focus on improving yourself without any slack. Strive to achieve a good score." "Alright, Principal Mei, I definitely won't let you down." Su Lingyue nodded obediently. Mei Wenhua turned his gaze to Qin Yan and Lu Dali, gritting his teeth. "You two also need to prepare well. If there's any slip-up, you'd better be careful, or else I'll—" "Don't worry, Principal Mei, Lu Dali, will never let your efforts go to waste," Lu Dali said confidently. "Got it. Old Mei, you know I have to put in my best. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you back a top scorer." Qin Yan kept talking tough, leaving Mei Wenhua no choice but to shake his head with a bitter smile. "Get lost, brat. If you can't bring back the top scholar title, I'll make all the teachers at school treat us to Tianxiang restaurant just like you." Mei Wenhua waved him away dismissively. Su Lingyue and Lu Dali also politely took their leave and left one after another. Over the next 2 months, Qin Yan and Su Lingyue diligently studied various grilled fish recipes, finally managing to create food that wouldn't poison anyone. As for whether it might cause diarrhea, well, that depends on individual constitution. Su Lingyue has now leveled up to LV24, 2%, while Qin Yan is almost at LV29, 93%. The two are currently battling in a world dungeon called Desolate Swamp. Little Nian Nian, shoot quickly. Today, you can advance to the second tier awakened. Su Lingyue urged Qin Yan to keep trying while fiddling with the grilled fish in her hand. At the moment, Qin Yan's face was pale as he lay to the side. Only after a healing spell was cast did his complexion become slightly rosier. For nearly 2 months, Su Lingyue had gone wild, determined to perfect her cooking skills, forcing Qin Yan to eat her disastrous culinary creations every day. He secretly thought it might be better to just die at the hands of the Abyss Demon. After reaching level 20, Su Minghai agreed to Su Lingyue's request. As long as the two didn't exceed the level 20 limit while grinding monsters, he allowed them to enter the dungeon alone. "Little Nian Nian, come and try my new chocolate strawberry-flavored grilled fish," Su Lingyue said excitedly. She had heard that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. So for the past 2 months, she had been relentlessly innovating, determined to conquer Qin Yan with her cooking skills. Qin Yan had just gotten up, and his face froze upon hearing this, his stomach churning. Seeing this, Su Lingyue secretly rejoiced. "It seems little Nian Nian is also shocked by my cooking skills. Later, I'm planning to make stir-fried river crab with banana and garlic. He will definitely love it." Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Desolate Swamp dungeon, a young man was listening to a report from his subordinates. "Young master, I've investigated thoroughly. It's almost certain that Zhao Arrow and his group were killed by Qin Yan. He's currently leveling up in the Desolate Swamp." This young man was Lu Qingqing's former lover, the young master of the Li family, Li Yixiao. That day, he had just heard Zhao Arrow report about dealing with Qin Yan, when suddenly an arrow descended from the sky, piercing the balcony and killing Zhao Arrow right in front of him. The arrow nearly brushed past his ear, leaving him terrified to this day. That day, Lu Qingqing dressed lightly and came to see him. But that night, he was utterly paralyzed with fear. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sun spread across the land, that Lu Qingqing left with a look of disdain. Because of that, he deeply resented the person who shot the arrow. After investigating for a while, he discovered that it was likely Qin Yan's doing and immediately took people to cause trouble for Qin Yan. "Alright, you can leave now." Li Yixiao dismissed his subordinate and turned to the elder beside him. "Uncle Lin, I appreciate your help today. As long as you take care of Qin Yan, I promise my father will arrange the fee for your 3rd job change." Lin Shigong was a senior awakened recruited by the Li family, level 59, yet had not successfully completed a job change. The cost of the job change was too high, and he had never managed to gather enough funds. When he heard about Li Yixiao's situation, he took the initiative to offer his assistance. He confidently patted his chest and said, "Young Master Li, don't worry. That brat Qin Yan definitely won't leave the desolate marsh alive. Let's go." Li Yixiao headed straight for the depths of the dungeon. At level 18, he was considered a skilled player in the desolate marsh. He was confident that Qin Yan was still grinding for his entrance exam here, with a likely lower level. With level 59 Lin Shigong accompanying him, Qin Yan had no chance of escape. Li Yixiao had already planned in his mind to catch Qin Yan and give him a good punishment, making up for the humiliation he suffered in front of Lu Qingqing that day. The Desolate Swamp, unlike the Shadow Forest, is not that vast, spanning only a few kilometers, a small world dungeon. The monsters within provide experience suited for awakening individuals below level 20, allowing for relatively fast leveling. Were this not the case, who would want to visit such a place? Muddy and difficult to traverse, every step feels like sinking into a quagmire, making attack, defense, and movement agonizing for awakened individuals. But Qin Yan and Su Lingyue were in no rush at all, leisurely strolling through the dungeon. At each monster gathering area, Qin Yan would first unleash a wave of AoE attacks, and then they'd effortlessly harvest the rewards. Wow! Little Nian Nian, you've finally reached the max level 29. Let's go back quickly, I want to see your second transition ceremony. Su Lingyue jumped up excitedly, a handful of sticky mud suddenly flung toward Qin Yan. Splat! The mud stuck to Qin Yan's face, and he stared at Su Lingyue with a devilish charm. Little Nian Nian, what are you trying to do? Don't come any closer, or I'll scream for help. Su Lingyue retreated in panic, her face pale as she tightly gripped the handful of mud in her hand while Qin Yan approached. Qin Yan suddenly swung his hand. Die, Lingyue! Ah! Su Lingyue screamed, startling a flock of birds into flight. I'm going to kill you, stinky Nian Nian. Her face was covered in mud, her hair disheveled, and she charged at Qin Yan like a vicious fiend, her eyes cold and ruthless. Lingyu, stop. Damn, this guy actually stuffed it into my mouth. Pft. Put. Put. The two were covered in mud from head to toe, so filthy they were unrecognizable. If they were to appear before acquaintances at this moment, no one would likely recognize them. At this moment, two figures slowly approached from a distance, Li Yixiao and Lin Shigong. Where did these two weirdos come from? Li Yixiao looked disdainfully at the two people covered in mud. Ignore these two beggars. The most important thing today is to find Qin Yan and take him out. He spoke bluntly and walked away with Lin Shigong. Qin Yan and Su Lingyue exchanged a glance and stopped their playful fight. Little Nian Nian, who are these two? They seem to be looking for trouble with you. Su Lingyue asked softly. Qin Yan frowned, having just reviewed the information of the two individuals. It was Li Xiao, the one who always gave him trouble, Li Yixiao. The other was Li Yixiao's assistant, an elder with a surprisingly high level of 59. Qin Yan turned to look at Su Lingyue and pretended to speak casually. Ignore them, let's head back to Magic City first. This body smells so bad, I'm about to throw up. He didn't want to let Su Lingyue get caught up in this dispute. After all, she was about to awaken at the third phase, and if anything happened, he wouldn't be able to shirk responsibility. Once he ensured her safe departure from the realm, he would go find Li Yixiao alone to settle accounts. Soon, Qin Yan and Su Lingyue arrived outside the realm, sending her off in the car driven by Uncle Fu. Little Nian, make sure to call me when you reach the second phase. I need to go back and take a shower first, my hair's clumped together, it's so filthy. Alright, I'll call you then. Hurry up and go. Qin Yan waved goodbye, watching the sedan drive away. As the car disappeared from sight, his expression turned cold, and he stepped into the vortex of the instance. Li Yixiao, you've tried repeatedly to kill me. Even if Jesus comes, he won't be able to save you today. Mark my words. Qin Yan walked quickly toward that direction with a somber expression. Along the way, he reviewed his status information.